Here we go, less than 2 minutes. I can see them coming around the corner. Let's see who we've got out in the lead. We've already got someone doing an overtake, and the third one's coming up pretty quick. Okay, we might even have an overtake right in front of us here. Welcome to day 2. Okay, we've got a trophy truck and he has got some speed on. Let's see how he goes to the drop over the other side of the river. Here we go. He is putting that down. Look at it. These are the 2 trucks we just saw on the live feed. If you go on to Dirt Bags.
No, it's actually on the Off-Road Cartel YouTube channel.
You guys confused me.
Sorry about that. But anyway, we are actually Off-Road Cartel. Dirtbags is just the podcast. But that's okay. I understand. Yeah, it's all happening. But I tell you what, we do have a live feed. That's very true.
So is this Ramus Racing over there?
That is
Ramus or Ramus?
Let's call it Ramus.
Ramus Racing.
Well, I'm sure Ian will come up later and make sure that we remember.
Well, I've lined up a couple of people to come up today, if that's all right. We've got the local Snell brothers. There's some motorbike riders that are riding this afternoon. So they're going to come up just after about 9 o'clock and have a little bit of a chat to you, someone, because I don't know anything about bikes.
Oh, listen, there's not much to know. You just throttle down, get a 450, 500, they're all good to go. Very, very cool. Anyone riding bikes out here, they're having a good crack out here.
Okay, we're going to have an overtake right in the dip out the front of us here.
Yeah, so this is Tyler Human in a Class 5 truck. It's actually a Hilux, despite being heavily modified. So
that's like a Hilux you buy off the showroom floor, and then they just
it's very modified, correct, but it is actually a early, I think it's about like an 84 and 86 Hilux. Actually, his dad used to race it for a long time. His dad's also racing a new one there, the guys from Sunny Coast, the Hillbilly Racing Boys. I'll tell you what, they're always here for a good time. You heard me tell a story. They actually brought a full pool table billiard setup to a pit in one of the national races. So
of course you do.
They know how to party. I'm telling you, the Hillbilly Boys are legends.
Oh, I love it. I love it. So yesterday afternoon, my partner and I went and made some more lunches for all our volunteers today. And as I was driving back out of town, I saw a lady walking down Woodlands Road, which is just this road on the other side of Russell's Crossing with an umbrella. And she was the mother of one of the bike riders. So she's enjoying the weekend here in the Whitsundays as well. I think that's Waters Racing. Okay, our first buggy in the river.
Yeah, this will be one of our little single-seat super late style cars. Now, have a look.
Here we go.
This is actually this is K&J Daly, I believe. That's the ex-Comiskey long wheelbase Fink car. You see, it's quite a bit longer. It's a 4-seater for a side-by-side. And that... So having a good crack there. Picked up a couple of positions. But remember, what's interesting about this is it's all going to be on corrected time here today.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about, because you are doing it in reverse order or timed. So the times are through for yesterday. So then are they repositioned per the time they came in yesterday?
Still reverse grid. So Billy Geddes, who was our fastest.
We got one flying down here.
Is going to be last off the line. So Bill will be last off the line. So these guys, that's correct. They would have run longer times yesterday. Some of them would have had mechanical issues, which may have pushed them down a little bit. And also they, the other thing that happened is a few of the guys will be broken. So they'll be seated in a rough position. So I actually think, there was a few trophy trucks there that are going to get seated and run today. So it's going to be interesting to see how they shuffle up, because you're going to have to remember that if they didn't run or didn't do real well yesterday, even if they're across the line first after these 3 laps, they may not necessarily be the fastest car, buggy, truck. So, yeah, a few side-by-sides cranking through now.
Okay. I've just had Steve. Hey, Steve, come back up here. Come back up here. You can do this. Come on. You can tell you don't want to do it. Come on, Steve. I'm not gonna pick on you today. Hey, you just told me something really important, and I got something this morning. What are we going to promote right now for all of the spectators here?
We need to sell some merchandise today.
Yeah. So anybody, that was so enthralling, mate. So enthralling. So merchandise tents just down beside the sponsors tent. So you've got short sleeve shirt, fishing shirts, and your hats. So there's a whole heap of merchandise there for the Don River Dash. Please go and support this awesome committee, because every little bit of money comes back into this event for next year. Oh, get out of town. Steve's telling me now that they've got a sale on last year's merch for $15. Shirts for $15. Mate, I'm coming down to get one.
Listen, Steve, it sounds like you got a bit of a croaky voice there. Is it maybe
he's usually Sparky on the microphone.
I think
he's running away.
You may have partaken in a few ales at the showground last night.
I don't know. The dirt might be playing up with his throat today. He might be feeling under the weather.
Sinuses are struggling.
Hey, this one's a bit low to the ground here. Coming through.
BEAM, Beam, and that's because it's got a torsion bar front end, very much based off Volkswagens, Manx buggies, that style of thing. And they actually have a full torsion bar across the front. They sell 2 torsion bars, and they also use a coil carrier spring as a shock as well. So there's a lot of old school technology, but that was the latest and greatest back in the day in the 80s and 90s. That would have been one of the pro cars, the top cars.
Okay, so you're saying words like Volkswagen and Hilux, and so these companies do also make race.
No. So sorry, they use standard
tell
because back in the 80s and 90s, obviously parts that people would have gone off-road racing in would have been parts that they got out of a wrecker. So they would have started with a Volkswagen Beetle, removed the body, then built a roll cage, and then all of a sudden they want to go faster, so they put some better shocks on it, and they do this, and they put a bigger motor in it, and then they
So what you're telling me is lots of time in the back shed with a couple of beers and a couple of mates.
Lots of times, and a lot of guys have done a lot of developments over the years. When quad bikes went to A-arm fronts, that's where the first trophy trucks and A-arm pro buggies got the idea, is essentially, they looked at a Suzuki quad or a Honda quad, race quad in the 80s, 90s, and went, I reckon we can make that work in off-road. So if you look at a trophy truck, a lot of trophy trucks are really just giant quad bikes, for want of a better word.
Yeah, okay.
Now, this is the Patriot twins here.
They're making some good noise, aren't they? They've actually got a bit of time to make up. They had a little bit of an issue with a sensor, I think, in the buggy yesterday, but they got it working and they got back out on the track and they actually finished the course, which was really good. And where are they, do we know? On the grid?
Yeah, listen, they are a long way down because obviously starting this early, that's their corrected time. So because they're not getting seeded, they are starting. But let's be honest, it's not a bad position to be in because, again, we talk about corrected time. They now have a reasonably dust-free run. They're not contending with trophy trucks. They're not contending with other Class 10. So if they have a clean run today, they can actually make up some positions in that class for sure. Yep. But, again, it's hard because, Michelle, I suppose the flip side of that is a 10 car that's been on the bopper all day yesterday and it's on the bopper all day today. They're going to have miles under there. They're going to be wheels, very fast. There's a lot of, it's very hard to make up minutes on a very rough track like this. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a beautiful 10 car though, turned out by the Patriot Games team.
So I was talking to the guys from Patriot last night and saying that they've just bought that, I think. And you guys, when you buy all these buggies and trucks, you iron out all of the glitches or all of the little tweaks in it as per each race. And so hopefully this will be the last of the issues or the little glitches or tweaks that they've got to do to make it race ready for the next race. Is that right, or are they feeding me a bit?
Listen, I like their thinking, but when you talk to Billy Geddes about his 10-year-old guide truck and he's still fixing cam positions,
still fixing the tweaks from when he bought it 10 years ago.
No, listen, I think they're all very good, but what you've got to understand is this is not driving down the Brucey, although the Brucey's not real good at the moment.
Oh, now that's a bit of a sore point here. So apologies to all the visitors that have had to come from the north or the south. You would have felt like you might have been driving on the Don River Dash a little bit, minus the sand.
There was a few sections there that were a little rough, let's say. You're going to feel a little pinch, guys.
All I'm going to say is it's building our resilience and our tolerance.
Well, much in the same way
patience
as you cruise down the Don River and test every part of your vehicle. So I believe what their issue was to do with a relay. It got hot and burnt out, then it overheated the car. But unfortunately, obviously, the thing there is that it's going to show other issues, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So here's another one of our little 10 cars. Solid, having a great run there in a single 10 car. They actually build those cars themselves in the shed.
Really?
Very cool. Solid.
Where are they from?
I think they're from Julia Creek. I'd have to double check that, but
okay.
Very, very good family of races. I tell you what, this is a big track, so it probably doesn't really suit that little let's call it slightly underpowered buggy. But
Yep.
you get him on a track like Mackay or Burdekin or any of those little tracks, I tell you what, we've got a big Jimco, and he pushed us along the whole way, even though we had a
Nice.
fair bit more horsepower. So, yeah, keep a good eye on Solids. They are a very fast family of racing. They've got a couple of those little single seats, and just dead set legends, start to finish builds.
What I love what you just said is the racing in Mackay and Burdekin, and we're smack bang in the middle of that. And all of these extra events that are put on is only going to build strength for the sport up here in the north, isn't it?
Oh, I'm telling you right now, wow, that Ultra 4
Hey, did
very
you see
loose
that
down
now?
into there.
If you are listening anywhere in Bowen, I'm telling you, you need to go over to Delta side of Russell's Crossing. You got to go around the bridge, but we have got the best view. So we just had a buggy. Hey, watch this fella. He's still hitting the gas while he's going to drop in.
He is, but I
Putting
tell
the
you what,
skids on.
check out this trophy truck that's coming down. Oh, this is
Flying.
Daniel McKenzie.
He is going to get air.
So we didn't even see Dan McKenzie. He's a Comiskey racer.
Yeah. Woo! I tell you, this is the best place to get a view of the action here today.
So Dan McKenzie didn't even run yesterday. Unfortunately, I believe they had issues. So he's now flat on the gas. So that's a seated position. So the other thing is that this is the Transvent. So this is a Mickelfab truck.
Okay. An important message. We've got someone sitting on their radio mic. So if you're in the recovery crew or sweeps, one of our volunteers that's out on the river, you're sitting on your radio mic. It could be any of our people with a radio. Oh, spectators. Okay, please, if you've got a radio mic, please make sure you are not activating that, because we need to have communication clear for safety in the river and protect all of our drivers today. Please make sure you are not on that button.
Yeah, absolutely. Very important point. Now, I'll tell you what, as we saw, Michael Denham flew through there in the Transvent Spiral Tubing Mickelfab Raptor trophy truck. Stuart Chapman and Michael Orr, I'm sorry, with all that action, I don't know if I saw them come through, but I'm sure they did in the 17. Stewie Chapman being in that single seat. The 690 is through. The 466, that is that very unassuming Robert Wearing. He's running that Rush truck. It's a new one, and it has no stickers on it all.
Is this the Liberty? What's coming across here? I can't see.
It is Darren Brandon in the 689.
Geez, you got good eyes, Dan. I can't see that. Not bad for an old bloke, apparently.
Hey. The 44 is through next. Aaron Phillips has that car. It's a Super Boot RV2. And then, Ivan Robinson charging here.
And
Rowan Robinson in the passenger seat, the 471.
Standing on the gas. So I worked out yesterday, because I keep on saying this, I'm very new to this sport, and I'd like to say I'm new to this sport, but I'm really not in the sport. But standing on the gas, that's Mickey Thompson, isn't it? Hey?
It is Mickey Thompson. We had a mid-time challenge there with Mickey Thompson. And you're right, Ivan Robinson, they run those Mickelfab Raptors as well, an Australian. It's kind of an American design truck. It's built off an ID, but Mickelfab put them together locally. And I tell you what, they are a beautiful-looking truck. This is a Bennett truck. Very cool. Paul Bennett used to build trucks in the 80s, 90s. Again, I don't expect you to know all these, Michelle.
Is that the young lady that I interviewed at the end? Was it a Bennett that I interviewed yesterday afternoon? Bentley, close.
Well, Bennett,
Bentley,
unfortunately, is no longer with us. We've lost a few legends. Actually, out of interest, that's why we started our podcast, is to catch some of these stories, because unfortunately, as a lot of people in the off-road racing scene know, Les Sivia passed away. I think it was the day before last, and we have lost a few legends over the years. So, we're trying to get all these people on and have a chat to them before, it's too late. So, Bennett would have been one that we would have loved to have had a chat to. He built that Chev truck that Jamie Knight made famous, as well as, none other than the legend Bernie Gwynn from Alice Springs. There's footage of that truck all over the place, and Bennett built a lot of great trucks over the years. Anyway, that was a long way to get to. That was a Bennett truck that just went past. So she's done a few Ks over the years, I bet.
Yeah, well, talking about legends, apparently I met a legend from, I think it's Melbourne or somewhere down south, Wellesley. Do you know Wellesley? Hey, he's here today, the infamous Wellesley. I've seen if he can come up and have a bit of a chat on the radio.
Absolutely. He is a legend on the microphone. So, yeah, you know, if you want to get some good commentary, you get a Wells in. So that makes sense to me. They are off-road racing royalty. So
he's had a couple of jobs, one up in Townsville and one in Ayr, and he actually scheduled them around this event this weekend so he could make it here. And he actually said that, you know, a lot of the chatter around the state and within the sport is an event. So it's a hats off to the organisers. Here comes the King Chrome. Is that the King Chrome?
No, that's the Davy Mac Design Fab Industries Ultra 4. I tell you what, that is amazing to see how good that
go on that.
Yeah, listen, it's an independent front IFS four-wheel drive car. So, you know, that thing rock crawls with the best of them, as well as can run nearly trophy truck pace. Something to be said for that Ultra 4 class.
Now, have a look at the distance he's made up in about half a kilometre to 800 metres.
Yeah, I'll say it.
Peeling away.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off. There's Dale McDonald. He's one of our local fellas, and he's also one of the sponsors. But I was talking to his navvy, Snelly, today, and Snelly's got two boys in the bike race. So McDonald Earth Moving are also sponsoring those two boys in the bike race as well.
Yeah, that's so good, isn't it? And that's what I think is so good about this race. And it's much of these motorbike / car races. You end up having a lot of people out of one family racing and making it a real event. So out of interest, that's actually Richard Hackoon and Shane Hartnett in the 86 that have just gone through in the green and orange Jimco 2000. And right behind them is Stephen Kildee in his reasonably new Class 4 truck, the 412. Says it's a Holden Colorado, but I'm pretty sure it's got no Colorado parts in it whatsoever. But it does have a Chev L98, the 6-litre V8, and it is going nicely.
And here's another one of our trophy trucks coming. So we're seeing a little bit of distance between some of these vehicles now. Listen to the roar of that.
Yeah, so again, a bit of a trick with this race, and we talked about it quickly yesterday, was that it's actually on corrected time, and your time doesn't start until you get down in the river. So there was a few things that we caught up on. So the first lap is always going to be their quickest lap, because it is actually physically their shortest lap. They don't have a pit. They don't have all the other stuff in it.
Yep.
So when they race their first lap, they're only racing from in the river, where they drop into the river, to our start-finish time. The second lap then has about an extra 5 kilometres. So if you're wondering why the times are so different, which we were, that's why it's so different. The first lap is actually shorter, and it is actually a ceremonial. Now, we talked about this as well yesterday. No one treats it as a ceremonial race. We've seen some big bins and spins on the...
What is a ceremonial race? For those of us that aren't racers.
You are not legally, and you should know this as the local constabulary, that you are not allowed to do skids on the bitumen in Bowen.
Well, yes, no. We can't do skids on the bitumen anywhere, not just in Bowen. Anyway.
No, absolutely. And we are lucky enough that Bowen, as the Whitsunday Council, gives us the opportunity to drive from the showgrounds directly. Most races are set up out in the middle of nowhere. It's so good for the crowd. It's so good for the races. But again, there's a respect level where they drive to the start and then they start racing. Yep. Now, again,
and logistically,
sometimes it's hard to control an 800-horsepower trophy truck.
You know what? I wouldn't do it, because I like my job and I respect the law. But, geez, it'd be tempting, wouldn't it? If you're in one of those, it'd get the adrenaline going, and you probably would really have to control the mindset, wouldn't you?
Well, I believe the worst larking that I've seen was actually done by none other than a little guy called Toby Price, the Dakar King. So he was driving Billy Getty's trophy truck, and somehow his truck ended up doing a couple of 360s there for a bit.
I heard that it was the road was wet, wasn't it?
Yeah. Early morning dew, I think, was the situation.
How many times have I heard that excuse?
Last off the line, too. How funny is that? Mustn't have dried out yet. Anyway, long story short, we've got a few more cars through. Damien Saunders came through in the 444. The 696 of Bryce Derrick came through. We did see the 1051, one of our very fast little Class 10 cars of Stephen Orr, Kelsey Hartnett in the seat there.
So let me ask you this. These guys are dropping down into this cutout in the river right in front of us. So they have to step off the gas. Then they have to step back on as they're going out. And that would probably be, 200 metres across? How much does that affect your race?
It's a tough one, because I suppose the craziest thing with off-road racing is knowing when to play it safe.
And that's your navigator, isn't it?
There's a lot. Josh, do you listen to a navigator much? Or
are you his navigator?
Sometimes.
I can pick up on that.
The hard bit of that is, it's a bit of a game, because you can definitely lose the race at the start here. You can't win it at the start, but you can definitely lose it. But yet everyone is going to be in the hunt looking to make up that time.
Yeah.
Because it is a game of seconds, sorry, I meant to say.
Yep.
So, you're not talking about minutes.
And it's not like you can tell who's in front and who's coming first.
No, correct. You're looking at corrected time. So, a few of these guys will have a bit of pit information going on in UHFs and updates and bit of stuff. But really, you still only know when they're coming around and at your set markers how far behind you are. So, yeah, it's a bit of a game because it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen guys come out of 13th position and win the race overall. So, in mind, again, it is that corrected time. So, Stuart Zielinski and Richard
Here we go. We've got one coming in hot. What's he going to do, people? And we're getting some air.
Wow, that's that Razorback.
That suspension must be really good because the angle of those wheels, that front. Now, I'm not going to say driver's side wheel because I've seen a left-hand drive vehicle here today.
There'd be a few left-hand drives, but that one's probably right. It is an Australian-built Razorback of Drew Callender. Sabrand de Kerlerk is in the passenger seat. And those guys have been running really fast in that Razorback.
And we've got a trophy truck just flying.
Yeah, that's Hannah Bentley. Hayden Bentley in the 818.
Now, I spoke with Hannah yesterday, and is this her
father?
Yep, I spoke with him as well. He said he's the major sponsor of Hannah. I don't know why.
Yeah, I thought
21-year-old going to uni and racing. How's that? Living the dream.
Sam Bentley's here as well, racing a 10 car. So that family has 3 race cars here this weekend, all the way from South Australia. And, that's a racer trophy truck. Ladies and gentlemen, that racer actually has a Nissan Skyline motor in it, de-stroked. So very fast little car.
Now, back to the suspension and the wheels on these. They just really bounce, don't they?
Now, I know you like the locals. That's Daniel McDonald in that car, the 1052, that little Banning.
Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the ex-Burdekin car. So Muir used to have that car.
Beautiful.
And now McDonald's do. And talking about another semi-local, that's Chris Colburn out of Mackay. Races with
we'll claim him. We'll claim
Close
anyone
enough.
from
He's
Mackay.
definitely in North
Maybe
Queensland.
even Rockhampton will claim him as ours. Hey, they're our
Let's take
cousins.
Bill,
They're our
definitely.
neighbours.
You've had a few winners lately. That's the 13 in
Well,
green.
Bit sideways going up.
Now, that is a Jimco 2000 series. Very interesting. Has a very different tail section on it. So it's a nice-looking little car, but I'd say it's had some later model modification, I want to say. But Jason Keane out of JK Automotive in that. Now, again, we're really starting to get to our fast guys here. The 138 of Tony Falaba with Gary Howe. Little Chenny. Now, Michelle, this is actually an ex-Australian champion car. It was turbocharged.
Oh, really?
They've taken the turbos off it. So this car has done more than a few laps around Australia and won more than a few championships. It actually won the Pro Light Championship at the hands of Tony Falaba as well. So Tony, a very fast driver.
Watch this one coming in. He's just starting to put the pics on now.
So this is actually Craig Krog. I'm glad you brought this up. This is the man last year that came third outright. So he was actually third outright, but unfortunately rolled over the finish line.
At the end. That's right.
So I don't want to put the mocker. He's having a good run, but it's something very interesting because it's the first time we've ever had a Dias with 3 cars and the third car was on a trailer. Yeah. So that's a very...
talk about timing. Talking about timing.
Now, this is another one of those element prodigies. Royden Bailey all the way up from South Australia in the 52. And charging behind him is
absolutely
the King's
flying.
Truck.
So our spectators, here we go. One of the trophy trucks.
Now, what's interesting about this is Hannah Bentley. So Hannah Bentley was actually faster than her dad yesterday.
Okay, so the one just about to drop in now is Hannah Bentley, 21-year-old female, and going to university. So she flew in on Thursday and all the team was here. And here she goes.
Yeah,
Go,
how
girl.
good is that racer
I tell you
engineering
what.
truck? Have a look at this footage that we've got going on too, thanks to Mickey B Race and Developments. He's capturing all the footage of the cars and trucks dropping into the river on our live feed. Have a look. That's the Patriot truck dropping in. So we're going to see Brett Comiskey and Patriot coming very shortly. But in front of us, we've got Dave Muir, the Muir team.
Yeah, so our locals again.
Another set of Burdekin
they've only
locals.
recently bought that truck. I was talking to Courtney and she said they were always going to go up to a trophy truck and the price was right, but the timing wasn't, but they couldn't let it go.
That does happen a little bit. The 448 of Dave Muir, attention was sparked in the commentary box. I tell you what, there's 100th start Chris Weston over there in his own built Rush truck. That's Brett Comiskey coming through now.
And here's the Patriot boys. They are just flying. So,
absolutely.
So Comiskey and Patriots coming up behind.
Interesting about this is watch Brett Comiskey because he's a champion. I mean, he's second in the national championship at the moment, and he had power steering issues yesterday. So I would watch our major sponsor, Comiskey Mining Services. Brett's driving that truck, not just sponsored.
He does a lot for the sport, though, doesn't he?
He is an amazing man.
I was impressed when I listened to him talk about his team and everybody that came, and they work all together. And then they play all together as well.
Well, I think the biggest thing that you got to understand about Brett and the whole Comiskey mining team is they've just got such passion and a heart for it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a little story. I might wait until after I'll tell you a story about
all the
Brett
fast
Comiskey.
ones.
So this is Clayton Chapman. I tell you what, I was so pumped to see him up in the top 5. So Clayton Chapman sitting in 5th at the moment. That is a turbo JZ, a 2JZ. And coming right behind him, Mick Marson.
Local, one of the inaugural organisers.
Well, the event organiser, absolutely, with Talbot Cox.
Got a little bit of fire coming out the back there.
Yeah, that Ford SVO is so fast. That thing has 800-odd horsepower, 8-stack NASCAR motor. So beautiful. Holy moly, that's Kent Battle.
Come on, Kent, let's go.
North Queensland, put your hand together.
Nortrans.
This is your local at the moment. Oh, no, Mick Marson's your local.
Yeah, Mick Marson's local. And talking about locals, where's Talbot? Did he end up getting a start today?
No, unfortunately, Talbot did. I see him. He's the first on the list of the not starts, which is heartbreaking because the man is so fast. Billy Geddes has just dropped down on our live stream into the river, so we're going to see the truck.
Just quickly, I saw Talbot yesterday after he had to retire early, and I was like, what happened, mate? And he said, a bit of an issue, like I know what's going on.
Things happen.
And he said, but how much fun was that?
He had a big smile for sure. So I'll tell you a man that'll have a big smile is Aaron Habe. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is interesting. I really wonder whether Aaron's had to think about this. He's gone a little bit slower.
Flames out
he's got a bit of a gap to
clear the
holy
dust.
moly, down into the jump, but he's chasing Nortrans.
Oh, okay. He corrected it quite well then. So
ladies and
they're putting
gentlemen,
a show on for the spectators.
Oh, Billy Geddes dipping the throttle just a little bit.
And here we go, dropping in and jumping out. Hey, spectators, how good is this spot? Hey, I reckon you guys have a clear 1.5 kilometre of vision minimum here of the whole race, of the races coming down from the showgrounds and then coming back. We're going to start seeing them shortly, hopefully, coming back from the top of the river. So we've still got them coming back around. I'm just going to have a look at this live feed to see if we can see any more dropping into the river, but that might just about be the last of them if we're talking Billy Geddes, and if he was number 1 yesterday, I'm assuming if it's a reverse order, he's going to be coming back in there. So Dan was talking earlier on in relation to the council allowing us to shut the roads so as the competitors can drive to the start of the race. And it's very unique, and we really need to push this point out, how unique that opportunity is for the teams. Logistically, you're seeing all the buggies and bikes and trucks and trophy trucks driving through the river, but you've got to think about the infrastructure that comes with that and the additional vehicles and the people to drive vehicles and just being able to drive from where they have set up their camps and also set up their temporary workshops and have all their equipment. They don't have to set up 2 areas, which is just wonderful. So this is why they love Bowen. They can also sneak downtown, go off to Horseshoe Bay, have a bit of a dip in the ocean, 5:30 in the morning, get them ready for the race. Might even grab some lunch at Horseshoe Bay Cafe there and then duck straight back. It's probably only 6 kilometres from anywhere. I'm having a look at one of our sponsors, Casey, giving us a wave. She's now running. She's wearing a Mickey Thompson shirt. So the legends from Bowen Tire and Mechanical, they're down there in the sponsors tent. While we've got an opportunity, I might actually, here we go, there's the Mickey Thompson. Okay, while we've got an opportunity, I'm going to go through all of these sponsors. So we've got platinum and gold sponsors. You heard us talking about Comiskey Mining Services. Now, this man puts his money where his mouth is and where his heart is. Just before I go on, these buggies in the middle of the river, they're all volunteers. So they're part of the sweep teams. You'll see the white flags, and then you'll see that four-wheel drive just going the other way. They're also a part of the recovery team as well. So they've all got certain sections in the river that they stick to, and they just continually patrol around. Probably patrol's a bit of a police word there, but they continue to drive around and make sure the area is safe. You've got to think, if any of these buggies or bikes, well, probably more so bikes, have an accident, there's a lot of different undulation in the middle of this river that they could easily be missed. So it's a very important job. Whilst it looks like it's lots of fun driving up and down the river, they're actually there as a part of the safety for this event. So I'll go on with the other sponsors. We've got Mercedes. And I asked this question to Dan yesterday, and I'm like, do they make buggies? Do they make bikes and things like that? But they're the big things that tow everything around. So that's wonderful that they're actually sponsoring our event this weekend. With Sunday Ag Services, so Mick Boyce, he would have done a lot of work around the place to help everybody with this event. We've also got the guys from Patriot Campers. They're one of the sponsors as well. Another lot that put their money where their mouth is. Here we go. We've got the first one through. 863. Was that 863? Dan's had a duck off there. So our first one's back through. That doesn't mean that he's actually first in the race, because I'm learning.
He's just first on road.
Yeah, that's right. So because of the timing and the reverse order, he's actually racing his own time from yesterday, and he's hoping that he's going to make up some time and then actually overtake a couple of the other people down the line, I suppose, from yesterday. Okay, more sponsors. We've got Mickey Thompson, Tyres and Wheels, Ergon Energy, wonderful that they're sponsoring as well, and Pat McDonald Earth Moving. And we've got the boys out there, Dale and Snelly, in the Liberty labelled buggy. They're out there racing today, and I think they did a pretty good run yesterday. Dale was the first one back through because he was the first one to start. I think he sort of kept some really good time there. But Pat McDonald Earth Moving are also sponsoring a couple of the young fellas on bikes. So we've got the Snell brothers on the bikes, and I'm going to get Henry Snell up here later on. He actually won Phillip Island last week. So, yeah. I know you're looking at me, Josh, like really. So what crazy fella goes and runs a flat track like Phillip Island one weekend and wins it, and comes to Bowen and races in a river? Absolutely silly buggers. No, these kids, or these, I say kids because I've sort of known them since they were little, they have got that passion, and they've got that little bit of spunk, I suppose, or energy that really, they're ones to watch. I think Henry's going to be one to watch in the years to come. So if there's any sponsors out there that want to sponsor one of our local lads and you quite like Bowen, we'll adopt you. We will certainly adopt you. You can be the good uncle or good aunt looking after one of our own, because that kid is going places, and he's going to be up here later on. I was speaking to his dad this morning, who's a navigator in the Pat McDonald buggy. And he was saying, and I've lined him up actually for them to come up and have a little bit of a chat. I need to do a shout out to our local radio station actually, and we didn't shout them out yesterday. 95.1 Gem FM. Those legends there, they're the reason that we're talking to everybody today, and you can hear us on the radio. So anybody local that's not at the race and you want to tune in, or you've got some friends that want to tune in locally, 91.1 is the radio station, and all you're hearing is us now. So 527, we've got Tyler Yeoman. Okay, here we go, in one of the trophy trucks. Is that a trophy truck? Yeah, or is it a truggy? Performance two-wheel drive. Okay, I'm going to learn all this by next year, I say. So we've got buggies, performance two-wheel drives, a two-wheel drive in a river like this. So wouldn't it be a four-wheel drive river?
Billy's is two-wheel drive. Aaron Havey. Essentially, your top 10 is all two-wheel drive at the moment.
So why is that? Is that because it's like a two-stroke and a four-stroke and they're faster?
Suspension front-end travel. Much easier to do it with a solid rear axle, and geometry reasons. Four-wheel drives are making their way into off-road racing, but probably not as successful yet as two-wheel drives.
Okay, so back over on the other side of the river. That means that they've completed one full lap and they're on to their second lap now. Our third coming through, getting some good air over those jumps there in front of the spectator area. Have a look at this. Yeah, that's good. And is that the Patriot boys? That's the twins. They've made up some ground, haven't they? They have made up a lot of ground. The twins are doing really well there. Doesn't seem like that long ago they went over on the other side of the river. One day someone might put me in a buggy and take me for a ride. What do you reckon? Yeah, Josh, you got to get your buggy back on the road. Okay, who have we got here? 1044. I might. Who saw that number? I'm blind. Oh, 114. Thank you. A class 11 car. You know more than me. You need to be up here. Okay. They're starting to come through thick and fast. Our first of our buggies, 694. Okay, Kane Pelchet, All Aspects Earthworks. They're a Queensland racer. What a spectacular day in Bowen today. I'd be a bit torn if I was a fisherman and I love racing. But maybe you could go out for a couple of hours fishing in the middle of the day, watch this race in the morning, go out, catch a coral trout, come back and watch the bikes this afternoon. Everything's just so central. It's wonderful. Okay, back to our sponsors. A huge shout out to the whole team from Whitsunday Regional Council, doing a fantastic job looking after the road closures down from the showgrounds here to the start of the race. I know what it's like to stand on the side of a road at a road closure for a while, and it's not an easy job and it's really hot. It's a bit thankless, but thank you to the team who are volunteering. Hello, come up, boys. And also thank you to the Whitsunday Regional Council for all of the support you give this event. Great timing. I've got the Snell brothers here. I've been sort of spruiking you two boys. How are we?
Good, thank you. Good.
That's good. We'll see if we can get another microphone going. What microphone have we got here? C. Henry, hello. Henry, hello. Here we go. 648 has just come through, and a trophy truck. He is coming up into this pit stop, doing really well. So that was the Toyota that we saw fly over the other side of the river when he was dipping down into that river. Well done. Okay, have we got another microphone here? Hey. Hello, boys. How are yous? That's good. Let's see if this is on. Try that. Okay. 618 has just gone through. So if anybody's back over at the showgrounds, I'm going to try and see if I can get all of these numbers. That Patriot has made up some ground. He's right up behind the one in front of him. I don't know which one that is. Okay. So you guys raced yesterday. We might have to leave it a couple of minutes while all these buggies come through. Come down this way and have a bit of a look at the racetrack from this end, boys. You boys were racing yesterday, and this is the view that we get. How good is this?
Yeah, pretty good view.
I think these are on.
We're going to wait for a few of these vehicles to get through because I can hear myself talking, funnily enough. But when we're talking into a microphone, make sure it's right up on your mouth, my friend. Oh, a little bit. That's a Comiskey Mining Services there, 6608, little buggy. Okay, we've got the Snell boys here, and Dad's going to be coming through as navigator in the Pat McDonald vehicle. So how's your day going?
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
That's good.
Early morning. get out of here as soon as we can. Watch these buggies come through.
Yeah, Mickey Thompson's has just gone past. Yeah, and we're getting a really good sign there. They're acknowledging the crowd here. So how good are those guys? Trophy truck is going to get some air here. Tell you what, if you're down here with your camera, you're going to get a good view. And there we go. Again, 471, Mickey Thompson standing on the gas there. So I see that all your family and your supporters are set up at Auntie Trudy's place up the river, are they?
Yeah, they've got a good camp set up at the top there, and that's top for them.
I reckon they might know one of the guys with the heavy earth moving machinery in the river to make that jump in the perfect spot, you reckon?
Yeah, they must have. Yeah.
Okay. So how was the practice day for you boys?
Compared to last year, it's a lot more running up and bumpy, and it's a completely different track. They've changed a fair bit of it, and they've moved a bit of shrub, so it's bringing a bit of mud up. So it's a bit different to the sand, but yeah, apart from that, it's actually not a bad track. It's just, crazy rutted.
Okay, so which one of you two was the one that won Phillip Island last week? Okay, we're going to get onto that in a minute. So Phillip Island, I'm learning, is a flat track.
Yeah, road racing.
Road racing, yep. Okay, we've got another one coming up in the pits. 831, Osborne Group. Okay, so I'm going to, oh yes.
Sorry, just nip the mic again. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're in the spectator area, sorry, it sounds a little bit frustrated, but someone in the radio has their voice on command, so it auto starts. Every time a car comes past, the microphone's jamming up on the official channel. You need to turn your UHFs off, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it is a safety important. Turn your UHF off if you're on the official channel. Thank you.
You shouldn't be on the official channel. We need that for safety. And this is Sergeant Michelle speaking. So if I have to come down and physically, no, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. This could be the difference between someone getting to someone in a serious accident. So please, if your children have the microphone, it is definitely in our spectators area. Children should not have the UHF if it is a child with the UHF. Parents, please make sure you are not on that. Cranky voice over. Sorry, boys. How exciting is it to see this race from up here?
Yeah, it's a lot better of a view compared to being down along the sideline. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, we've got splits racing that are coming up. 606, they're coming up into the pits. Okay, so you raced Phillip Island and you won last week, is that right?
Yeah, I had a really good weekend down the road bikes last weekend. Ended up taking out the round win, which is super stoked for that.
Yeah, that's absolutely phenomenal. And how long have you been racing professionally, mate?
I've been on the road bikes for about 3 years, but I started flat track when I was probably like 9 years old.
How old are you now?
16.
Oh, that's such a long time.
Yeah,
7 years.
It's a while.
7 years. Yeah, very good. Okay, we've got a four-wheel drive here. He's coming over actually, you know what I love what I saw there? He actually moved over to allow another to sort of overtake him a little bit, which is really good, that common courtesy whilst on the track. So you guys are absolutely crazy. Like, these guys are mad racing up a river like this, but you guys don't have a roll cage. You've got nothing to protect you.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. Like, this is my first year doing the Don River Dash, so it's a complete different change compared to the road racing, but it's definitely one of the hardest races I've ever done, but it's really fun.
So how are you feeling today compared to finishing yesterday? Like, what's that, 150 kilometres on a bike, just jarring your body, your shoulders, your knees, your arms, your hips? Because you guys pretty well stand on the pegs for a fair distance of that, don't you? There's not much opportunity to sit.
Yeah, we're pretty much always squatting the whole time, but I woke up pretty sore this morning, but I'm keen to go back out there, see what the track's like, but it's definitely going to be harder than yesterday.
You might have to hit your sponsor up for a masseuse, mate. Gee, what do you reckon? Okay. 632, I think that was the buggy that just went through. So are you now professional or you're still amateur professional? What's your title?
I wouldn't say professional. I'm still amateur, but definitely trying to get to the professional stage.
Yeah, okay. And there's been a bit of a plug around the community for some sponsors. Who have we got here?
Oh, no.
1105's just come through, and our trophy truck's just come back through. Listen to the roar of that. 444. He's got a really good sound. Pretty awesome seeing those trophy trucks come through here. Okay, 480 is just screaming. Yeah, he's doing real well. A Barra truck. See, that's a Ford Barra motor. I'm good, eh? I know this stuff. I know people. So back to you, my friend. This is an expensive sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really expensive. Like, I couldn't do it without my sponsors that support me through the way. Otherwise, it'd just be way too hard.
Okay. So the Pat McDonald Earth Moving Group are sponsoring you. They're sponsoring you for this event this weekend?
Yeah, that's right.
Sponsoring both of you, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got behind both of us to help us out this weekend, which is really, really helpful. Appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Let's talk about a couple of your other sponsors.
Oh, well, I've got a fair few road racing sponsors, but not so much on the dirt bikes anymore.
So you got road race sponsors, but we're looking for dirt bikes. So is this dirt? Liberty Fuels sponsoring? Yep.
Yeah, we got Liberty Fuels come on board last year when I first moved up to B grade. So they hopped on and gave me a hand. We had Future Sport as well. They tuned and prepped my bike ready for this race. And yeah, they've been a big help ever since.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic because it does take a lot to get started in this sport. And we do need for businesses and sponsors to get behind the young people because as we were just highlighting, it takes it out of you, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does. Feeling a bit rusty this morning, but, nothing a shower can't have.
So youthful energy and young bodies are best in the sport. So then when we get older, we can sponsor and live vicariously through you guys. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So we're up here and we're just waiting to see if we can see the Pat McDonald Earth Moving buggy come through so the boys can see him coming. They might even want to photograph it or we might get you guys here and get a photograph. Belinda, can you just get ready? You two stand here. If we get it in the background, we'll get a photo.
Leave a gap so you can see the buggy.
Yeah. So they're coming through thick and fast. I don't know how they can see over here. How good is the action today here on the course? And that trophy truck is screaming. 454 was just screaming. Yeah. Can I just grab one of those? You two share one. Hey, Dan. Dan's back with me. Hello,
Yeah.
Dan. How you
Hey,
going,
I've
mate?
been here for a while. You've been doing a little bit over here. There is so much action happening everywhere.
And
Again,
you're watching that. Are you watching that on the live?
Yep,
feed
that's
there?
live. What's
Operate
happening
Cartel?
on our monitor up here in the commentary box. So we've got Mickey B down on the river entry there, and there's about 5 cars that have all come through together.
Yeah. Well, you can see it thick here with the dirt here, but the Ramis Racing little buggies just come through. So we saw the car earlier on, and now we've just seen the buggy.
Yeah, that's the Design Fab Industries, which is one of our fantastic sponsors. That's that Ultra 4 again. I tell you what, have a look at that. Running the same pace and as smooth as a big trophy truck. That is super impressive. Ultra 4s have come a long way very quickly. Now, there's the towers. Oh, the Bristol truck dived in there. And again, that's that turbo de-stroked barrel motor that we were talking about. And have a look at the way it gets moving in the sand. It's just waddling over there.
Okay. Oh, we've got one that's gone off course, and this is why everybody needs to stay off. Woohoo! Number 13. He is on the horn here at the spectators. He is having a fat time. He is really enjoying this race today. And there's the Patriot boys. Air. Absolute air. Go, Patriot boys. Good work.
Yeah, that Get Performance Trophy truck is doing work in the rough stuff. Looking very good. Not sure what happened. There was some interesting footage. Now, we'll put a little, and I'm not having to go at the Patriot boys, but as a side note, there was some footage getting around on YouTube yesterday. And listen, as a little bit of a common courtesy, little official point, when you are re-entering the track as a race car driver, for goodness sake, make sure you check how you come back on. Kent Battle and Patriot almost ended their days right there. So again, I know that makes for good footage, but ladies and gentlemen, as a safety notice, For goodness sake, watch out for our other races. But
Go, Sam.
that Get truck is going very well.
Yeah, good work. Okay, so we've got our hey, there's Brady Glazebrook in the orange and blue. So Brady Glazebrook, he's one of our local plumbers. Totally drained plumbing.
Hey, have a look at this. This is Kent Battle.
And he is. I think the whole way down there he had 3 wheels down.
Now, that's our current 3rd position, and I reckon he is a long way up the order. He's pulled a couple of cars here. He pulled Clayton Chapman, so he's past Clayton Chapman. He's also passed who? Oh, and here's Aaron Havey. Michelle, have a look at this. This is a guy that's tipped to win it. Aaron Havey in the number 1 car, the Turbo Element. Yeah, that's Clayton Chapman.
This is there's the Bentley.
There's
truck.
Mick Marson and there's Billy Geddes.
And so we've got Bentley, Mick Marson, and Billy Geddes hot on the tail.
So Mick Marson's picked up a spot. That's all of our top 5 right there. So that's Clayton Chapman, Mick Marson,
and there's that Burton Gold buggy.
Aaron Havey, Billy Geddes, all through together. However, it looks like Kent Battle's actually got the jump there because he's now out in front, out of 3rd position. And if he can get some clean air.
So I haven't seen the helicopters today. That would be interesting to see all those 5 battle it out for this last lap.
So this is where it's tough. I suppose you can only get what you can get. But I knew that the helicopter, we were talking to Tony Butler, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy, and he showed Josh and I a little sneak peek of the footage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, you cannot wait for this year's wrap-up.
Yeah,
it is going to be the best racing you've ever seen captured on out of a helicopter. But that led us to say they were not putting the helicopter up until 10 o'clock so they can capture all the end of the race. So there was a bit of method in the madness, and you'll see the helicopter in front of the spectator area here a lot.
Okay, so if you're wanting to get down and see the end of this race, you've only got about 45 minutes, I reckon, to get down here to see the end of the race because these guys are absolutely smoking it. Whew. Okay, let's take a breath. Back to the Snell brothers.
Well, there won't be too many breaths because I tell you what, they're going to be running this way very shortly here because that 5-pack's coming through.
Have we seen Pat McDonald Earth Moving Buggy come through, boys? So what's that mean to you guys? What are you thinking?
Well, they had a bit of an issue yesterday with a blown belt, so that took about 6 minutes for them to repair that. So if they blow another belt, they'll be a fair bit behind. But they're pretty good at changing them now. They've got a bit of practice.
Bit of practice. So we just saw the Mickey Thompson buggy just go through. Hopefully they'll do a bit of a show for the sponsors down there and their mates in the sponsors tent from Mickey Thompson and Bowen Tire and Mechanical. Goodyear.
Tony Falaba coming through now as well. And look, here we go, Michelle. Kent Battle is streaming.
He is flying. So we're looking on the other side of the river. So Kent Battle's in the Nortrans.
Yeah, correct. They've changed the paint scheme on that one. It's now majority white, but with Nortrans on the side. That was camo wrapped last year. Tell you what, I think it looks great. And I tell you what, he's streaking. And what's crazy about that, Clayton Chapman is the red car that we can see. I reckon that's Aaron Havey that's just made a pass. My goodness, look at that one car. So that is a turbo. What motor's in that, Joshua?
So just look to the left, you're going to see him dropping down into that dip now.
So it's a 2J car as well. And so is Clayton Chapman's Razorback Australian-built car there in the red. So Clayton was in 5th. There's Billy. Hey, Billy's got around Mick Marson.
Billy is just flying. So where is Mick Marson?
Right behind him. Mick Marson's just there, Michelle, in the left.
Here we go. Full noise from Billy Geddes on the other side of the river. This is just awesome. Come on, Mick. You've got some time to make up, mate. And Billy's just done an overpass. Yeah. We talk about a helicopter, and here we go. They're on. They know it's the last lap.
No, 2 laps to go.
Oh,
that
laps.
Was 1.
Oh, correct.
2 laps to go. So those guys are headed out on their second lap right now.
Yeah, here we go. Is that Bentley?
Yeah, Hayden Bentley.
So he's got a siren there.
No, that might be Hannah Badley. Sorry, just looking
do
at the
they
fall.
hit the siren when they're going to overtake?
Correct.
Is that a warning
Believe
sign
it
for
or
someone
not,
in
yeah,
front?
you can hear it a bit, and they'll generally have flashing lights and bits and pieces, and your navigator should be looking behind you. Muir's getting a little loose coming down through the rough there.
Okay, back to the Snell boys. I'm going to keep on chopping back to you guys. So when you're racing in the river, do you give a warning sign? I suppose your vehicle's not as big as everybody else's vehicle, but what's the common courtesy when you're racing in a river and trying to overtake or undertake other bikes?
Yeah, it's, just basic respect. You don't normally go past someone touching handlebars and you try and do it on a straight or on a pretty wide corner. But, if you got to pass them close, you got to pass them close. Rubbin's racing.
Rubbin's racing. I'm learning lots of new stuff. I don't even know. I do know how to check the oil, tyre and water on a car, but anything else, I'm pretty hopeless. So you grab that call if you need to grab that call. I'm going to talk to your brother here. So we're going to talk about flat track last weekend and then adapting yourself to this weekend. This river race, is this the first time you've done it?
Yeah, this is my first year doing the Don River Dash because I was 15 last year, so wasn't able to compete. But yeah, first year this year.
So you are 16 years old and you won flat track for your age or for your class at Phillip Island last weekend.
Yeah, well, I won the road race down there. I won the Vic Championship, so I'll be back down there in 2 months for round 6 of ASPK.
Mate, at 16, I was just packing up my Barbie dolls because I just finished playing with them. And here you are winning races like that. That's absolutely phenomenal. You've got a great future in this sport.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's awesome. So what was your favourite part of this river race yesterday?
Oh, it'd easily be the water section. There's a great section through there, but yeah, heap amount of fun.
Okay, so these guys, I'm going to give them a couple of seconds to talk to each other because we've got a phone call from the boy's dad. So he's Navi. I'm going to let them talk about it, but I'm going to do an important community service announcement here. If you own a white Toyota Corolla, number plate 925 Lima Uniform Oscar 925 LUO. You have parked in the turning area. Immediately come and remove your vehicle, please. You are blocking. There is another vehicle that is blocking as well. It is a white dual cab Toyota utility. And it has a style back. Hey, Ashley Kavolth, are you here? Or someone with Ashley Kavolth's car? I don't know how we know it's Ashley Kavolth. Hi, Braz. He might be telling us it's Ashley's, but it's not. He's trying to get Ashley in trouble. So please come over and move your vehicles. We just can't get through. Awesome. Okay. You've just had a phone call. Ash is in the race. Okay. Juanita, Ashley is over with Julie. Okay, boys. Are you able to share what's just happened?
Yeah, so they were, I think, up the top of the river, and they've actually blown their clutch to bits and put them into, can't run anymore, so they're out for the day. Oh,
really? Well, we might try and get them down here when they sort of limp back, or I don't know. What do? Drag it off the side of the road, get a trailer, pick it up? What happens?
Yeah, they'll have a tow car, probably tie them back to the nearest entry of the to the river, and then they'll put on the back of a truck or tow it back.
That is so disappointing, absolutely disappointing, because they did a really good run yesterday, and the work that Dale puts in, not only in this river and to this event, but also sponsoring the likes of you guys. It's not a cheap sport, is it?
No, it's not a cheap sport at all. It's a lot of money gets poured into it to try and be the best you can and, be up the front. But, this stuff happens.
Yep.
Gear breaks. So.
How proud of your brother are you?
Yeah, proud. He's done well. He's definitely done a lot better than what I thought he would, but he's done really well.
I remember you two little tackers, probably half the height. I don't know if you remember me. Yeah. Half the height, running around, coming to outside school hours care service. And I thought, my God, how are we going to control these two? But I tell you what, you found the right sport for your energy and your personalities. And if we can get a sponsor out there to sponsor young Henry Snell, He's only 16, won at Phillip Island on a flat track last week, and here he is racing in the Don River. How did you two boys go yesterday afternoon in your race?
Yeah, pretty good. I had a pretty good first lap, and then had a bit of an issue with the bike going through the water. So I lost a fair bit of power and was cutting in and out. So I had a couple crashes, but apart from that, bike got a bit broken, but we repaired it last night, got that sorted. So today should be another good day.
Yep. And how did you go, Henry?
Yeah, I did a ride. Like first time riding in the river, well, like racing is a bit different, but yeah, bike pulled through, no crashes, just finished the race. So stoked about that.
Yeah, nice. So did you two boys grow up racing in this river or riding in this river on weekends and stuff? Is that where you cut your teeth?
Yeah, we use the river for training, like on the off season. It's really good fitness. But yeah, we've done a lot of stuff in this river over the last couple of years, which is good.
Yeah, and how good is it that it's so close to town? And I didn't even see the value of this river until Talbot Cox 5 years ago. He flew over and went, hey, we could do a race here, and look what's happened in a short period of time. And then it's supporting our local and our North Queensland and Queensland players in the sport.
Yeah, it's amazing really having this in your back door. It's great to bring all the locals out and have a race like this just 5 minutes down the road.
And I'm noticing a lot more locals are getting into the sport. So you two young men, and I'm going to say young men, you're not little boys anymore, but young men are now, there's going to be the little ones coming up and looking up to you two as role models in this sport. And since in the last 3 years and now 4 years today, this sport has been going here and this event's been going, I've noticed a lot of our locals are starting to get into this sport. So we've got Steve Von Pine, we've got Brett Glazebrook, you know, all of these guys that weren't in the sport to start off with that are now investing in the sport. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's really good to see the locals, you know, building cars or building bikes and having a crack at it. It's yeah, great to see it all.
Creating its own little eco community here, right, in Bowen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, what do you love about Bowen and the Whit Sundays?
Look, at the moment, definitely has to be this river. I love, you know, having this type of track, this professional track in my backyard, and being able to wake up in the morning, come for a ride, and you know, be home in 10 minutes. It's really good. Apart from that, you know, just the locals, they're a really good bunch of people, and just really love the town. It's just a great little ecosystem we have here. It's awesome.
Yeah, excellent. And what about you, Henry?
Oh, I'd have to say the ocean. The spearfishing around here is absolutely awesome, and to have the reef in your backyard just even better.
Yeah, perfect. Now, boys, this car here, Ramis Racing 724. Now, this is a team of returned servicemen and women, and you've heard about Ramis Racing, have you?
Yeah,
and we're getting a few cheers from the pit crew over here. Go Ramis!
Yeah, I heard about them last year at the sponsors meeting. They came up and had a bit of a spiel about it, and it's really good to see, you know, the old vets having a go and giving them something to do. It's really good to see, especially in a sport like this where you're not really in too much danger if you're in a car. But no, it's awesome. It's a great sort of thing to have. Yeah.
Love them. I'm going to try and get them up here to have a bit of a chat. So if you're down in the pits and you can hear me, and I hope I'm saying Ramis Racing correct, please have someone at the end of the race come up and see us, and we'll get them on the radio for a little bit. Okay, any parting words from you boys? I know you've probably got your team up there on the river getting ready, listening to you. They're listening to you on the radio. And I really wanted to speak the great work that our local guys are doing. I know this is nerve-wracking and coming up, but you two are handling it like pros. I can't believe for young men you haven't shied away from any of my questions and you just rolled with it. You haven't known what I'm coming up with next, so well done.
Thank you for having us. And I'd just like to thank all the people that have been involved in getting this race ready, and all the officials and committee and volunteers that have put in the hard work, and all the sponsors that have put their money into this race. It's really appreciated. And all the sponsors that are backing me and my brother. It's really great to have you guys behind us. It really makes this race possible. And yeah, just like to thank everyone for coming out and watching it.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, also just thanks to all the committees that are out there standing on the track all day. I know it's super hot, but we appreciate it a lot. And just good luck to all the competitors racing in the bikes. Should be a good race.
Well, we're going to be here watching this afternoon, and I'm going to do a shameless plug for you guys because not related. I haven't seen you probably for the last 10 years, but if there is anybody out there that's thinking that they want to give a couple of young blokes a good crack and support, please come and see us. Go and see this McDonald Earth Moving team over there at the showgrounds, or even Dale. You'd know Dale, he's on our committee. Or even come and see me up at the radio tower. I'd be happy to link you in with these boys, because we need to get some sponsors behind them. If you've got this much talent now at this early age, if we can get someone backing you, the world's your oyster, boys.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be much appreciated. But yeah, thank you for everyone for coming out.
And go and find that masseuse to get you right for this afternoon's race, hey, mate?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you.
And Michelle, hello. I've got Michelle Wright from the council here again. She's walked up. Dan's disappeared. Josh has disappeared. They've left me here in charge. Lord knows, I don't know what I'm talking about. But anyway, how are you, Michelle? How was yesterday's racing?
Yeah, hello, Michelle. Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, it's really, really good day. So, yeah, looking forward to day 2 action.
Yeah, absolutely perfect weather again. I've got my little friend Patrick here. Come up here, Patrick. And Michael, do you want to have a look from up here? Come up here. So the wonderful thing about this event, Michelle, is it's a family event, isn't it? Look at all the families that are out enjoying the weather today.
It is, yeah, it certainly is. It's good to see all the kids out and families coming down to the spectators' point. It's the best place to be, I think, to watch the race.
Yeah, well, you're getting really good vision right across this river. So I was just saying earlier, and I don't know if you were here, I reckon we've got 1.5 kilometres to 2 kilometres of clear vision either way in this river. So a lot of action happening, which is really, really good. So yesterday was really good. We've got another one coming up here now, and it finished quite well, and everybody's reasonably safe. We've had some vehicles, some buggies, bikes drop out, but nothing serious, which is really, really good to see after day 1. Okay, is this a 2-wheel drive or a 4-wheel drive? 4-wheel drive coming through now. Marks and Sons concreting. Yeah, I like it when they're like when they're nice and bright on the side of the
absolutely.
trucks.
That's actually a Marks car. That's actually a 4-wheel drive winch challenge truck that they're racing in Class 8. Love it.
So winch challenge.
They use winches to winch up big
climb rocks.
Yep, all sorts.
And
of
they're racing in a dirt river.
Yes, they love it. So yeah, a little bit of different style of racing, but yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, huffing and puffing a bit there, mate. You had to go in the middle of the river. So I don't know if all of you realise. Here we go. Another one, getting some air over there on the finish line. Patriot, the Patriot twins. So this is their 3rd time round, 2nd time round. That's right. I keep mixing it up because I see them on the other side of the river. See? They're starting their third lap.
There you go.
Oh.
They are starting their 3rd lap now. That's correct. 1 to go, and they are finished.
Yeah,
and they've done all their
made
laps.
up
And that's
really
what I was
well.
saying about, well, what's interesting about that, remember we said they started on corrected time yesterday because of the issues they had in the pits. They're actually a bit down the order, if you want to call it, from what they'd normally run.
Yep.
But that's given them a very clean, dry run out in front. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, perfect. So you were just in the middle of the river, and I was sort of mocking you a bit that you're a little bit out of breath. But what you've got set up is absolutely phenomenal. So these guys have cameras set up in a few spots so it can live stream. Now, yesterday we had someone from Mexico, Baja. Hey, I got that right. Baja in Mexico. They were rained out. So they're
Yeah, it was actually.
Is it the Baja 1000 they're training
No, the
for?
400 they're pre-running for, and it was actually Kobe Price and Paul Wheel. They're teamed up to race as Team Australia over there in a trophy truck. So they're running the whole series over there, the Score International series. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, they actually got rained out. It's crazy. The footage online of that. There's bridges. I'm talking national highways.
Seriously?
Yeah, there's.
So would they be back racing today or still rained out?
Well, they're pre-running. So pre-running in America is, which people are pre-run here as well. You actually loop around and make notes and put GPS marks on. So they're checking the track, if that makes sense.
So that's going to really affect the track.
Massively.
All that rain and wash out.
Funnily, much like this race, because this is where this race come from. I've talked to, if you're looking for a good podcast, we actually put Mick Marson as a podcast on one of their early ones.
Yeah,
I think it was like 3 or 4
So,
about the start of the Don.
Now let me plug that. What podcast is it?
Dirtbags.
Dirtbags podcast. Get on there.
Absolutely, and you can listen to it on all good audio, Spotify, all the usual one. We also have it on YouTube as well if you prefer to watch.
You guys are famous.
No. Anyway,
I'm just passionate about
we
your
love
sport.
dirt sports, that's for sure. And they actually talked to us about how they'd done time, like, because Mick and Talbot have done time in Mexico racing at the 1,000.
I'm glad you said done time in Mexico racing, because in my world, done time is something very different.
Yeah, no, definitely not done. Well, yeah, I don't think you want to end up in a Mexican
No,
jail.
no, I was a bit worried then.
Anyway,
I was puckering.
What the story was, in a very brief story, now maybe we'll get Talbot up here to tell it at some point, but I believe the starting of this race was actually Talbot had a meeting, and, in true Talbot Cox style, he flew his helicopter down from Townsville to Mackay.
As you do.
And he's flying back up because, in case you guys didn't know, that Maroon helicopter that's doing all the filming is tied to Talbot Cox. And so as he was cruising back up, he just happened to notice the river and went for a bit of a run up and down it. And he goes, oi, that's exactly like that wash that we ran in Mexico that was so much fun that we all talked about. So anyway, get on the podcast and have a listen if you want the full story.
Yeah, perfect.
But essentially, this was born out of time in Mexico.
Yeah, perfect. Well, we actually got to chat with Talbot the other day. Oh, hello from Texas. Who's Fernie Jr.? G'day from Texas. Hey, how good is this modern technology?
I love that.
If you're listening,
g'day, mate. How are ya?
G'day, mate. We're here in the beautiful Whitsundays, and we're only about 10 kilometres from the reef, and we're right in the middle of a dirt riverbank. Racing buggies and bikes and trucks. Here we go. 6195 just come through, and they're standing on the gas with the Mickey Thompson 471. So that trophy truck's just come through, and he is flooring it. Okay, another is it trophy truck, or is this the?
Well, this is a class 5, so this is the door slammer. So this is the 527 of Tyler.
Why do you call
Newman.
it a door slammer?
Well, because they've got doors that open and shut. Trophy trucks and buggies
Oh,
don't.
you climb in. Okay, see?
Yep,
This is why you've got me. Okay, up coming into the pits. Okay,
Yep.
We've got number 17. That's that fella that goes on his own. He doesn't like
Correct.
having a navvy. He just
Yeah,
does it all himself.
Little Millennium, and that's Stuart Chapman in that car. So the Chapman Racing family, they've got
Yep. Where are they from?
Karoy, one of those sunny coast.
Yeah, so
north.
Queensland.
Yeah,
We'll
definitely
adopt them too.
Queenslanders. Good
We'll adopt them.
Queenslanders.
And bit of gas coming down over that line. Perfect. And I think that would have been put on for our spectators. Thank you very much, Wade. Here we go.
Interestingly, that a few of
Transnet
them are coming in.
433 coming up into the pits now.
Interesting that a few of them are coming in for a pit stop on this lap. I wouldn't think it's fuel. It might be a little bit temperature related. I'll tell you from our point of view, up in the commentary box, we're actually struggling with a few camera issues due to the temperature. I know it doesn't seem that hot, but in direct sun, cameras and bits and pieces do not like it. So interestingly, the temperature, I believe, is a bit warmer than yesterday. And Gene Towler, none other than Get Performance. How are the Patriot boys doing? They're doing great. The Get truck is always going good. I tell you what, if you want to see an artist, and he is an artist, Gene, not just a good bloke to have a cause with. All the Southern Cowboys out there, we give you a big shout out from the Off-Road Cartel crew.
Is this
Glad
a trophy?
you listen along.
Sorry, mate. Trophy truck coming back through, coming over all these dips.
Yeah,
Jumps.
it is. So this is the Killer Customs one. So this is the one built locally.
Yeah, good work. And he is just flooring it. 412. Listen to that noise. How good is that noise coming through there?
Yeah, that 6-litre Chev. You know what they say? If you want to rev it, Chev it. So they've got, yeah. So it would get, the comment up here was mixed Ford's better, but I don't know. If you're a Chev guy, listen, we like the Chevs as well. We like all of them. Yeah,
Okay.
Kent Battles is one to watch out for. That Chev built by Brinks locally out of Townsville is one to keep a good eye on.
Okay, 694S. Now, you told me about the S's. That's a certain class, isn't it?
Yeah, with the side-by-sides, there's a turbo and non-turbo class, essentially. So it was made because, obviously, side-by-sides are a crazy thing. In the last 6 years, they have come so far.
We've got a competitor coming from the middle of the track here, so does that mean he's retired?
I would think that he at least has issues for sure. Ralston Motorsport.
Yep. 647 coming up. So they're sitting in the middle of the river. I was actually looking at them thinking, and I saw their aerial at the back, and I thought, have they lost a white flag? Are they one of the recovery or sweep crews? But no, it's actually one of the buggies. I didn't see him pull in there.
Yeah, I'd say they're just using that service access road. That's obviously, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking at that middle track and wondering why no one's racing on it, it is our service road, we'll call it, and it keeps the road sorted and all our safety and recovery crew sorted.
So a bit of action here. We've got a trophy truck coming through for his last lap, the Kings, 454. And over the back, we've got Mickey Thompson heading back up for his last lap. So standing on the gas, coming up out of that dip. Oh, it's a bit of a shame. We've had our local fella, Dale McDonald. They've blown a clutch apart up the top of the river. So they now are out of the race, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll make their way back down here. But that is a very big disappointment. Dale not only supports this event with his business and doing a lot of the works in the river for this event, but he also has his own buggy, and Snelly is his navigator, but they're also up for those young Snell boys and a few other competitors here this weekend. So it's a bit disappointing that he didn't get to finish in front of his hometown. Bentley Racing. Is that Hannah or is that the father?
No, that's definitely the father. So that's the Class 8 car. So that's the four-wheel drive racer engineering truck. And it's got a Nissan Turbo V6. It's actually out of a Godzilla Skyline, de-stroked. So, again, there's some exotic parts in the pits here today.
De-stroking sounds exotic as a part.
I can't even imagine the money that it must cost you to de-stroke a Nissan, because I don't think anyone else goes, you know what, I've got a Nissan Skyline that I'm drag racing. I want to de-stroke
Harry,
it.
can you move your vehicle, please? That's not parking. Thank you. I can see you. It is a service access road. The car beside you should be moved to. Thank you. Watching you.
Righto, so just bringing up
Okay.
speed.
Sorry, just quickly. Tim Tam. Oh, yep. Tim Tam, female team coming into pits.
Righto, so just looking at the times on Speed Hive right at the second, our fastest car on track right now is Aaron Habe by 3 seconds. There is nothing less than 3 seconds. You know, it's 2 and a split. And then Kent Battle, very fast on time, 24:33 as well. Clayton Chapman also moving nicely. Mick Marson. I tell you what, though, looking at the times, there is a minute for Mick Marson. So he's a little bit off the pace at the moment. So he won't be where you want to be because he is stuck in a little bit of that dust. Needs to get a move on. But I tell you what a great race. So it's going to be very interesting here. But at the moment, you could throw a blanket over Billy Geddes, Aaron Habe, and Kent Battle.
Here we go. That would have been some good footage right there. That's the Patriot boys just flying through.
Yeah, and that's that Get Performance truck. So Gene Taylor, who we just had on the internet, he built that truck over in Southern Cali.
Well, I tell you what, Gene, they are pushing it well today, and they're doing your truck proud.
Absolutely. Now, this is a Brentford truck by Towers as well.
So this being the third lap, is it all or nothing now for these guys?
Well, listen, that's a crazy statement, isn't it? Because the answer is yes. But you can roll it and wreck your car and throw the whole race away.
Like on the finish line.
Well,
old mate was just lucky. It was right on the finish line, upside down.
But that's a true statement. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's what we've always said is you've got slow guy that wins. So, you know, the guy that makes it to the end, you know? So, because there's a lot of fast guys. How many times have we seen fast guys don't make it through the first and second laps?
Yep.
So, you know, again, you do not win races.
So, Steve Von Pine... That means he must be a pretty fast guy.
I've heard he's very fast. I've heard he's very fast for about 2 kilometres.
If we can get him on this track next year, I think my partner, Belinda, one of the sponsors, Stackeroff Farms, need to put that out there. She did say next year she's going to get bubble wrap Steve's truck just before the race.
The problem is that it's not Steve's truck, it's the motor parts.
Hey, did we see this truck yesterday, the white one?
Yeah, absolutely. But the one you should be watching, the 31.
Oh, the
that's
North
our third position at the moment.
Okay, Kent Battle.
Now, we've got our eyes split here because in the commentary box, we're looking for Aaron Habe. Aaron Habe should be here with the number 1. I would have thought that he would be on the back of Kent Battle, and it doesn't look like he's on the back of Kent Battle. So what has happened? Because the other truck that we need to see is Billy Go Geddes, Slippery Muldoon cave diver out of Kalgoorlie.
Cal diver.
So here's Aaron Habe in the green car.
So we're going to have a bit of action coming up here on the river now because those 5 were all pretty close before, weren't they?
Yes, they were very, very close before. And again, here's Bill Geddes.
Ninja Ginger's just gone through. Love that saying, Ninja Ginger.
So there's Craig Cogg, who come 3rd last year, and Billy Geddes.
Billy Geddes, and he is just flooring it. Now,
I got to be honest, I reckon Billy's off. It might be the dust there, Michelle.
Yeah,
but he's not on it as hard as he was on the first lap. I really hope they're not having some sort of mechanical issue there because Billy is the first year's winner.
So you're talking about Talbot Cox and his helicopter here. They're coming through the spectator area now. And he is just following this truck. Give him a wave.
Yeah, how good is that?
So I'm going to ask all the spectators here, whenever you see a helicopter, we want a Mexican wave in honor of Baja, but please show it up for the helicopter because you're going to be in the back of all this awesome footage.
So here's Mick Marson coming through as well.
And he's not leaving anything to chance there, is he? He's really flooring it through there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Mick knows that he's got to take the cat. So that's on the live feed. We've actually got Nortran's car out wide too, running fast. Here's
Okay,
Royd
so
Bailey.
He's got his lights on. That means he's about to overtake. Is that right? How good is this? In our spectators area, we've got a helicopter just hovering not far above all of these bikes and trophy trucks and getting awesome footage. Okay, so we've got one coming up into the pits. Who have we got? 146. The Ramis Rover.
Yeah, that's Ian Baker in that. Now, have a look at this on our live feed. That is Aaron Habe trying to pass through the water. The trophy truck, the 466, I believe that number is. So, again, some of our live feed on YouTube, absolutely cranking. So, yep.
So, Dirt Bags podcast and Off-Road Cartel on YouTube.
Yeah.
Is that...
Oh, my goodness. You didn't see that, Michelle, but
No.
Billy Geddes basically passed our camera about a foot away at pace.
That is just
There's
priceless.
Clayton Chapman as well.
And here would be Hannah Bentley coming through, number 418. Her dad was through before, so that's
Hannah.
a young 21-year-old
Definitely.
uni student, and she is just up and coming in this sport.
Absolutely. Hakon through now, the 86, the Jimco 2000.
So I was talking to a couple of guys yesterday afternoon from Gidger Racing. Oh, here we go. Absolutely flying on the other side of that truck. Now, let's see how much room these guys make up on that one in front.
Yeah, Aaron Habe, he must love this fast sand because he's got the throttle down. Hey, now coming down, this is Leela Chapman. So Clayton Chapman is currently in the buggy, almost running in first or second. But Leela is mum and having a good crack there. Here comes Bill Geddes.
Over the other side of the river, Billy Geddes is going to come right up out of that.
Yeah, Michelle, he's going to make a good, clean pass here out in the sand. So this is where the race is really on, right up the river. So all of our spectators are up the river. They're going to get a good view of what's happening now because they're all battling for that time, aren't they? Yeah, that's right. This is the last lap. This is the fast guys on the final lap. Righto. Oh, yeah, there's Stewie and Clayton. So they're two brothers racing right
on the
there.
other side of the river, yep. And we got Peterson off-road in the Mickey Thompson, 878 coming up into the pits. And the little Ramis buggy coming through. So, yeah, spectators, make sure when that helicopter's coming past and they're, especially when it comes to that finish line, whoop it up in the background. If you want to get yourself famous, that's the way to do it because they're going to be using that footage to promote this event in years to come. You can tell it's thick and fast here. That used to be the Muir's Burdekin Motors race buggy there, but they've gone up into a trophy truck. And I don't know if this is the first race for that trophy truck from Burdekin Motors, and I think it's getting a pretty good run, which is really good.
Yeah, this will definitely give it a test out for sure. This is trophy truck pro buggy area for sure. Have a look at that little one car, little pro light.
That 127 just overtook 128. There you go. They're running in numerical order.
So I think you talked to a young fella out of Mackay. He's in the navigator seat of that car, the 127.
Yeah, okay.
DAC
Neighbour.
Racing, I think they call themselves. And here's Chris Coulthard out of Mackay. Chris Colburn, not Coulthard. I'm making things up here.
That's
Chris
all right.
Colburn.
So there's a good racing fraternity down in Mackay, isn't there? So we're surrounded by Mackay and Burdekin.
Oh, the Burdekin Club, because all those guys would be tied with the Mackay and Burdekin clubs. They're very solid. We've talked about before. The North Queensland Super Series is one that you guys, if you're not aware of it, you've got your eyes shut. It is one of
Concrete
the
Racing 696 has just come up into the pits, and here's the Mickey Thompson. I reckon he's going to be showing up for the spectators at the end. So number 61, Mickey Thompson's going around for his last lap.
Yeah, and 100th race this race. This is his 100th start in off-road racing.
He's the one that's got the century.
Yeah, the big
Race.
century.
Don River Dash 300 2022 race of the century for the Mickey Thompson team.
Absolutely, a complete legend. And yeah, Chris Weston, he's done a few kilometres, and this is just one more in the belt by the looks of it. Tell you what, there's some interesting names, like Kildee's going really good. Royden Bailey, Hannah Bentley's in 12th position again. This is only section 2 times. Remember, what you're seeing on Speed Hive is only today's results. It's not the combined, and it's not the overall.
Okay.
So again, just if you're following along on Speed Hive and you see some numbers up the top, don't think that they're going to be our winners, because there is going to be some big shuffles.
I think that was 138. I'm going to go through some more of our sponsors here. With Sunday Regional Council, we had a very brief chat to Michelle from the council, our local councillor. And are you for this area as well as out to Collinsville and Gumloo? So you cover this side of the river?
Yeah, that's right, Michelle. So, yeah, Queens Beach and Bowen, Delta Marinda area, and, all the way out to Collinsville, Gumloo and Mount Coolin. So fair area to cover, but, try to get out there as much as I can.
And can I say, you are doing a spectacular job. I get to come across you a lot more than a lot of other people in very different circumstances and different areas. And you really put your feet on the ground, and you are making those miles. And I follow you on Facebook, and you're trying to be at absolutely everything to support the whole wider community. And as you say, it's not just Bowen, it's out to Collinsville, it's to Gumloo, and you've got Queens Beach. So very good job that you do. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. I think it does definitely help if you're out and about a bit more, and you do have a better understanding of issues, and you can rectify them a lot better if you know what you're talking about. So it's just good to listen to the people, and we're getting there.
And it's not just about the issues, it's supporting community as well. You've come over to PCYC and done some things for us with some of our programs and those young women's groups that we do, which I'm very grateful for, because it gives our young people other people in community to look up to and leaders. So thank you very much for what you do, and please pass on our sincere thanks to the council in relation to their support of this event and the wider community. We really appreciate it. And all your staff that are volunteering their time all weekend. They could be sitting here watching and they're giving their time up. So that's self-sacrifice for the greater good. So we've got HLM. So these guys are our local sponsors, and they're down on Collinsville Road, so heavy logistics and mechanical, and they're involved in the mining sector. Burdekin Motorcycles, you've heard us talk about them a lot. Not only do they pour money into their sport, as in their buggies and their trophy trucks, but they also support events like this and are a part of the Burdekin Off-Road Motorcycle Club. Abbott Point Operations, we had the general manager here having a bit of a spruik, which was really good, and they're very good supporters of community and also their staff. There's a few of the Abbott Point staff down in the sponsors tent today and having a real good time watching the action right here from the racetrack. Padman Water Solutions, they gave us some stuff for the sorry, excuse me, there's a bit of dust up here. They gave us stickers and giveaways for the actual packs for the event, community event on Friday night. But the PCYC Ruby crew actually went around community and they wanted to promote the businesses that we have here to the visitors. So each of the competitors, either bike, buggy or truck or trophy truck, got a little pack to promote what Bowen is all about. And I tell you, talking to a couple of the guys last night, they were asking about what can happen in town, what are the tourist sites, what's the price of real estate in town. So people are starting to notice the Whit Sundays, especially when they come from all over Australia to this event. So it's wonderful for us, this event coming to town. We've got RGM Maintenance. Dynamic Wheel Co, hottest and toughest apparently. So they're also our silver sponsors, all of those guys. And then we've got our checkpoint sponsors. So North Queensland Hard Facing, I think they've sponsored every year since the start of the inception of this event here in Bowen. Bowen Tire and Mechanical. Again, that's Tony and the team. They're down there with the Mickey Thompson team in the sponsors tent. Tony, thank you very much to you and your guys and girls there at Bowen Tire and Mechanical for what you do for our community. I know I've had to ring you a couple of times to help out with some school buses and different things like that, and you're always right on hand and you get the job done real quick. So thanks, mate. We really appreciate it. ARB 4x4 accessories, AMX, all motorcycle accessories. So there's a huge contingent of motorcycles here this weekend. I think how many is it? About 280 motorcycles, I do believe. So there's lots of parts flying around there at the showgrounds. And we've got Stackeroff Farms. So that's Belinda from Stackeroff Farms, who helps out with all of the lunches for all of the volunteers that you see in the river and the officials every year. And if you want to, shameless plug, but if you want some nice, fresh, local fruit and veg, it's only about 300 metres off the turn-off to the spectators area there. So head on down to the roadside stall. Widow's Nursery, another supporter of our farming industry. So they supply a lot of seedlings to a lot of our farmers, and they're also supporting this event. So shout out to those guys from Widow's. Refrigerated Technologies. Now, we didn't get to see Steve race this year, but hopefully we'll see him racing next year, RT. So he's got himself a trophy truck, and he's just ironing out some lumps and bumps, a bit like those guys that have had those trophy trucks for 10 years. Billy Geddes, he's still ironing out the...
Yeah, I don't think you ever iron out the lumps and bumps in much off-road cars, but... Yes.
Okay, Brady Glazebrook, one of our local fathers, 668 from Totally Drained Plumbing. Sorry, just to cut you off there. He's actually just started in the sport as a result of this event.
Yeah, listen, if you're going to pick a good event, this is a good event. Like, brilliant. Don River, why wouldn't you come?
I was talking to him at the sponsors night, and he had raced in Goondiwindi and had a good race in Gundi. So, yeah, he's actually here for the sport. It's not just Bowen.
If you want a rough race, Goondiwindi is a rough race. Those Melonhole country down there, I tell you what, that sort's the men from the boys, as they say.
And tell you what, Brady Glazebrook is a man.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Good man. And, yeah, listen, it's rough down there. Like, you know, this is bone jarring, but sand is a little bit, let's say, forgiving it. That Melonhole country down there in Goondiwindi, there is nothing forgiving about that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna. We've had someone come up here. Hello, Chris.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah.
Do you want to talk to Chris? Do you want me to talk to Chris? Yeah. Either or. So we've got Chris that's come up. Cooper is in 61. He's your son?
That's right, yeah.
Come down here.
And his best mate, Benny. It's his first race today, which they've been talking about since they were 3 years old. So it's a pretty special day for them.
How old are they?
17.
17 and first race in Bowen. So where are you guys from?
We're from the Gold Coast.
First time visiting the Whitsundays?
No, we raced up here last year, and Coops did a pretty good job in the buggy, and so now we're just sharing the car, and yeah, they're having a lot of fun, so it's awesome.
So you know about these guys, Dan?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm gonna hand over to you,
Chris,
guys.
well, I was going to say, so we had one of the guys come up before and say, so were you in the car yesterday?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so we co-driver, so I drove and Coops navigated, and then today Coops is driving and his best mate Benny's navigating.
Right, and you obviously decided this time to run a single car team, the 61 rather than the 461 as well?
Yeah, that's right. Just focusing on the buggy, and if I can be with my son for as much as I can to give him a bit of experience and help him out, then he'll just grow each race. So it's awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk a lot about this, like seat time and experience is something that can't be bought, isn't it, Chris? Like, you know, knowing where to go fast. And Michelle asked before, she goes, you know, will they go hard now? Well, yes, but you've still got to finish, don't you? Like, you know, if you're busted on the side of the track, you're not winning anything.
Absolutely, especially this event. You know, there's the guys, you can go faster. The car's capable, the drivers are capable, but you have to drive to the conditions. And if you're not across this finish line, you haven't got a chance. And that's what what makes this race so good. Everyone's got their strategies, and it's showing now. So the last lap's going to be pretty exciting when they all come in.
Yeah, there's been a few shuffles. Now, listen, the other thing, seeing as you're here, we were talking about this race. I don't know if you know this backstory, but the story that we got told by Mick Marson was that they were flying up in the helical. Well, Talbot was flying up, from that Baja experience. Now, you're a man that's Ironman the Baja. Which car was that? Was that the car that's here now, or it's the car that's at home?
We raced with Michael and Talbot in 2017. It was the Peninsula Run the 1000, and they had a section in Loreto, which is about halfway down the Mexican Peninsula, and it was in sand exactly like this. And they just got the bug for it, which all of us get the bug for. That's why we're here.
I'm looking at
It's
your
fantastic.
face, and he is like a kid in a candy store. He's standing up so proud. His shoulders are straight. You are just glowing, not only for the sport, but the fact that this is your young fella in the truck today, and you are one proud dad
I'm
now.
very, very proud. Yeah, extremely proud.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, mate. And yes, that's. But I was saying, was this the car that went to Mexico?
No. This we just built this last year, so we finished it just before Fink. And then we've had about 6 or 8 races in it, so it's going good. We're just improving every race, and Coops is improving with it. So it's good.
Another one to watch, hey?
Maybe, one day. Yeah, he's still got lots to learn, and if he's just focusing on the fun, then that's all that matters, so it's good.
Now, the other thing, mate, is that you've got a few trucks here as well, too. Like, there's a couple of rush trucks. You got 3 here, is that right?
Yeah, so Damo's in the big orange one, Rob Waring and his son Lockie. They've just finished building theirs. They've taken about a year and a half. That's the white one that's running around, and they're doing a fantastic job. The smile on their face is just absolutely awesome. So, another family that's enjoying racing.
Oh, no, it's awesome because, again, I don't know if you've been listening, but we just pump the Aussie cars because there's something cool about, like obviously the American cars, brilliant bits of gear. No one questions that. But it's cool when it's built in Australia, isn't it?
Absolutely. You got the Element off-road cars and the Rush cars, and there's some good cars that are competitive.
Well, even we've got 3 Mickelfab trucks here.
That's
the
right.
Mickelfabs, so.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's great to see. It's awesome.
Absolutely, mate. Well, that is so good, and I'm glad you came up here because I must admit we were a bit confused because we had the information that you're in the car. So I'm glad we had at least half of it right. But today, Cooper in the driver's seat, and so cool because again, it's great when young fellas race, and I mean, I'm not so young anymore. None of us are we? Like
no. And there's all these other families that have got their kids involved and they're following, and it's a bit, they know the feel of off-road racing, so you can keep that old school family sort of atmosphere, which is great.
And if they're out at 16 racing in buggies and trucks and trophy trucks, they're not getting up to mischief anywhere else. They're too busy tinkering with their hands in the engine.
Well, it's a fantastic sport. We can spend time in the shed, so you spend it together. They have that self-motivation, and they feel that in this sport, which then flows onto other stuff in their life. And the people you get to meet is pretty special. So it's awesome.
Well, Chris, I reckon the other thing that I always bring up in Bowen too, because, we've done a bit off-road, you've done a long way around, that most of our off-road tracks, and they're brilliant off-road tracks, not taking away anything, but they're in the middle of nowhere. We're out in the hot and the desert and the sweating, and there's no facility. We're in Bowen.
I know.
The ocean's there. We're in a motel.
You can smell the ocean from here.
That's why we came up on Monday. And we've been fishing, we've been pre-running, we've been hanging down near the beach there, and it's like, and all these people that have come out to watch along the river giving you a thumbs up as you're driving past.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it?
It's a fantastic atmosphere.
And how good is it? All of these houses and all these properties along the river, they've got a little spot that they're viewing the race from. And you wouldn't get that often, hey?
This guy come up to me on Scrutineer and I said, oh, so whereabouts you going to watch this weekend? He said, mate, we've got a house right in the river. I said, so I'll be under a big tree and you'll be just a couple of beers. And he said, it's the best place in the house.
And you wander up to the house to go to the toilet. Hey, how good's that?
Yeah, no, it doesn't get any better than this, I don't think. And again, all the competitors are so positive about this race. Everyone that comes is so positive. I think, again, we sort of got to ask a few times, like, what do you do to make it better? Obviously, bigger, faster, rougher, all the competitors will say that. But really, what a solid base. 4, 5, how many years?
This is now the
fourth year.
Yeah,
it's crazy to think this is a 4-year-old race.
And every year it grows because when you hear news from a fellow competitor, it's fair income, what experience they've had. And you want something tough. Like this really tests out good cars. And if you can make it at the end of this race, then you've put all that work in the shed and it pays off. It actually, it's really satisfying. Yeah, it's a tough race.
So I see that you've got a Mickey Thompson hat on. Mickey Thompson on your shirt. Who have we got standing beside you? So we've got Mr. Mickey Thompson. So he's got Boss on his hat and Boss on his shirt, but it's a Baja Boss shirt and hat.
Correct.
And do you guys support the Baja as well?
No, we don't in America, but that's probably not too far off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first, folks. And I don't know much about this sport, but I reckon I just got the scoop, Dan. Here we go. Davey Muir coming through. This is one of their first races in their new trophy truck.
He'd be smiling like bugger. He's sitting in that seat.
You can see him smiling,
I
can you?
reckon he would be.
Okay,
Great job.
so you're a major supporter of this event, and you have been for quite a long time, haven't you?
Oh, no, we came on first last year.
Oh, last year was your first year.
We enjoyed it that much, and the opportunity for us to promote our product and help the local community here, we've just stepped it up again further this year.
And you actually took your promotional truck to one of our local schools, and the kids were just buzzing, weren't they? And little Darcy, she was like queen of the Mickey Thompson truck.
Do it, but that's the third lap. So that's
Third lap.
Sorry, guys. I was just trying to. I want you guys to keep doing it, but this is the third lap.
Trick,
So
guys.
that's the 10 car. No. Yeah, so we're going to start seeing the cars come in. Chris, thanks so much for coming up. We truly appreciate
So
it.
we've just got the twins in 1088 coming in. So they've just finished their third lap, but then they've got to do their adjusted times from day 1 and day 2. Who have we got here?
This is Brad Gallard.
Okay, so this is a trophy truck. I'm still learning all these trucks and buggies.
454.
454. So we're going to start seeing all the action with all of these vehicles rolling in over this finish line in the next 20 minutes to half an hour.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, just so we've got our heads around it, those two cars there were actually, one was seeded. The 10 car is finished, but his time was quite down yesterday. So we got corrected time coming through. Brad didn't even finish yesterday. Actually didn't finish the first lap, I don't believe. So unfortunately, he won't be in contention, but he is the fastest so far on section 2. So yeah, having a good run there.
So you're really enjoying this event as a sponsor?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. We've got a few dealers here, a few of our staff, and to bring them along to experience what off-road racing is, it's great. It helps them with their sales, helps them to talk to people in the store about what they've experienced. Thursday, we did a bit of a ride day where we put them into the vehicles and gave them a bit of a buzz.
Yeah, fantastic. And we've got another one coming up at the finish of their third lap. So don't think this is a trophy truck. It's a door slammer.
Class 8.
Class 8, 833. So I'm glad you know a little bit about that.
I've been looking at it a few years.
But you guys actually provided some of the halftime entertainment yesterday with the tyre roll down the finish line there, which was just phenomenal. So simple, but fantastic for our spectators.
Yeah, the kids loved it. Absolutely loved it. And we're going to do it again today.
Fantastic. So that's the Marks vehicle there, Class 8, 863. I'm learning. Should hang around you boys more often. So, yep. And everyone that participated yesterday got something, didn't they? You had some Mickey tyres.
They did.
Mickey Thompson tyres, packs to give away, but everybody got a sticker and they had a bit of fun, didn't they?
Made sure they got everything. We're running a bit low on merch today, but we got Juanita out there trying to
bring more next year.
We will, believe me.
Well, it's without sponsors like you guys and the major gold and platinum sponsors, even right down to our volunteers and our lower level sponsors, without everybody coming together, events like this just don't happen, eh?
That's exactly right. You know, the club does a wonderful job setting it all up and doing it all, but without the monetary support of a lot of people, it just wouldn't happen.
Okay, so here we go. Yeah, a little bit sideways coming in. That's the Bentley truck, 818. Dad coming in and followed closely by the Patriot guys, giving us a little bit of they're giving us a little bit of a siren on the way in. It looks like they've had a pretty good run.
Yeah, absolutely. So Class 8, so Hayden Bentley saying, wow, bit of fuel spitting out. That's Steve Kildee, and he actually builds that himself and works on that truck, so it's pretty cool to see that. Also, the Marks boys came in that Class 8 that you were talking about before. So the Marks boys, the Winch Challenge boys in that 863 going to be interesting because I think that they'd be competing with Hayden Bentley for that Class 8, position in class. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all pans out when it's all said and done.
So we were just talking about merchandise, and you guys give some merchandise for free, but I'm going to do a bit of a plug here for the Don River Dash team, and they've got a merchandise tent down there, some fantastic shirts. Last year's shirts are down to $15, but
Absolutely brilliant. They're great.
okay, so here you go, 471. That's you, isn't it?
It is.
Stand
it
on the
is.
gas.
I better go and check on him.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
thank you very
Ivan-
much for giving us some of your time. I just collared you on the way past, so you're a good sport. Thank you.
Awesome. Ivan Robinson in as well now as we start to get those helicopters
Okay, here
down
comes
low.
the
This is
helicopter.
Kent
Wave
Battle.
in the background. Everybody give him a cheer. Wave in the background.
Don't worry about the helicopter.
Yeah,
Don't worry
good
about
work.
Kent Battle coming in.
Woo!
Kent Battle
work.
in the 31 may well
Good
have just
work.
cinched the number one position. Could be number one. Got to be on corrected time yet, but that guy just put in a charging run because it's between. Here's Carl Havey. This could be Aaron, sorry, I apologize. Got excited about the brothers. Aaron Havey in the one car.
And here we
Wow,
go.
very, very close there. And now where is Billy Geddes? The big red trophy truck. I tell you what, that could be your 1, 2, 3 right there.
We got one of Billy Geddes' support crew here just
He's not just the support crew. He's the man, the myth, the legend, Steve O'Donnell.
and he's just a bit worried with Bill. How you going, mate? How's the truck running today?
Yeah, good. She's on song today.
She's on song today. Was there a few issues yesterday? A little bit of tweaking to happen or what?
Nah.
All good? Yeah, thank you. I think Bill's coming in now.
Righto, so this could be... No, this is that little Class 7 diesel, VDJ. Yeah.
Bill's coming.
Holy moly, Bill Geddes around the outside. He jumps past the car.
And there's
Have a
the
look at-
finish.
Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen. What a killer. Al Cornick in the passenger seat. I tell you what, that Class 7 got one lap to go. What a ride. So again, the Class 7 going around for another lap. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Havey, Billy Geddes, and Kent Battle. That is going to be your 1, 2, 3, but in what order? Clayton Chapman is in as well. I tell you what, Clayton Chapman hey, that's what I like, ladies and gentlemen. Those boys have been here every single year, and I think that is their first full finish. So good work to the Chapmans, and they will be in that top at least 5 position. They're currently, I imagine, in 4th position. Now, the next car that we should be looking for should be Mick Marson. Here we go, Mick Marson coming through. So that will be our top 5 positions right there with Mick Marson, that super Ford racer. Ladies and gentlemen, what a run. Oh, my goodness. That is excitement plus at Don River Dash. My goodness, this is close.
Okay, can you hear me over there? Perfect, thanks, Dan. Okay, I'm over here in the pits. We've got number 1. Who have we got here?
Yeah, g'day. It's Aaron Havey here. So, yeah, come in the pro buggy.
And I tell you, turn around this way, Aaron. No, just stand here. How good was that race? By the look of your face, I reckon it's nearly like you having your firstborn child all over again. You are just grinning from ear to ear.
Oh, definitely. This is a pretty full-on race. So, it's crazy out of control. It's cool.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. I've got the official here. Come over here. You can call him this. Oh, he's just on the radio a minute. He's going to tell you something in a minute. So you love this race. You were here last year?
No, we were here last year. This is the first time for us. So, yeah, it's good to be up here and have a bit of sunshine and loving it.
Okay. Okay, we've got another truck coming through. Okay, race official.
Well done. Congratulations, Aaron. It's outright winners of the 2022.
Yay! Woo! Yoo-hoo! Number 1. Good work. And I tell you, to see the joy on both of your faces. That roll cage is very good because you're both standing on the top of it. Okay, Kent Battle.
Yeah, that is crazy. There's so many cars coming in. Tyler Human coming through now. Bailey Motorsports with the 52. Some side-by-sides. I tell you what, that is simply amazing. And we got that live footage down in Hayden standing on top, our champ. Kent Battle as well. Michelle, have you got Kent Battle, did you say?
Okay, so they're rolling here into the pit stop over here. We've got Kent Battle. We've got Billy Geddes. And we've got the number 1, Aaron and his wife, Liz. So well done. They're all congratulating each other over here. Spectators, you can come down and actually line up. Don't go underneath the actual... Guys, there's vehicles coming in. Move. Okay, Bentley Motorsports have just come in. So spectators, if you like to, you can come up to the bunting at the pit stop here. We've got first 3 lined up here and we're going to get some of the drivers and navvies over to interview them. Okay, Josh.
Righto, yeah. So plenty of cars rolling in there, Michelle. And again, Aaron Havey, what a run from him. There are some great cars that float in and some class champions well. Again, Hayden Bentley. We've also got the class 4 there from Hannah Bentley came in. Michelle, we'll throw down to you. You've got those champs down there.
Okay, can you hear me over there? I'm going to try and get over once everybody's taken all their photos. Thanks, Dan. A little bit of logistics here. I see Talbot over in the middle there. Talbot, can you come over, please? Talbot. I'm going to get Talbot over here with all you guys as well. I tell you what, the energy over here is just dynamic. I'm going to, before these guys all peel off, we'll have a little bit of a chat. But Talbot, how good is this race? Unfortunately, you were knocked out yesterday, but you're here and your grim's just as big as theirs today.
Yeah, no, it's good. Like, yeah, unfortunately we're not racing today, but it's good for these guys to get through like they did. I was pretty sure that this would be this pack here was sort of my picker who were going to be up there on the weekend. So I had 5 cars that I thought would be here, and these are the ones.
Fantastic, thank you. So I'm going to go over and try and I sort of want you to follow me a bit because I really don't know a lot about motorsports, so I know a lot about talking. So come over here, just turn around because we've got a live feed happening over here, Talbot. Hey, Mickey Marson, come over here, my friend. You can come in this gathering as well. Okay, what a spectacular weekend. We're not finished yet. We've got the bikes to go. How are you feeling, Mick? I'll let you have a drink first. Your lips are a bit dry there. You obviously didn't go through that water deep enough, eh?
Yeah, we
we got rid of some of the water, but I was trying to dodge it there at the end, to be honest with you.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, I'm going to, I don't know how you do it. This dust is getting down my throat. Okay, over here to the drivers. Billy, hello. You did a little bit of a celebration coming through just then. That was a bit pumped. We're all sort of fists in the air for you, putting it on for the crowd.
Yeah, you got to put on a show, eh?
So you've raced every year. How's this year?
Yeah, this year was sort of similar to last year. It was definitely rough there in the end. I think the guys did they put a lot of thought into this track. This same race wouldn't run like it does without these two blokes right here. Michael Masson and Talbot, they really put the effort in, and obviously they've got great communication skills with locals and the local area, and yeah, it just shows in the race. You know, it's not a race for everybody. It's high speed, and you've got a lot of dust, but you've got to have the experience, and you've got to know you're racing with people that have got experience too, that doing the right thing. And I've got to take my hat off to all the other races today. They all did a great job. It's not easy to mix such a hodgepodge of fast cars and lower end cars, but it's great to be able to run out there and run around them and put on a show for them. And I got a lot of laughs out of some of the guys there today too, which was pretty cool. And I'd like to thank Al for sitting with me, and Steve and Paul and Zach and all the guys for prepping the car and having this thing so happy. It's a blast. Yeah.
So I'm picking up. He's a very confident driver. What's it like navvying for him?
Yeah, good, mate. I just tell him to hold the flat.
You just tell him to hold the flat. You're just as crazy on picking up. I thought you might have been the sensible one of the two. So how was that track for you as a navigator? Like, is this a wider track than usual, or how is it for your overtaking and things like that?
Overtaking was better this year. Yeah, it was good. It was good as gold, but just dust was crazy. So that was a deciding factor, which was hectic, but had a few little hairy moments there in the dust, but we got through, so it's good.
Perfect. Now, my arm was up in front of that live feed there. Sorry, Billy, I'll cut off your face there. But it does take a whole team to pull this event together, and a lot of support. And Comiskey Mining Services really get behind this sport. And I'm learning a little bit more as the years go on, the actual relationships all you guys have off the track as well as on the track. So this morning, I was at the back of the briefing when you guys were getting briefed. You had a moment of silence this morning, given that it's September 11 today, and the respect from all of your fellow teammates or fellow competitors is just fantastic. And I saw Brett sort of walking away with another competitor beside him, giving him a nice big hug and having a bit of a jovial joke together. But on the track, it's race. Off the track?
Yeah, definitely. Well, Bretto's been coming to the States with us he went over, I think he might have even gone before me, but we raced over there, and Al was part of that. And I've known Brett for years, and we do stuff with work together and on. But yeah, also I would like to acknowledge old Les Sivia too, one of the true legends of the sport that used to beat the crap out of old missing patrols and win championships in them. So yeah, rest in peace there, old boy.
Yeah, I have heard that you've had a bit of a grievance within your sport in the recent times. So, and I was talking to Dan up there from Off-Road Cartel, and that's why they've started their podcast, is to actually get the likes of him. Unfortunately, he's now gone, but get the older heads in the sport getting onto that podcast and just putting it out there for the spectators and other sportsmen, so that knowledge is not lost.
Yeah, for any of you that love the off-road sort of action, don't look up the Dirtbags podcast. Like, the boys run interviews at least every month, sometimes up to a week apart, and it's just sitting down and having longer conversations about racing and racing life and things that we've done that have changed and directions of trends. And it's an interesting time, because a lot of this stuff, everyone starts from a different background, everyone has different pressures from home. So it's just great when we get to race day, like you said, we pull the helmets on and we hold a flat.
Well, I tell you, I'm new to the sport. I don't know if I'd ever get one of those and drive them down a river, but for me as a spectator and green to this sport, thank you so much. Thank you for the time, effort, money it takes to get everything here logistically, it's just phenomenal. And we were talking about this with the support from the council earlier on, to have that road closure so you don't have to logistically then set your equipment up in 2 and 3 places and have double the amount of vehicles to transport these things, because they can't drive on the road legally. They're not legal road cruisers. They can drive on the road physically, but just not legally. But to have the council on board, and all of those, like Corella Farms, they actually plan their whole growing season around this event. So their carting in trucks aren't interfering with the event, and that's just logistically themselves for that. It's just huge.
Yeah, big shout out to Bowen. It's just a pleasure to come here. I've been coming here every year since the race started, and I've loved every one of them. Yeah, and the guys in the council, you meet the same guys every year, and they're blocking off the same roads. They're driving the water trucks, and it's refreshing to see that communication between a council and an event like this. And it's not just another football game. It's not just another, it's not taking anything away from those things, but it's just a different sport. And if you can bring people in, if you got the guys, broadcasting, we've got Blokes World here too. We've got to give plug out to the Blokes World guys. They're here. Running their cameras on the car, so there'll be some interesting stuff go up in Blokes World. But no, just hats off to the Bowen area, and once again, I'd probably like to thank Talbot and Michael, because they really just make this happen. They think about races that travel a long way, and at the showgrounds there, we can sit around and talk and hang out, and where a lot of races where we're doing the race, we come to the race like this, we'd have to put them back on transporters, drive bloody an hour away, and then all stay in different, motels and caravan parks, and it's just not the same atmosphere.
And I'm quite proud of this little town. I think it's the best place in the world, and proud of what the community does to pull it all together. So thank you. I'm going to let you go back to your team. Hopefully see you later on, but thank you so much. And thanks for keeping him safe, Alan, and well done to you. No white knuckles, eh? Okay. So I can see a good fellow over there, Wellesley. Okay, I'm going to corner some others while we're here. You guys, you trying to get Billy? Are you trying to get Billy? Okay, I'll talk to you guys shortly. How did the twins go? Yep, we've got double thumbs up from the twins from the Patriot boys. Okay, I want to come back over here to the number 1. How are we going, Dan? Kent Battle, where are you? Ah, here we go. I'm coming down to you. You stay right where you are, my friend. Nick Marson, don't go too far. Okay. You know what I love about your buggy? I can read the label on the side of it, Nortrans. So, and the boys have had me switched on all day, and they have been excited about your racing today, Kent.
Yeah, we had a better day than expected yesterday, so I've never really done that well here. I've always broken. So yesterday was pretty good, and today we sort of threw everything at it, and apparently it was very close, but yeah, pretty happy.
Yeah, well, I saw your smile on your face as you were coming in, and again, like a kid in a candy store.
Oh, every bit of it, every bit. On that last straight, I was just squinting, like 5th gear on the limiter, red lights flashing at me. You can't have a better time, but yeah, then we went under the flag, and yeah, do it again tomorrow.
Do it again tomorrow. So first time you've completed this whole race. Tell us about the race, if you like it, the good parts, all of that kind of stuff.
Oh, look, yesterday was very dusty. We just did what we could, but we're pretty happy there. But today it got rough, which sort of suits my car, I think. And yeah, we got dust for the first 2 laps, but on lap 3 it was clear, which was good, and give us a bit of time to make some back, I think. And can't catch Aaron or Billy, but yeah, still got on the podium.
I just think it's very unique, and it's probably not unique to you. I know not much about motorsports. I'm a good talker. That's why they give me this job, and a local, so I sort of know the locals here. But we've got different vehicles lined up there. How do you compete with your different vehicles?
Oh, that's probably more a question for Aaron. But look, I just think if you want to win, you got to buy a buggy. But other than that, look, it's a race that everyone can race, and it's just so fun. You know, you're starting at the back if you're one of the big cars. You're overtaking the whole time. There's slow stuff. There's tight stuff. There's 200-kilometre-an-hour stuff. It's just unbelievable. So much fun.
So is that your navigator walking away there? Over here, buddy? So it's a family sport. Is this whose little fella's this? Come on, pick him up. Come over here to Dad. Hello, what's your name?
Go on, tell me your name.
What's your name?
Roy Battle.
Is your name Roy? He's gone all shy. Turn around for us because we've got a live stream happening here with the Off-Road Cartel guys. Are you going to give the thumbs up? Yeah. Cheers. Oh, that's just wonderful. Seeing the family come over, it is really a family sport. What's your name, mate?
Adam Franklin.
Adam, so you're navvying for the Nortrans, Kenny?
Yeah, I am at the moment. Yeah.
How did you find that race?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it was good yesterday. I thought it was pretty quick. Pretty new to this, and yeah, I definitely stepped it up today, and yeah, it was fun, and let it all out there for this, I suppose. Yeah.
That's good. So did the track change much between yesterday and today?
Yeah, definitely after bikes went through, it got a lot of square edges and stuff, so it was a little bit rougher, but it's all part of the sport, and we're all here, and we love it.
So I know that a lot of the volunteers were up at that top end filling in a really big water dip. I don't know what you call it, what the technical term is, but it had actually got quite deep throughout the race, and they were there. I think they got back about 9 o'clock last night, just filling it a bit. Did you notice that change in the race there?
Yeah. They definitely put a line around the water, which is awesome because we might have had some engine dramas yesterday, but yeah, it just made our life a lot easier and a lot faster through there. So yeah, it was good.
And you seem like a young fella. How did you get in the sport? Firstly, how old are you and how did you get into this sport? That's a pretty smart move, I reckon, by the boss man there.
Yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, no, it's all part of the fun of it.
That's good. Well, congratulations on your finish today, and congratulations on finishing your first event here at Bowen as well. Is there anything else that you want to add at all?
I'd just like to thank the people who helped me. Brinks builds a killer engine. We hated on that thing all day today, and the Habies and Element have just given us a car that we can beat up on, and it just loves it. You know, Australian built thing, and yeah, everyone has helped. Adam prepping the car. You know, Roy and Lucy putting up.
They were barracking for you on the way through. Quickly, do you even get to notice all of the people on the sidelines all the way up the river? Tell me a little bit about that buzz of the race on how close we are with the spectators, because I'm picking up that a lot of events don't have the opportunity for the spectators so close to town like we do.
Oh, it's definitely visible, and it's a good pick me up when you're up there and it's lap 3 and you're starting to and you see some people on the sideline, especially the young kids cheering for you. When you see the young kids and everything cheering, it's a really good pump me up. Yeah, it's a huge part of it.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, he always seems to wick it on when everyone's watching. So, yeah, it just makes it a bit more interesting for everyone watching, and I'm sure they love it. That's why they're here. So, yeah, it's good.
Perfect. I'll let you get back to your families, but thank you so much. Thank you for supporting this event, and congratulations on your finish. Okay, let's see who else we can corner. Mickey Marson, where are you? How you going, mate?
Oh, that was awesome. That was epic. I hope everyone enjoyed that. That was the most fun you can have with your pants on for sure.
You are a funny man. Hey, we've got the finishers flag coming through again. We've still got vehicles coming up through into the pit stop finishing this race. The atmosphere is so fantastic here, isn't it?
Oh, the atmosphere is fantastic. Out on the track. I can honestly say that there today on that last lap was as rough as anything we've driven anywhere in Australia and where I've driven in the States. That was unbelievable. That was epic. There was holes that you were just landing into the next hole and just hoping you were going to end up the right direction. And well done to all the drivers that finished. That was amazing.
So you talk about the actual race sort of changing each lap. How do you manage that? How do you plan for those changes? Or are you just hitting things going, holy dooly, hold on, brother, we're going through?
Well, you sort of know the holes there, but the next time you come around, it's like 25% bigger, if you know what I mean. So you sort of come around, you think, oh, it wasn't too bad last time. And the next time you come around, it's like another 10 wheelbarrows of sand have gone out of the middle of the bump. And they're just huge. So all you do is you try and remember, your Navi tries to remember a couple of gotcha moments, because we had a couple of gotcha moments today, I can tell you, and we're pretty lucky to probably be here right now.
So for those of us that are new to the sport and spectators, what is a gotcha moment?
Just when you do something that's unexpected and the car ends up on two wheels, or either two wheels nose are looking at the sand, or two wheels on the side, or you come over and you look at a hole and you think, I'm not going to survive this one, and the car bounces through it.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, they've done a brilliant job on the track this year. Actually, that dip in on the other side makes a huge difference for us as spectators and here in the commentary box, because last year you guys were riding on the other side of the river and we were only just seeing the roofs of the vehicles, if we were seeing them at all. Now we've got a clear vision the whole way through, and you've got a bit of a challenge. I see you're all coming down and absolutely hitting the gas, but then you're on the picks to get it down into that and then straight back on the gas to jump out again.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Dale McDonald from Pat McDonald Earth Moving, who did all this in front here. And without his help, this wouldn't be possible. So a big shout out to Dale.
Yeah, he's an absolute champion. They didn't get to finish today. I don't know if you knew that. They blew a clutch apart up the top part of the river, unfortunately. We were interviewing the Snell boys at the time. So Dale also supports those young fellas and sponsoring them on the bikes as well. And we've got Henry Snell, the Bullet, Bowen Bullet, we call him. We're looking for some sponsors for that young fella. I don't know if you know, he actually raced Phillip Island last week and won the flat track, 16 years of age, and he's here riding in the dry old river, or slightly wet dry old river this year.
Yeah, awesome to see locals. We've got plenty of locals competing, and well done to him for that experience.
Okay, so we're going to head back over. Thanks, Nick, for your time. Here comes Bretty Glazebrook, one of our locals. Good work, Bretty. So he's new to the sport. You talk about Bowen guys getting in the sport. Brett actually raced in Goondiwindi last weekend or recently, and had a good run at Goondiwindi as well. Okay, we've got our race official coming over. You're a bit of a shy man. Do you want to talk on the microphone a little bit? I'm going to get you talking on the microphone. So what do you think about this event?
This is a very unique event here in the country. It's an absolute fantastic event. The Burdick and Off-Roader Club do an amazing job of putting it together. Just look at the facilities here for the spectators. Look at the track. It is absolutely fantastic. It's in the next couple of years, every competitor in the country is going to want to come here and race.
And do you honestly think that there is space to grow this event here? Not only just with our space over at the showgrounds to house them, but also here for this event?
I'm sure the club and the organisers, Talbot, Michael and everybody, and Dave and everyone else in the club will find that space. They will make it work.
Well, I only learnt last night, and I'm a local, there's 40 acres over at that showgrounds. They've got 40 acres of land over at the showgrounds. So I reckon they've got lots of space to grow the event, to host people over there. And look at the size of this river and this space. Like, this pit lane must go for, what, a kilometre, do you think? It's phenomenal, this pit lane. If you go right down to the end, there is tents everywhere, and you see it even more with the bikes.
Yes, Michelle, the pit lane is long, and I've actually been down there, and I'll just correct you, it is 0.97 kilometres, 0.97 of a kilometre long.
Well, I was close, wasn't I? Hey? That was absolutely fantastic. Okay, so Dan's coming. Dan, can I corner you? So we've got Dan Curran here. He's a part of Off-Road Cartel, Dan and Josh, and they've actually got the Dirt Bags podcast. And you heard Billy Geddes talking about that earlier on. If you want to learn more about the sport and listen to some of the old timers from this sport impart their knowledge, get onto that podcast, because these guys do a brilliant job in the background actually promoting the sport. They do a lot of this kind of thing that I'm doing today, emceeing, and they are a bit of a brains trust when it comes to someone like me that doesn't know too much about the sport and the vehicles that are racing. I'm going to corner Talbot. I'm just looking for the people that I know. You've done absolutely nothing bar had a great idea about 5 years ago and then a hell of a lot of work in the middle of it. Here comes a female team, the purple buggy, Tim Tam, Tammy Daly. Now, she's got a Comiskey Mining Services on the side of her buggy. He sponsors a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he puts a lot into racing. It definitely helps out the sport. Just the funds that come into it to help us do these things, track prep and all that stuff. He's a great support off-road racing, loves it, brings plenty of cars to the races, helps out where he can. It's good.
And you pretty well know most of the people that are driving these buggies and these cars. Like I just said, there's a female team. You went, yep, that's Tammy Daly as soon as you saw them. How good is it having a lot of female competitors? I spoke to Hannah Bennett yesterday, Hannah Bentley the other day.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to see some girls, and Hannah Bentley was going pretty good, which she was giving it up to some of the boys out there in her class. So great to see.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so one of the events managers here is any sponsor competitors. You can head over to the Mickey Thompson tent for a cool drink. So sponsor competitors, come over to the Mickey Thompson tent. Everybody come down to the front here. I think our officials are ready to do something up there. Just give us a minute. We're just lining this up.
I think
Wellesley, who am I talking to now? Do you know where Wellesley is?
No.
Okay.
What else do you want to know about?
I don't know. We're just filling time. I'm just talking shit. I tell you what, Talbot, I'm standing here and there is a mass of vehicles. I'd love to get a high photo of this, of just looking back into this pit area, all of the competitors, their support crews, families. This is just warming the cockles of my heart, in all seriousness. It's just giving me such a buzz.
Yeah, like you can just see smiles on everyone's face out there. It's just a awesome track. I know everyone's just wrapped in what was out there. A few changes from yesterday. Took out that water section. Everyone's pretty happy about that, I think. It was getting a bit gruesome there yesterday.
Yeah, well, I spoke to Chris Land. He said he got back about 9 o'clock last night after trying to fix that water section up.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that sometimes the track just gets a bit too much out there. So we just made the decision yesterday to fix that up, just to make it better for all the competitors today. Yeah, it's just something we need to do.
Excellent. Now I'm going to call over Brett Glazebrook. I'm going to try and get Brett Glazebrook over here. Brett, hey, Brett. Yep. Okay, I'm here talking to local Bretty Glazebrook from Totally Drained Plumbing, new to the sport. How are you going, Brett? How was that race?
Yeah, it was good. I had a ball. Obviously, it was a long race, and towards the end, we were sort of getting there, but it was churned out, and there was bumps and ruts, and it was fun. Don't get me wrong, but it was 100%. Like we'll be back next year and do it all over again. Yeah.
So I got to speak very briefly with you at the sponsors night, and you said you had a run at Goondiwindi. Is that right?
Gundy, yeah, the Gundy 400. That was 4 weeks ago. So.
How did you go with that race?
Yeah, there was like 89, 26 there, so I was pretty happy with that for my third race. So yeah, it was good.
So Bowen is your fourth race.
Yeah, Bowen's the fourth race, so it's only upwards hopefully, and learning lots of things about the car, learning lots of the guys that all helped. Like we had a DNF yesterday because we had a radius rod broke on the Heim joint, and then all the guys in the pits last night, like they all helped put it back together. Mainly Dingo from DSR, and yeah, it was great. All the guys.
Excellent. So who's your navigator?
Ryan Southern, he works at Abbott Point. He's one of the planners at Abbott Point. Me and him have been friends forever and a day, and yeah, no, he's here somewhere.
Okay, I want you to find Ryan later on, but mate, hey Ryan. Ryan Southern. Oh, okay. I'm going to catch up with Ryan later on. Brett, congratulations. I'm going to catch up with you later on about being the navigator for Brett. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Dan over here from the Curran Boys.
Yeah, listen, we're going to do the official presentation here now. So Murray is getting it organised, and I like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to do the official presentation from the Kaminsky Mining. So, Ken, I love the fact that you're just front and centre. The official presentation for the Don River Dash, Kaminsky Mining Services Don River Dash 300. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure to watch you guys race, but we have 3 victors. In third place, we have Kent Battle and Adam Franklin. In second place, 34 seconds was the gap from Kent to Billy Gettings and Alan Cornick in the trophy truck, the 441. And the winner of the Comiskey Mining Services Don River Dash 300 by 17 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, is Aaron and Liz Havey, all the way from South Australia. The current AORRA #1. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like a photo, please come down the front now and grab some photos. Again, this is the Comiskey Mining Services Don River Dash 300. Again, third position, Kent Battle, Adam Franklin, 34 seconds to Billy Geddes and Alan Cornick in the 441. And in first place with the #1 on the roof, Aaron and Liz Havey, all the way from South Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We're going to spray some champagne here at the Comiskey Mining Services Don River Dash.
Oh, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here. And again, the class champions, all the races, you all deserve a huge round of applause. But again, congratulations to Aaron and Liz Havey coming all the way from South Australia to race in Bowen, Queensland. And again, we're claiming both of them as the locals. Billy Geddes and Kent Battle and all the teams. Big shout out from the Comiskey Mining Services Don River Dash 300. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, can you hear me there? So I'm already talking with Talbot, who's got plans for next year to make it a bit better for our spectators, and he's looking at what they can do to bring these finishes around so the spectators can actually safely see those finishes and have more involvement. So the races haven't even finished. The weekend hasn't even finished, and this man here is working on how to improve bigger and better for next year. So well done, Talbot. Okay, Brett Glazebrook, where's your navy?
Good job ahead of him to get through the pack and try and get out the front. In an off-road race, everything's got to go right for you. Equipment's got to be well prepared. You can't have any mechanical breakdown.
Hello. So I'm over here with the local driver.
And on top of that, you just got to have a clean run out on the racetrack.
Yeah, I love the track. It's awesome. Keen to get out there and have a run. Yeah, we've had it on the podium both times we've run, so pretty keen to keep it.
It's a blast. It really is. It's pretty hard on the body going up and down the river, as I've experienced recently. So I wanted to make sure that I'm ready for the weekend.
All we want is inside these walls. We stay at home. This is not really happening on our own. It was like that when we got here. No one else saw a thing. It was never a problem. All that we know now is all we are still blaming. Forgive us our sins, for we know that what we should have done. No more around here is safe, no matter king or a slave, no doubt of proper pay. To labor us all from the burden of what we've all done. For every one of mistake, for every moment we break, she's every way. All we have will not go around. We save our own. This is not really happening. Save our souls as they won't save themselves. Not our fault, not our war. We were never the problem. For all we know, all that we know now is all we are still blaming. Forgive us our sins, for we know that what we should have done. No more around here is safe, no matter king or a slave, no doubt of proper pay. To labor us all from the burden of what we've all done. For every one of mistake, for every moment we break, apologies every way.
That's done of your spare.
In pain, I'm missing me. Can't save me now, no. Turn off and I turn around. I'm lost and I cannot be found. I scream, no one hears a sound. Can't save me now, no. Mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. Can't save me, no. Mistakes I made. There's nothing remains. You can't save it, no. Stand back, I'm a ticking bomb. Take cover cause I'm going off. Please, run faster than you ever have. Can't save me now, no. I don't know if I can keep you safe. It's bad that you stay far away. Believe me when you hear me say, can't save me now, no. Mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. You can't save it, no. Mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. You can't save it, no. You can't save it, no. I can't save it. Renegade, full speed like a runaway train. In pain, listen, baby. Mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. You can't save it, no. Mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. You can't save it, no.
All right, guys, it is the week leading up to the Don River Dash. I'm competing in it, and I've got to turn this KTM 450 today into an off-road machine. So got a bit to do, actually. So KTM Australia, they have sent me an oversized fuel tank and a steering dampener, a couple other little knickknacks, I think. So I've got a big box. I got sent to Townsville here at the Watson's place. This is where I am, and got today to do it. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of run around to the bike shops. I do need to go get a chain. I've got to go get a smaller rear sprocket. I did bring a 14 rear sprocket with me. Got to do a tyre change. I want to get rid of this one because it's factory tyre. It's not going to last on the Don very long. I'm just going to put a standard one on. It's going to be a little bit harder. And I've also got a sand tyre with me in the back of the Cruiser that I can test while I'm pre-running and see if I like that better. I've got to put a steering dampener on and then just get it set up. So I'm going to push the forks right through so the front end's really, really high, just because you really need to turn on the Don. It's just 25k flat out one direction, a little bit of a turnaround at the other end, and then 25k back the other. So we're dealing with mainly like whoops and sandy ruts and stuff like that. So yeah, need the bike to be all chop it out. I am going to just run my motocross suspension that's done by Raceline. I think it's going to, you know, work quite well down there. So yeah, let's get cracking, get this thing prepped up. See what goodies we got here from KTM Australia. Oh, here's the tank I was talking about with the quick fill. Oh, yep. Got to put the triple clamps on because that goes with the steering dampener.
There was this guy, farmer's son, a mechanic.
Quick fill fuel can as well. Cool. And a rocket ship. I'll work out what that's for in a minute. Yep. So it's a stand for the fuel can, of course. I've thrown the bike in and packed it up. It's the next day now and we're driving down to Bowen. You might notice that I've picked up a stray here. So we were staying at the Watson's place. So Zachy, he's going to ride the Don as well. And so he jumped in with me. We're going down early to do some pre-run and it worked out good. We get to pre-run together. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, we are heading south now. We're just about to drive through the town called Ayr. And I'm going to stop in there at Vertican Motorcycles. There's a couple things I still need, a chain and a rear sprocket and even a bash plate. Going to stop in there, grab them, and then tonight I'll do the rest of the prep on the bike and then also meeting up with my brother Leon tomorrow on the Don, and we're going to do some pre-running all together, all three of us, so that'd be really cool. All right, so it is Thursday morning and we are down here at Bowen, and believe it or not, I met this guy at the race on the weekend and he says he has a property that backs straight onto the Don River, which is just there. So he said, come and park up and we can pre-run it from this end. So that's really cool of him. So thank you to Ricky for the invite. And final preparations have gone on to getting the bike ready for the last pre-run. We've gone for 46 rear sprocket, heavy duty chain, 14 on the front. And then other than that, the bike's pretty stock, just with the big fuel tank. And yeah, we got the forks through really flush, trying to get that front end nice and high because there's not much turning going on. It's just some whoops and a lot of sand down the river. So yeah, my brother's, he's come up for a pre-run as well, so that's cool. I'm going to show him the first lap and then we're going to go do a time trial. We're going to measure how much fuel we use for one lap and work out if we could actually do 2 laps or not. So that'll be interesting. But apart from that, ready to go. It's been a little bit different getting ready for something like this other than motocross, just because, you know, I've done motocross so long, it's like habitual, you know exactly what to do. Yeah, getting ready for an off-road event's a little different, like have to get the camel back ready and all of those little things. So it's been fun and we're going to go pre-run now. All right, guys, another lap of pre-running here on Thursday. We actually just did, I had my brother with me and took it kind of easy, so he got to know the course on the first lap, and it was just, I was interested to know how much fuel it actually used, and I still used 6.5 litres on my lap. So pulling off 2 laps at once is not going to happen, but that's kind of good to know. Now I'm just going to go out for a bit of a time trial and make sure everything's running good. 450 is definitely a lot quicker than the 300, I tell you that. All right, so I just did a couple laps of the Don. It was pretty good on the 450. It was like 2.5 minutes quicker than I could do on the 300, which is really cool. I didn't think I could get the steering dampener to work, but there was actually something that I was missing. So putting it on now, I probably won't get a chance to pre-run again, but I know it's probably what I needed anyway. Just take some pressure off the shoulders. So yeah, fitting that up. I had brother here give me a few tips on how it works. Never had to fit a steering dampener before. And yeah, other than that, just wash her up, and I'm just going to give it an oil change, run the bike like this. And then tomorrow's like scrutineering and stuff, and then the race is Saturday and Sunday. All right, some final preparations going on here before the race. It's only about 2 or 3 hours away. I'm getting my Camelback ready. I'm going to mix it with some water. And apart from that, I've got my earplugs ready. It's a must, especially on the 450. I'm going to put some Vaseline just inside my goggles, just in case I get roosted or get sand through the goggles. It's not bouncing around all day. It'll just sit and stick to the Vaseline. And the last thing I've got is some strap and tape. I'm going to put it around my wrist a little bit just to take the tension off my tendons a little bit. I did this pre-run the other day, and I felt much fresher in the evening by having a little bit of strap and tape on. So apart from that, we're pretty much organised. I did a lot of work on the bike today. I Loctited heaps of bolts, axle bolts, everything I could think of, checked over everything, spun the tyre around so I got the sharp edge to the front. And then, yeah, I think we're good to go. So.
You might be asking yourself, can you actually create high quality live streams for free? Well, with StreamYard,
I like the reverse format that we run here. It's the slowest car first and the fastest car starts off the start line last, and he's got a job ahead of him to get through the pack and try and get out the front. In an off-road race, everything's got to go right for you. Equipment's got to be well prepared. You can't have any mechanical breakdowns, any type of problems. And then on top of that, you've just got to have a clean run out on the racetrack.
Yeah, I love the track. It's awesome. Keen to get out there and have a run. Yeah, we've had it on the podium both times we've run, so pretty keen to keep it there.
It's a blast. It really is. It's pretty hard on the body going up and down the river, as I've
home. This is not really happening on our own. It was like that when we got here. No one else saw a thing. It was never a problem. All that we know now is all we are still blaming. Forgive us our sins, for we know that what we should have done. No moral ground here is safe, no man king or a slave, no doubt of my birthday. To labor us all from the burden of what we've undone. For every one of mistake, for every moment we break, she's everywhere. All we have will not go around. We save our own. This is not really happening. Save our souls as they won't save themselves. Not our fault, not our war. We were never the problem. For all we know, all that we know now is all we are still blaming. Forgive us our sins, for we know that what we should have done. No moral ground here is safe, no man king or a slave, no doubt of my birthday. To labor us all from the burden of what we've undone. For every one of mistake, for every moment we break, apologies every way. straight in pain, I'm missing me. Can't save me now, save me now. No, turn off when I turn around. I'm lost and I cannot be found. I scream, no one hears a sound. Can't save me now, save me now. No, mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. Can't save me, save me. No, mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. Can't save me. No, stand back, I'm a ticking bomb. Take cover cause I'm going off. Please, run faster than you ever have. Can't save me now, save me now. No, I don't know if I can keep you safe. It's best I just stay far away. Believe me when you hear me say, can't save me now, save me now. No, mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. You can't save me, save me. No, mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. You can't save me, save me. No, you can't save me, save me. No, I can't save me, save me. Renegade, full speed like a runaway train. In pain, listen, baby. Mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. You can't save me, save me. No. Mistakes I made, the pain I face, mistakes I made, the pain I face, there's nothing remains. You can't save me, save me. No.
All right, guys, it is the week leading
Yep.
up to the Don River Dash.
Yep, I somehow
I'm competing in it,
got
and
Syria.
I've got to turn
Yep.
this KTM 450
Is that
today
better? Is
into
that
an
back up?
off-road machine. So
Right, I'm going to keep you.
got a bit to do actually. So KTM
phone
Australia,
while
they
I
have sent
do
me
this.
an oversized fuel tank and
Yep,
a steering
but no,
dampener.
yeah, I
a
accidentally
couple
pushed
other
the
little
button and it
knickknacks, I
brought
think.
like
So I've got a big box.
Syria.
I got sent to
which is a
Townsville
real
here at the
pain.
Watson's place. This is where
So
I
now I've
am.
got to be more careful
and
with me.
Got today to do it.
Fingers.
So I'm going to have to do a little bit of run around to the bike shops.
Yeah,
I do need
that's
to go get a
right.
chain.
Yeah, oh,
I've got to go
it's
get a
still looking
smaller
good?
rear sprocket. I did bring a 14 rear sprocket with me.
Sideways?
Got to do a tyre change. I want to get rid of this one because it's factory
Oh, it
tyre. It's
hasn't
not going to last on the Don very long. I'm just going to put a standard one on. It's going to be a little bit harder. And I've also got a sand tyre with me in the back of the Cruiser that I can test.
Oh, I may
while
have
I'm
accidentally
pre-running,
locked the
see if I
screen
like
then.
that better. I've got to put a steering dampener on.
Let me have a look.
And then just get it set up. So I'm going to push the forks right through, so the front end's really, So what view have really you got high. now? Just because you don't really need to turn on the Don, it's just 25k
That's the
flat
right
out one
view.
direction, a little bit of a turnaround at the other end, and then 25k back the other. So we're dealing with mainly like whoops and sandy ruts and stuff like that. So yeah, need the bike to be all chop it out. I am going to just run my motocross suspension that's done by
How have I done
Raceline.
that?
I think it's going to, work quite well down there. So yeah, let's get cracking, get this thing prepped up. See what goodies we got here from KTM Australia. Oh, here's the tank I was talking about with the quick fill. Oh, yep. Got to put the triple clamps on because that goes with the steering dampener.
Live streaming can be tricky, and sometimes trying to find the right software to make your streams look really professional can be a real chore. The thing I like about StreamYard is that the user interface is really simple to understand and can give you a professional look without a whole lot of trying to figure out what you're supposed to be doing next.
Quick fill fuel can as well. Cool. And a rocket ship. I'll work out what that's for in a minute. Yep. So it's a stand for the fuel can, of course. I've thrown the bike in and packed it up. It's the next day now and we're driving down to Bowen. You might notice that I've picked up a stray here. So we were staying at the Watson's place. So Zachy, he's going to ride the Don as well. And so he jumped in with me. We're going down early to do some free run and it worked out good. We get to free run together. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, we are heading south now. We're just about to drive through the town called Ayr. And I'm going to stop in there at Burdekin Motorcycles. There's a couple of things I still need, a chain and a rear sprocket, and even a bash plate. Going to stop in there, grab them, and then tonight I'll do the rest of the prep on the bike, and then also meeting up with my brother Leon tomorrow on the Don, and we're going to do some pre-running all together, all three of us, so that'd be really cool. All right, so it is Thursday morning and we are down here at Bowen, and believe it or not, I met this guy at the race on the weekend and he says he has a property that backs straight onto the Don River, which is just there. So he said, come and park up and we can pre-run it from this end. So that's really cool of him. So thank you to Ricky for the invite. And final preparations have gone on to getting the bike ready for the last pre-run. We've gone for 46 rear sprocket, heavy duty chain, 14 on the front. And then other than that, the bike's pretty stock, just with the big fuel tank. And yeah, we got the fork screw really flush, trying to get that front end nice and high because there's not much turning going on. It's just some whoops and a lot of sand down the river. So yeah, my brother's, he's come up for a pre-run as well, so that's cool. I'm going to show him the first lap and then we're going to go do a time trial. We're going to measure how much fuel we use for one lap and work out if we could actually do 2 laps or not. So that'll be interesting. But apart from that, ready to go. It's been a little bit different getting ready for something like this other than motocross, just because, I've done motocross so long, it's like habitual, you know exactly what to do. Yeah, getting ready for an off-road event's a little different, like have to get the camel back ready and all of those little things. So it's been fun and we're going to go pre-run now. All right, guys, another lap of pre-running here on Thursday. We actually just did, I had my brother with me and took it kind of easy, so he got to know the course on the first lap, and it was I was interested to know how much fuel it actually used, and I still used 6.5 litres on my lap, so pull up 2 laps at once is not going to happen, but that's kind of good to know. Now I'm just going to go out for a bit of a time trial and make sure everything's running good. 450 is definitely a lot quicker than the 300, I tell you that. All right, so I just did a couple laps of the Don. It was pretty good on the 450. It was like 2.5 minutes quicker than I could do on the 300, which is really cool. I didn't think I could get the steering dampener to work, but there was actually something that I was missing. So putting it on now, I probably won't get a chance to pre-run again, but I know it's probably what I needed anyway. Just take some pressure off the shoulders. So yeah, fitting that up. I had brother here give me a few tips on how it works. Never had to fit a steering dampener before. And yeah, other than that, just wash her up, and I'm just gonna give it an oil change, run the bike like this. And then tomorrow is like scrutineering and stuff, and then the race is Saturday and Sunday. All right, some final preparations going on here before the race. It's only about 2 or 3 hours away. I'm getting my Camelback ready. I'm going to mix it with some water. And apart from that, I've got my earplugs ready. It's a must, especially on the 450. I'm going to put some Vaseline just inside my goggles, just in case I get roosted or get sand through the goggles. It's not bouncing around all day. It'll just sit and stick to the Vaseline. And the last thing I've got is some strap and tape. I'm going to put it around my wrist a little bit just to take the tension off my tendons a little bit. I did this pre-run the other day, and I felt much fresher in the evening by having a little bit of strap and tape on. So apart from that, we're pretty much organised. I did a lot of work on the bike today. I Loctited heaps of bolts, axle bolts, everything I could think of, checked over everything, spun the tyre around so I got the sharp edge to the front. And then, yeah, I think we're good to go. So
this powerful $139 drone is now available in Australia. This is an extremely high-tech $7,000 drone. It was developed so that Navy SEALs could do stealth missions, detect enemy positions, and gather footage from up to 2 miles away without ever being seen by the enemy. It uses some of the most advanced military technology in the world. This technology allows you to take spectacular, breathtaking photos and videos, crystal clear and steadier than ever. What's interesting about this drone is that, until a few weeks ago, it was unavailable to the public, because only one company owned the patent for the technology. They were only selling it to the military, who could afford their expensive price of $7,000 per drone.
feel Dean is performing? Very good.
Dad won. Did he win the race? Yeah. Whoa, that's cool.
Oh, I think I need a kidney belt for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's rough. Yeah, rough. You just constantly and then all of a sudden you hit a square edge.
Yeah.
Well, that's a wrap for day one. It went awesome. I managed to get in the lead and control the race. Come home with a 4-minute lead going into Sunday, which is pretty handy. So everything went pretty smooth in the race. Had a couple of little moments, but nothing too sketchy. Bike went good. The fuel stops went really smooth, as you could tell. And just, yeah, stoked on it. It's just an awesome experience doing such a rally race like this. But now I've been tinkering on the bike again for a couple of hours. It doesn't seem to stop at these races. Oil change, oil filter, air filter, and just going over nuts and bolts and stuff at the moment. I did notice today, though, that it was chewing a bit of oil. So if God is watching this video as well, I hope he hears me, and I'm just praying that the bike makes it through tomorrow. Because, you know, when I started, it's puffing a little bit of blue smoke. So I don't know if that's normal or not, but we are literally wide open for 90% of the time. So who knows, maybe that's normal to use a bit of oil. But all in all, the bike ran good. I think the gearing was pretty decent. I think coming down the river, I've got a bit of a tailwind and I could probably pull another tooth or another gear. But when I'm going up the river, I feel like I'm in a sweet spot. If the bike was any taller geared, it would be labouring too much. So all in all, it was pretty good. And it did slow down a little bit, the track, because the cars chewed it out quite a lot before we got out there. There's heaps of square edges and a few surprises. So luckily, I got to know some of the car drivers here, and they come and warn me of where exactly on the track I need to watch out for it. So I just put that in the memory bank and looked out for that on the last lap. And I'm glad that they come and told me. But yeah, for now, I'm going to pack the bike away. I'll check over the rest in the morning and then get up and do it all again tomorrow. But yeah, it's time to go in the van and just relax with the family and hang out, put my feet up, make sure I'm hydrated and I get plenty of calories in. Brums, is there a tab? Hey, this is the pit crew, by the way. This is the girls cheering. This is in the pit crew. Guy doing the fuel dump. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you. It was flawless. Good crew.
Yeah.
All right, that's a wrap. That's a wrap for Saturday.
Go 111.
Osman got real slow.
No, he wasn't there yesterday.
No?
Yeah. That was Tony.
Real is an extended drum solo. The Natural Confectionery Company. Go with the real.
Did someone say KFC?
I don't care. I love it.
Norman. In second, Liam Walsh. And in first, Dean Ferris. Throw it up, boys, and come again. And again, to the victors go the spoils. Liam Walsh all the way from down the Northern Territory. And Dean Ferris, oh, he got him quick. That's a guy that's done it for Ferris. Congratulations, guys.
The red dust and the landscape that we raced through, it's so beautiful and to use the word almost majestic. It's a bit magical. Like, you will find yourself racing along sections of track, struggling to pay attention just because of how nice the landscape is. Everyone that's racing here, they're definitely, when you come to think, you come prepared to have, a good time, that's for sure. And to get the snot beaten out of you in a race car, it's not easy. So, yeah, it's an awesome event. Arrived in Alice Springs this morning. We've come straight out here to the Alice Springs Off-Road Racing Club to get a bit of testing in and also run in the ring and pinion. So we're having a bit of a debate in the shed as to what prep work needed to be done. We've just new bearings and stuff in the motor, and we haven't touched the gearbox in a while. So we were checking the gear clusters and all the dog gears to make sure they were good. And during that time, we noticed a fair bit of metal stuck to the magnet inside the gearbox, which isn't a good sign. So from there, we found a couple of massive chips off the teeth.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, you can see we have the first of our bikes, this absolute chaos that is the Land Rush start. You can see that the dust has already started to form. These guys are in to absolutely let it rip. This is it. This is the final day. This is all or nothing. 3 laps ready to rock and roll. Looks like we've got Liam Walsh out front already. But this is going to be chaos as we get off the start line, ready to rock and roll. A touch over 200 bikes. So a lot of these riders probably all already feeling a little sore and sorry after yesterday. You heard Mick talking earlier on today that this track has really roughed up. A lot of square edges out there for these guys, and they're going to be having an absolute hard time there today. We can see already how much this track has changed. Mick said one of the roughest tracks he has ever raced on, but that's the way that the sand will develop throughout the weekend. There's going to be a lot of adrenaline right now for these guys as they get into these first laps. Just a couple of guys thinking, I want to get this over and done with as fast as I can. Probably not a bad idea. As we look down the creek a little bit, you hear that little 250 there. I reckon that is absolutely screaming as we try and keep an eye. A bit hard to spot the numbers when they are over on the other side, but we did see that top battle group. I'm sure we've seen Walshy, Ivan Long, all of those guys over there ready to rock and roll.
Okay. So we've got one overtaking in that dip on the other side of the river there. It is going to be a little bit harder to try and work out who our riders are. Just trying to visualise the numbers from up here, but I've been speaking with Steve Von Pine. He's given me the inside guff on some of our local riders today, so we'll try and give him a shout out as we go. But one of the sponsors, AMX, is going to come up after the first race and talk about what they do for the bike riders in their business. But talking about our sponsors, I didn't get through our sponsors list from this morning, and we've got Land Accountants and old Denny Braz there. Denny Brazel down the front here having a good look at the race and the action today. Castle Motor Lodge, Beast QC Quarries and Bowen Industrial Hire. We've also got our supporters, Corella Farms, Coastal Edge Constructions, Tropical Exposure and Repco. And it's a pretty extensive list. I tell you what, they're starting to come down pretty thick and fast now. Thank you. So how you going, Dan?
Well, we're going good, mate. We are always going good. We're racing dirt bikes here at the Comiskey Mining Services Don River Dash 300. So how could we not be good? It's Sunday.
I know, spectacular, eh? And the thing I'm really impressed with, don't know how it's going to go. That wind has changed a bit, so I don't know if we're going to be eating a bit of dirt over here.
Yeah, it's changed a lot, so it's going to be very interesting when the bikes come down the main straight here. Again, I just nipped out for a second and then was on my way back, and I can tell you that the spectator area here is getting flooded by traffic. There is cars everywhere on those little roads. You'd know the roads.
I know the roads. This is my home. This is my side of the river.
Well, we were just in someone's mango paddock, so if they're listening and wondering what on earth a Land Cruiser was doing running around a mango paddock, it was us setting up a camera, so we've got a few cameras going for the live feed. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get on there, it is on the Facebook as well as Off-Road Cartel's YouTube channel.
So in the downtime, you don't have downtime. You guys are out there recharging all of your batteries, making sure your cameras are working, and then getting different spots for the action for this afternoon's race.
Yeah, that's right. There's always something to do in an off-road race. But listen, I got to be honest and say that we are very tame compared to all our amazing Burdekin off-roader officials, medics, all the staff that are involved with this race. They've been running up and down, making sure, sweeping. They use a helicopter, Talbot Cox's helicopter sweeps for race cars. So I tell you what, It is a hive of activity. Even if the spectators are having a lull, they're having a coffee and an ice cream and a hot dog and all the good stuff. There is plenty of stuff going on behind the scenes.
Well, I was over here in the race. You can't call it tent. What do we call it?
No, the trailer. It's awesome. Offroadracing.com.au.
Yep.
Julia Murray Rogers. They are the lifeblood.
Champions, aren't they? Well, I was in there earlier, soaking up a little bit of aircon because she was getting a bit hot for the old girl. But there was a bit of a grass fire further down that our guys went down and sorted out within the community, which is great. And then on the other end of the river up at Police Camp Road, we had one of the drivers getting a recovery vehicle, getting him out of the river. So they were at opposite ends of the whole racetrack and they had it all sorted. It's actually excellent to see the work that those guys and girls do in that race trailer.
Yeah, see, that's crazy. That's the sort of thing that I don't think that you understand, that the community work, from an outsider's point of view, all those things that are going on behind the scenes, like you said, and, with 220, 230 bikes on track. I tell you what, Michelle, what was interesting, I was very comfortable over there in my Horseshoe Bay apartment last night. Beautiful.
I wondered where you stayed last night.
Yeah, just stuck over and it was beautiful. I can't say enough. But what I did notice when I was scrolling, what's amazing is the Don River Dash 2022 Facebook page and the community that comes together. People chasing spark plugs, people chasing filters, people chasing different bits and pieces for cars, trucks, race cars, bikes. And, like people getting on, come and see this pit tent because we'll give you a spark plug. We'll give you an oil filter. We'll give you
and
the parts.
These guys are competing against each other, aren't they?
Yeah, we had.
And are they competing for prize money or something? Or what do they do?
Oh,
or just it's bragging, right? But
yeah, money. It's awesome what goes on here. Again, Comiskey, a major sponsor here. But then at the end of the day, with the money that you put into racing, and you're doing it for the love.
It'd be a drop in the ocean.
Drop in the ocean.
Out,
exactly right. So realistically, if you said you were making money off-road racing, definitely not. Whereas
your
if
nose
you say,
is growing.
but there is some, your nose is definitely your Pinocchio. But you're right, there is some great prize money on offer, so there'd be a few guys, and there's plenty of classes up and down the order too. Don't think that it's just the 1, 2, 3s. Yeah, Tony Butler over there too, getting all the good footage. I'll tell you what, his crew, again, Josh and I got to see a little sneak peek of what you guys are going to get to see in the media wrap-up from Don River Dash. So again, if you're on Facebook, the socials, all that sort of stuff, make sure you follow the Don River Dash because every day they release new footage. There's going to be a video out tonight, and I can tell you some of the stuff that we saw earlier.
So there's people already back wherever they are staying, working on the video to get it out tonight, just because the energy's high.
Well, I got to tell you, I think it's that man there, just so we're clear, running there. There is a group.
He's got good running form, hasn't he?
Tony Butler has strong legs. There's no question about that. There's one thing that I'm always impressed a bit. It's the way that he moves.
And the best thing is he can't
hear
us heckling too much.
Oh, no, he can. No, Tony Butt's the legend, and he's the man behind a lot of the videos in the off-road racing scene around Australia. So, again, he will be, him and his merry men, they worked away last night. They'll work away again tonight. And probably by the end of this event, they'll have a wrap-up ready to go. And I tell you what, that's just crazy the way those guys, and it makes us look like amateur. We are amateur hour, but the stuff that they put out is amazing.
You might be amateur hour, but I am impressed. So I got to speak with the Snell brothers earlier on, and those young fellas, like Steve Von Pine just gave me 5 minutes of his time, and he was going through this list. I've got to find some sticky tape, so I'm going to send someone over to the trailer in a minute, see if we can find some sticky tape so as the wind doesn't blow this list away. But we've got a lot of local riders, which is absolutely fantastic. But I honestly don't know. These motorbike riders are absolutely nuts. Their bodies, they must just be aching from, like one of the Snell boys said that they pretty well squat the whole race.
Yeah, well, again, a legend of our sport in 5th place at the moment is Ben Grabham. Now, the most famous statement he said, and it was printed in media for all to hear or all to see or all to read, however you want to look at it. He said, desert racing is like holding onto a cliff knowing that you're going to die and a guy hitting you in the back for 2 hours with a baseball bat. He reckons that's pretty much what desert racing on a dirt bike is. A few amazing stories, Michelle. Also, the guy that trains the
Storm, Melbourne Storm football team. They came out and did some work with the KTM Desert team, and they said that the pace and heart rate they see for 2 hours at, say, the Fink Desert Race or the Don River Dash, but in these these desert races, that they see more numbers than any football player that they'd ever seen, and essentially that they said these guys are superhuman. I'm not just talking that up. They said that, and they
Just
reckon
got 'em
that it's
so
amazing.
fit.
So they'd
Do
never
these
seen
guys
numbers.
wear kidney belts or anything like that, like support braces?
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. Again, really everything's done in the gym and the training and the bike time. And, you know, probably if you're drinking beers last night, you're not taking it too seriously. And I'm about that. I like it. But, yeah, these guys, there'd be some very fit young men and older men out there that are out there racing. And, again, probably the biggest thing with desert racing is the fitness. That's probably true of anything across a motocross bike.
I think I saw a couple of girls on this list earlier on. So I'm going to duck away for 2 minutes, grab some tape so as I can get this list up so we can start talking about some of the riders. Is that all right? You got this?
That's definitely all right, and I've definitely got this, so no worries at all. But yes, you're absolutely right. There is a number of females, not just in the motorbikes, but in cars as well, and racing and competing, even driving, navigating, all sorts of things. So, yep, absolutely. Our females are a major part, and they're just one of the boys in this situation. Like, really, we all come to race. We're very gender neutral here, Joshua. We just like racing, and it doesn't matter. I tell you what, in this modern era where two-strokes were the norm in the 90s and early 2000s, not too many two-strokes running now. The sound of a bit of premix running through the Don River, it definitely cracks, doesn't it, Joshua? Little YZ 250, the ding-ding. Nowadays, most of these guys running the big bore, the 500 KTMs. Even Yamaha has a big stroke kit to make it a 500 Yamaha. So not that there are many. I think 450 would be quite comfortable in this race. But I know there is a number of guys, including Cale Irwin, one of the Hillbilly Racing boys, K51. He's running inside the top 20. I believe he's in 17th at the moment. I think I saw on the internet. And he is running very well at the moment. And it's crazy when there's 200 and odd bikes on track. They're just still coming at the moment. These guys have only just started their lap. When the likes of Liam Walsh, Callum Norton, and some of those big guns, they'll be getting ready to come down this straight anytime soon. Again, I think that we'd be looking at seeing about a 24-minute for their first lap. Again, we're keeping our eyes peeled, looking for a bike. Coming back down under the bridges. Going to be interesting to see who it was. Again, all the times up on Speed Hive with my laps. Again, if you are chasing any information, go to offroadracing.com.au. The amazing people there, Murray and Julie Rogers, they've got all the information up on screen. Follow through the Don River Dash, click through the links. You've got competitor numbers, lists, times, all sorts of stuff there.
Yeah, back to the old flamingo days. Just around the Sharks days. Oh, have they? Yeah. Okay, we're back on. I've got the list up. We found a board to stick it up on. It is going to be hard to work out the numbers, but we're going to try and do it as best as we can. We're going to get some bikes coming back through, I don't think too far in the near future. Now, do the bikes race quicker than the buggies? Do they get a quicker time, or is it a slower time perhaps? Pretty much on the even. So we've got a similar time this afternoon for all these bikes to get through. I just don't know how these guys go. So are they in reverse order as well? So these guys don't start in reverse order. So I've got a list here. We've got Bike Rider 121, A Pro, All Powers. What does All Powers mean? Do we know? I need to find someone from a bike area. So all powers is all sizes, 2-stroke, 4-stroke, yep, all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so Liam Walsh, 121, is finished number 1, day 1, apparently. So then we've got 118, Callum Norton, 27, Cody Stevens, number 2, Ivan Long. And apparently, he's the who's who of the off-road, so my friend Stephen Von Pine says. So watch out for number 2, Ivan Long. 6, Brodie Waters. Now, he's new to the scene, apparently, but here's a little story about the Waters family, and I didn't think that I knew anything about motorbikes or any of this kind of stuff. I actually picked his mother up on the side of the road yesterday. And she was walking back to the showgrounds. I'd finished buying some more stuff to make the volunteer lunches. Saw this lady walking along, looked like she had a bit of a sponsor shirt on. Pulled up and I said, "Oh, are you going to the showgrounds? Part of the Don River Dash?" And she's like, "Yep." And I went, "Oh, would you like a lift?" And she said, "Oh, are you going that way?" And I went, "I am now." And I actually had a good chat to her all the way back. And she has 3 sons in the sport. So Brody, he's actually was going to drive up on his own, and she wasn't going to let him drive up on his own. So she come with him, and their van, what an awesome fit out they've got. So she volunteers extensively in the sport and is quite proud of the sport. And she reckons she's going to try and do a bit of an enduro race as well with the old girl. So she's doing well. All the boys are in their 30s. So good on her. Okay, we've got Billy Geddes. He's graced us with his appearance. He looks a bit tidier and neater. It looks like he's had a bit of a shower since you didn't have a shower. Cleaned up? Yeah. You looked a bit dusty and under the gills when you pulled up before. How are you?
No, I had a good day, mate. It's looking forward to seeing the bikes come through. Lads will have a pretty busy day there, and yeah, it should be good.
Get this thing on. Okay, she's on. Okay, so I've learnt a lot about buggies and trucks and trophy trucks, and now I'm starting to learn about the bikes. So we've got everything sort of listed down here and all the riders and all of that kind of stuff. So this is what I love about this event is that it's not just 1 or 2 races. It's a whole weekend of racing and events, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. You've got different classes and people, of different age and bike capacity and stuff like that, and people who are looking for the overall, and people who are out there trying to just have win something in their class, and smart races, as they get older or even when they're learning or they're guided by the right people to say, no, start in this class, and don't expect to be this guy just yet. You need a bit more experience. So because if you go out in a track like this and go out there with all the bravado in the world and no experience, well, you're going to end up in the hospital pretty quick.
So, I was talking to Courtney from Burdekin Motorcycles. Now, they're part of the Burdekin Off-Roaders Club that are huge in relation to getting this event going. So they volunteer for that. But they've also got the local motorcycle business up there in the Burdekin, and they were in buggies and they've just gone into a trophy truck. So I said to her the other day, well, how come you decided to go into a trophy truck? And she mentioned to me that was always the intention for them. And this truck came up that they've just bought. It was the right price at the wrong time, if there is right price, wrong time, but they just bit the bullet and they bought the trophy truck. And I don't know if is this their first weekend racing it?
Yeah, it is. I know the truck and I know the guys. The truck's actually a bloke, Rowe, who imported it. It was the same model, same year as Brad Gallard's truck, which is a couple of years older than mine. And it come over as a roller, so it was finished off in Australia. And it's went to Habe. Actually, Habe, who won today, he had it for a while and did a bit of work to it.
I've just learned a little bit about him, and I've just asked the guys earlier on, did he come last year? I have spoken to him, but I must have spoken to him around the ring on Friday night. What a humble man he is. He's just, quite exceptional in the sport, isn't he?
Yeah, builds his own cars, and obviously they're built well, and to have obviously Kent Battle's cars are an element as well, and they're little trucks, little buggies that get through the bumps well, and not all of them do that. But the advantages to buggies, they get the power down quickly, whereas we've got we've got to get momentum going, and as we burn fuel off, because our fuel's hanging off the back, we get more wheel spin, and so momentum becomes a bigger factor, and it's actually interesting. Those fellas are pulling like 190 odd kilometers an hour this weekend, and my top speed was 170.
Oh, really?
Yep.
And do you have a speedo in your truck? How do you know what your speed is?
It actually goes.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't go faster than 170.
Yeah. So our when we get a capacity lift with 7 litre, we'll be able to get probably a bit more speed out of it. It's just the nature of trucks. I'm still running the auto. Some of the other trucks are running a gearbox, but I'm hoping that with a bit of traction change, I've got a few things to pick up with traction. But yeah, really our factor to do well at a race like this is to just keep that momentum going. So where they're checking up, we're trying not to check up as much, because we just can't come out of the corners as quick as they can.
So you're talking about fuel before. What fuel do you run on? And then secondly, How much do you chew in a race like this?
No.
A lot. I'm assuming it'd be a lot.
It's
but,
a lot. It's
and,
about-
and the size capacity of your tank, you don't refuel through the middle of it, or?
No. If you refuel, for an outright here, you're just not going to win. So we carry about 278 litres in ours, and we get slightly worse than litre a kilometre out of it.
Wow. Okay. No. Okay, so we've got Liam Walsh coming down now.
Yeah, listen, calling it pretty early here, Michelle, but I think it's the 121 of Walshy, it looks like.
And got some good air over there.
Yeah, that is Liam.
And he's putting it on for the crowd. Pulling up that front tyre. How good's that?
I tell you what, Bill, how good is that after 50 Ks? I tell you what, though, is that the number? No, that's Callum Norton, possibly 118. So that's Callum Norton coming in right on his tail. But this is where it's a bit interesting. We're trying to work out the strategy. Bill, we're sort of talking about like some of the guys are coming in early, getting fuel and then doing 2 laps. Some dudes are doing 2 and then stopping at the end and having 1 more lap. Now, is this guy bike? No, so he's coming in for a fuel stop as well. This is the 27. So this is Cody Stevens.
Okay, that refuel by the number 2 is 118, was about 10 seconds, I counted on my fingers. So he was standing on the peg, standing on the brakes, pulled up. They've refueled. He's hopped off. He's obviously had a bit of a shot of energy drink or something like that. Straight back on. 10 seconds to refuel that bike is phenomenal. And how good are these pit crews? I went down last year to the end of this line of pit crews, and I'll tell you what, they're good teams.
Oh, absolutely, mate. And they're using dump fuel cells, dry brakes, all the other stuff. So at the top level, this is what it takes. You know, a 10-second pit stop is about all you want. I think they're doing that sort of thing at Fink as well, aren't they?
It's going to be interesting to see the strategy work out, whether fueling early or later on is going to work out. But I tell you what, Walshy's looking like he's not even worn out a little bit there. So he's looking strong.
Looking fresh, isn't he?
He's looking very fresh.
Fresh after a morning in the river.
Yeah, very, very fast. And that's Liam Walsh, cousin of David Walsh, who's the king of the desert, 3-time champ out there. And again, Dave, we're all thinking of you, mate. And, a bit of a rough ride here at Don, but we do hope you come back, and because you are a desert master. So unfortunately, Walsh, you meant to race, but had a little bit of an off in pre-running, unfortunately.
Yeah, I hope the young fella's all right. I think Walsh is a good campaigner. He's been wrapping up that Fink race there for a long time now.
Now, I tell you what, this is someone you like too, Bill. The next bike that should be through, we're keeping our eyes open. It's number 2. This is Ivan Long, the long man.
Ivy.
This guy is the loosest unit that I've ever seen in my life. This is the one that you say he's got a bit of a rep, and he's got a rep for a reason. Josh and I were sitting on the spectator mound at Fink, and he in his prologue, he literally dragged his bars in the sand, somehow clutch kicked it, come back through and got second right behind none other than Toby Price. The man is an animal.
Okay, another 2 coming through, and we've got a bit of an overtake that's just happened.
Yeah, no, this is going to be interesting.
1 in, 2 in.
We've got Brody Waters and Jackson McGrath right together.
So number 8 and 109.
And then the other guy to look out for is the older statesman, Ben Grabham. He is the true king of the desert.
So that number 8 was Zachary Watson.
Yeah, so Grabbo going straight through on that lap. So that's going to look, he's a very strong rider. That man's done everything from Dakar, Hattah, all the races.
258. Who have we got that's 258?
Jesse McMillan Moore. So Walsh.
So it looks like Zachary Watson, he's come in front, and he started after Jesse on the bike in start order.
Yeah, may have passed him on corrected time. That's on track. But Liam Walsh, as we saw, scooting down there. So as you would expect with him going straight through, first on track at the moment. Now, he may have to stop for a fuel. So I would assume that he's stopping on the second lap. These boys have now got a little dump of fuel. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Callum Norton or Cody Stevens stop on the second lap or not. Have a listen at 450, just getting tortured in the sand over there.
You know what we should do next year is we should try and get a LiDAR down in the river and see how fast they're actually going.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these bikes are very fast. We actually talked to David Walsh, and he said his bike will do a little bit over 180 in the sand at Fink.
So we got 6 coming in for a refuel. So 6 is Brody Waters. He was the young fellow I was talking about that I picked his mum up and took her back to the camp yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that
after
was
the race.
Wilson Norman going straight through there in the pro, so the 760. So Wilson Norman also having a Storm and Norman run.
Oh, you dad joke.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
there. It's there.
Storming the Norman.
Yeah, they're having a cracker
So,
anyway.
Billy, usually you're out here racing. What's it like to be standing up here and viewing it from, like, what's our viewing platform and our distance of being able to see this race
Oh,
here?
it's great. It's all spectators are getting a good look at the river. It's nice to see all the camps. There's camps all the way down and people watching the whole way. But 1,000 years ago, I used to ride a motorbike a little bit too. But now that I'm not made of rubber anymore,
You need those comfy seats
Oh,
around
definitely.
you.
Well, Michelle, just in case you didn't know, he talked it down a little bit there. Billy Geddes is the original Think Ironman, in case you don't know.
Oh, really?
Lots of people talked about it. Billy pulled it off. He actually drove a truck and rode a motorbike. So he's
Really?
the only, well, originally the man to do that. So, Bill, you're talking it down. And I don't think that was, for my sake, that wasn't that long ago.
So we've got Jake Coleman and Ashley Norman coming in, and they're both the same on that list. And
Yeah.
682. 682's just coming in, if
Stuck.
anybody's listening.
Story or Stony, something like that.
So I believe that all of these guys have their crews over at the showground. So if you're listening in, I'm going to try and call these numbers out. We've got a massive list. Look at this list. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 full A4 pages and a bit. So there's nearly 300 riders on these pages, I would say. So I'm not going to be able to keep up with them like you guys, because I can tell you guys apart, because one's in a buggy and one's in a truck, and I'm learning about door slammers. And
We got Ivan Long going back across the back straight there.
Yeah, he's got a good fan base. And did you know that he's moved up to, he's a North Queenslander now?
Townsville boy
we'll
now.
claim him.
He's a South
now.
Australian for
He's
a long
local
time.
now.
But
We're going to claim him.
So it's good to see that level moving up and racing around this area. So
Okay, number 313's coming in, followed closely by 38. Craig Carmichael is 313. Okay, he's the G Masters All Powers over 45 years. So he's an older fella riding. He's punishing his body.
Hey,
Come on
Not
now.
that old. Come
I'm
on.
nearly 50. Come on.
Slow it up there.
I didn't see that last one come through. We've got orange is KTM, aren't they? Maybe. 358. Green is Kawasaki.
Oh,
yeah, I got it.
You're all over.
358. Jack Larder's just come in. So it is a little bit of a different strategy where some of them are going past and a lot of them are choosing to come in and fuel. So number 83.
Yeah, listen, Michelle, I would think, and just as a vast generalisation, you'll find other than the top, say, 20 pro guys, most of them would have the strategy that they're going to pit every stop. It's a good strategy. You get to see your mates. You get a bit of fuel. You get off the bike for a second.
Mate, it's 10 seconds. What can they...
Well, even I can tell you, we've done a few pit stops, and I was happy for them to slow down a little bit.
What can happen in 10 seconds, Billy?
A fair bit, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you Toby Price, a fair bit, but for the Dan Currans of the world, not too much. I know Josh has got a great story with our mate Sean Swaffield, and actually Bill Geddes was pitting for us.
We got 22, 115, and 269 coming into the pits, and right coming up at the end here, we've got 660.
Yeah, Josh was racing a 570, and I tell you what, it was pretty funny. Bill and Swaff and the Round Dog, if you listen, big shout out to you boys. But again, we were getting pitted, and Josh was very happy to have an extra minute off the bike. I can tell you that for free.
601 just come in. I'm looking for some of our... I'm just having a look for some of our local fellas. So we've got the Chapman boys here, and Stuart Chapman. Are they on buggies as well, Bill?
That race. Stewie runs a single-seater, and Clayton drives the two-seater in the Chapman cars, yeah.
So they would have driven this morning and they're back on
Definitely.
bikes this
Yeah,
afternoon.
yeah.
They're crazy. Absolutely crazy. 164's coming in. 164. So that's Harrison Maxwell. So So tell me this. I'm learning, Bill. So what does A Pro in brackets all powers mean? Class A, professional? I don't know.
Yeah, pro. Looks like a pro. Yeah, pro class
pro
open.
class. All open. There you go.
Yeah, so definitely one of the fast guys. I don't think I was ever called pro in my entire life, mate. So I tell you what, we've got some great footage here coming on the live stream. Got a little bit of bridge flats video coming out, and we've also got Mickey B in the pit having a bit of a look up and down. So the 176 in now as well.
Daniel Kelly is 176.
The 500 in as well. Again, the spectators, we got the best spot in the area. This start-finish straight is brilliant. The way we get to see both sides. 79, the
550
85.
Steve Green. He's one of our local fellas. He works out at Abbott Point. So on your greenie coming into refuel. 79, Steve.
The 627 is in as well.
Stuart Windsor is 627, and he's the veterans.
The 522 as well. Hey, listen, Michelle, we've actually just been joined in the commentary box by a little bit of royalty here in a very humble royalty, just so you know.
Number 22 is coming in. Okay, I'm going to hand my microphone over because I think we need to have Billy and Brett talking together with Dan. I'm going to tap out, but I'll keep an eye out to try and work out our local fellas and give you a tap on the shoulder when I can work a local fella.
Perfect, no worries at all. Well, again, Brett Comiskey is in the house, and I tell you what, first up, Brett, thanks very much. We've said it a few times, but we'll say it again. We do appreciate everything you do for the sport as a whole, mate, because I can't say it enough. As from everyone from an event, you know, you're one of the nice guys of the sport. You're always ready to give a hand and give a part and do whatever else that we can. But that's true of a lot of the...
Sorry, mate. Lenny Snell came through and he gave us a toot up here. So that's those young fellas that we were interviewing earlier on, the Snell brothers. And Lenny's brother, Henry, he won at Phillip Island on a flat track last week. And here he is running in the river this week. So...
Michelle, I like that you call it flat track, but I think you're going to be it's road racing. But yes, I think it's same. Hey, same. But I think the motorbike boys might get a little bit frustrated. But road racing, road racing at Phillip Island.
Pay peanuts, get monkeys.
Oh, no. Anyway, you calling us monkeys? Anyway, let's get back to it. Comiskey Racing is up here. And again, as I was saying, big involvement in this sport. You jumped on board as the major sponsor this year again. Because and did you know? I don't know if you know this story. Do you know that it was a bit of a battle because there was that many people that wanted to sponsor the Don River Dash this year? How much of that's a real big prop to the organisers of the event. Like you guys said, what do we need to do? Whitsunday Regional Council said, what do we need to do? And then, sorry, I'm going to stuff this, but what's the Bowen Port? Abbott Point Operations, they were another one that said, what can we do to get involved? So how cool is that our little humble dirt sports, like I was sort of saying on the microphone before, if you want to get rich off-road racing, if you want to make $1 million off-road racing, you get $2 million and then go off-road racing. Isn't that about the right of it? So you don't make a lot of money off-road racing, but we love it. And Brett, I know you love it. Billy loves it. Both of you guys now in trophy trucks, you're having a great time out here. Tell us a bit about your Don River experience this year. Probably not perfect, was it?
Oh, no, look, definitely not perfect. Yesterday wasn't too bad. We had some steering issues and a bit of overheating. The boys worked through a bit into the night last night. We got the steering sorted. I dropped down on the river here and there, shot straight back up the bank. The steering was that good. Went back down through this bit of a drop-off here and knew the car was good. So we reeled in a couple of cars before the bridge. So we wanted to have a good crack.
Well, it's funny, both of you guys, there was a conversation in the commentary box earlier about, because you were talking about, tweaking the car, getting it sorted, all that sort of stuff. And there was like, just a couple of things on a new car and then they're sorted. No, if you own an off-road race car, you're pretty much tweaking and working on them full time, aren't you? There's always something that can do a little bit. Steve's nodding his head. He knows all about spinning spanners. But the moral of the story is that it's funny, the off-road game, isn't it? We sort of build these amazing bits of gear and then we beat on them until they break and then we fix them and go and beat on them a bit harder.
Yeah, look, this race is a bit different than what we normally do with hard pack tracks. So the sand sort of robs the horsepower out of them, tyre pressures. So we played around with that and definitely got a gain this morning out of tyre pressure even. So even, 2 to 4 PSI difference, you can tell. So we didn't touch the suspension too much, like with the whoops and that are in here. So a fair bit of high speed on this track. So, look, not too many changes. But, they cop a beating, that's for sure.
Yeah, brilliant, mate. Now, listen, the other side of that is you actually come, like your history is racing quad bikes, motorbikes, Unfortunately, the old quads, they've seen a bit of a hiatus from racing, which is a bit of a shame, honestly, because they were a staple, weren't they, at the Finks and the desert races and bits and pieces. But, the motorbike guys, they're doing it tough out here, aren't they? They're the true heart and soul of the sport.
Well, I actually had to go at trikes for a while. So I raced trikes for about 3 years.
So you had a death wish is what you're saying?
I had a death wish. And lucky enough, we sort of knew people inside the industry and they told us they were going to ban them. So we got rid of them pretty quickly and I moved on to the quads. So, look, they were good fun. Heaps of fun. Travelled around Australia. Ended up finishing third in the Australian Championships on a quad. Then with work and all that sort of stuff got busy. So it was a bit of a life-threatening issue, so we give it away for a bit.
Well, what are they saying? I know it's a common one, but with age comes a cage, hey, mate? You got to get that roll cage around you and get a bit of brains.
Yeah, but that took a while, mate. I still played with bikes, up until a while ago, and then sort of gave them away. Not only recently, or living next door to Toby Price, I didn't have much choice in getting a dirt bike again, so it's been fun going on a few rides with him, so... Yeah, look, age does come a cage, so definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, it's a bit of a who's who up here, Michelle. Aaron Havey just strolled in as well. So I tell you what, we all love the motorbikes. I suppose this is something that I want to say. So one of our female riders has come past, lovely ladies. But I suppose one of the things about it is, guys, again, and I keep promoting this, we're all motorbike, but we just love desert racing, don't we, Aaron? Like, you know what I mean? Like, even down, you guys have strolled down, come and watch the motorbikes. We do it at Fink, we do it at this race. As a whole, the desert racing community is right into it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we've all ridden motorbikes too, and we love doing it. We just got a bit smarter, I think, because I don't like breaking my body. But, the whole thing is just, these guys are nuts. I would never do this again. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, I think one of the things that, and again, Fink shows that Don River is going to be one that I think, it's only 4 years. Isn't it crazy that this is a 4-year-old race? Like, it is growing and growing and growing. I think it's got big things. Aaron, I guess, we've been here a few times, all of us guys, but, yourself as a first-timer, what do you think? Like, obviously, not a bad way to start it by taking a win, but secondly, the racetrack, rough, challenging, hard, all the things that really you like in a racetrack.
Yeah, definitely. It's a real. You got to step up to the plate because there's no room for faint-heartedness here. You got to push hard because the guys are going hard. So you got to step up and just push into it. So track's awesome. It's good for a national level track because you really got to have a good car, good setup, good horsepower, and just and hang on to it basically.
And one of the things I love about this mixed style of racing where there's, bikes and cars racing together is that you see a lot of guys like, Toby Price probably in many ways got into car racing due to the fact that he was so involved, in multi-group. So same deal. Like it's crazy to think that there's going to be some young fellas and ladies out here. The young ladies and men out here that'll, in the future be racing trophy trucks, pro buggies, side by sides. There's a lot of people that continually step up because once they, wander around the showgrounds on a Friday night, that's literally how we got enrolled. I loved off-road racing, but once you go and ride bikes at events like Fink and bits and pieces, you're like, man, I've got to get one of these Jimcos, got to get one of these Elements, you've got to get into these things. So, I think that's great. I'm a real fan of crossover races. Like if we can race motorbikes, Kalgoorlie's doing it again this year as well, where they're racing bikes and cars. I think that's huge for our sport.
Look, it gives a chance. We don't get to see these guys too much. And I think the biggest winners out of all is the spectators. If this was just a car event, it'd be over in the morning. What do you do for the rest of the day? So to keep them entertained, and look, they're all still here. There's plenty of them up and down the river. What they've pulled off here is good for both sports, not one but two. So I'm not being nasty here, but I think if you were just going to travel all the way up here for the bikes, there wouldn't be us and vice versa. So I think they've had a win here. Like Fink, the only thing is with Fink, we don't get to see them too much ride until they get down the other end and past where we see them go through the pit area. So to come here, we've only got to travel 5 minutes over the other side of the river. We can come in and we can enjoy and watch them race too, because my navigator's out here today racing. My number one sales guy, Kevy, he's out here. We borrowed a bike last night for him, so he's out here racing. So it's good. We know these guys.
You borrowed a bike last night for him. So has he practiced and trained? Does he always train or what?
No, look, his bike failed on the pre-run on Friday. So
he was intending to ride.
He was intended to ride. So he was pretty devoted. And look, I offered to buy people's bikes and everything just to give him a ride. Unfortunately, we prayed on the week. One guy got injured yesterday with a broken leg. So Waylon was extremely good to us and lent us his bike. Kevy's out there running around. And so, look.
You are very passionate. Your whole team follows your passion, or you bounce off their passion.
You won't get a job with me unless you like off-road racing. It's simple as that.
I talk a lot. I don't know much about off-road racing.
Yeah, no, that's an awesome point. And again, I do agree because, again, just such a great family-friendly environment. And you're still talking about Fink, and that's true because it is probably one of the hallmark events that we have. But you only get to see the car, look, one down, one back the next day. This, you get to see the cars 6 times a day. It's pretty amazing.
I think from a spectator's point of view, this would be one of the pick of them. Like I know I met Aaron at Love Day down in South Australia there. You can see him on certain parts of the track. But here, look where you get to see them. You get to see them multiple times. So it's good like that.
And you know what? Proserpine Airport is let's talk about the roadworks getting here, but it's about an hour away. So people from Brisbane, if you don't count the wait time at the airport after you check in, you are an hour and 20 away from the Whitsundays. What a great weekend. We fly down there and support them. Everybody start flying up here and supporting events like this. Come and holiday here.
Yeah, look, that's a good thing because last year at Fink, we were talking to the Bentleys. I tried to get them up here last year and they're like, oh, it's a long way to go.
It's a long way.
Look who turned up this year. Not one car, 3. That's a big effort.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing.
And like this guy, he's come all the way up. We've been going down there this year, so it's good to see this caliber of driver come up here and support us up this way. Brad Gallard, quick in the dirt today. Hopefully these guys will go down there and get word of mouth out and start bringing more up with them.
Well, I was going to ask a good question. Are you going to be back? Do you reckon you're going to come back for a defend? Or it's a bit early. You're going to need to go back and see. What's the ocean look like out there, Aaron? It's pretty nice.
We haven't seen much of that yet, but the plan would be to try and launch some next year for sure. I mean, we're farmers as well, so we're going to try and make sure everything aligns. But, I guess we were actually going to bring 3 cars this year. We've only brought up 2. So my brother's pretty keen as well. So, look, for us, this time of year is not too bad. It's freezing down home, so it's not a bad spot to be, really.
So we're farmers as well. Our farm's only about 2.5 kilometres that way. If you're missing your tractor, more than happy to put you on a tractor over at home, do some tilling. You'll be right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got a job anywhere for once. So we'll slow down to the idle place at the moment. But it's been a great week for us coming up here, and we'll be a slow trip home for sure.
Awesome, mate. I hope you really enjoyed. That's so good. We're glad to have you guys up here. Obviously, hey, we love entertaining the Southerners with a bit of Queensland antics.
Yeah, look, we'll definitely be sprucing up a fair bit. So what better place to come to, really, for a good, like you said before, a multi-level event, world-class, national track. Really, it's been awesome.
Awesome, mate. Absolutely. And listen, we'll let you guys get back to enjoying watching the bikes because I know, again, we've yanked them in, but really you guys are here to spectate and, enjoy the sponsors tent and all the other stuff. So I'm really glad you guys are here enjoying. And again, thanks for your commitment. Thanks for your commitment, mate. Again, and congratulations to both of you doing all the 6 laps. So that's good, even though, some dramas and obviously with the win. Congratulations, guys.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your day.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, man. It's great.
You're right,
You guys did
Did you hit that? I got some mango off you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Just leave it for a couple of weeks to let it infuse. Put them all together. Okay, so whilst I was having a bit of a break there while all those guys had a chat, I have actually got our list together for our locals. So when they start coming through again, I might be able to give them a call out. But I do like the fact that that one of the Snell boys came through and he gave us a toot of acknowledgement as he was coming up the to the pit stop there, which is absolutely fantastic. So, how good was that, Dan? Absolutely fantastic that these guys have just come up. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Hold on. Just wait there for a minute. Just don't go anywhere. Just wait there. Okay, so who have we got coming through now?
Yeah, 766 up and the 510. I tell you what, some great shots here.
64's just come through. So I'm just going to be calling these numbers out randomly. We've sort of missed a few numbers as we went through there, but we've got quite a few locals here. And actually, number 8, Zachary Watson. Now, I saw him come through earlier on, and 111's just coming up. Now, he's a Townsville lad. We've got J17 coming through right now. So Zach Watson's from Townsville. He's actually on a 2-week break in between motocross and supercross, and he decides to come and do the Don River Dash.
Hey, Michelle, have a look down here. It's getting very wild as there's bikes going every which way. Now, the 119, is it? 118, 119, it is the 119.
Shaking out their wrists as they're coming through.
FO4 and the 369 are all in now. Got a little loose down through the main whoops there. But again, the reason that we're getting a little bit excited is we do believe that Liam Walsh, get that right, Dan Curran, is going to be very close here. And the one thing that we are watching, we're going to assume that he's going to come in for a fuel stop. He did not for the first one. So it's going to be a bit of a strategic ride here. But again, you're going to know because Liam Walsh is going to be on the bobber.
Okay, we've got a fella coming through. He doesn't seem too happy. He's sort of having a bit of a grumble as he's coming up. There might be a bit of a problem with his bike.
Righto, again, a few more floating through.
I heard you say a Ben Graben before. Now, he's been here for the last 2 weeks, and he's actually been doing coaching and training in this river. So he's made a couple of weeks of it, hasn't he?
Yeah, so Ben Grabham is actually Grabbo's Trail and Track. He is a King of the Desert legend.
Okay, one of the riders, as he's come up through the pit, just watch it there, has lost his goggles. They've flicked off. So that we've worked out what he was sort of a little bit upset about. Courtney, come over here, Courtney. I might get Billy to stand up as well. Help us with this one. Or you can sit there, Courtney. So I've got Courtney from Burdekin Motorcycles here. She's part of the Off-Roaders Club. Dan, you just jump in if you need to. There's a spare one down here. We'll stop talking if you want to cut us off because I know you guys are looking there. Okay, so Courtney, how was today? Today and yesterday's the first run in that trophy truck for you?
Yeah, so this is the first weekend. Obviously, we've been in our truck. We had a really good run yesterday. Obviously, we're just learning how it handles and bits and pieces. Today, we accidentally got a flat tyre, so we lost about 20 minutes by the time we pulled up. Both jumped out of the truck and had to change it. Change it a 40-inch tyre in sand's not fun. So
okay, riddle me this. How do you put a jack under a truck on a sandy riverbank like this?
Yeah, so we...
Sorry, we didn't mean to cut you off. Keep looking, but I think you're going to see a couple of the fast bikes come through.
Yeah, we'll
just
stand
keep
down
an
for a
eye on
couple of minutes.
121, which is Liam Walsh. So keep a good eye. So the 57's through as well. But anyway, listen, what I want to know, Courtney, is you didn't know someone down the river that could change it for you. Just pull into one of the sheds or something like that.
Quick, get the...
No, we did the right thing. We pulled
get a
up in the
forklift under it.
exclusion zone. Go.
Sorry, yeah, there's a bit. So that's Liam Walsh coming in for a pit stop. So that's our leader at the moment coming in, just so you guys know. The 121 into the pits now.
And he was the one that went through with the front wheel up before, didn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
Hey?
That's him.
444 coming on in. Now, one of his supporters is in the sponsors, is in a tent up here, and she's come down and grabbed the goggles from the fella that's lost his goggles and raced them up to the pit stop. So, and here we go. We've got another one acknowledging us coming through, which is absolutely fantastic. Okay, Courtney, back to you, my friend. How much fun was that over this weekend in the trophy truck as compared to the buggy?
Yeah, obviously, trophy truck handles a whole lot nicer. So as soon as we got back the other day, we said never again would we be going back to a buggy. So it was good.
That's it. You're sold. No buggies anymore.
That's it.
So fortunately for you, you got a little bit of promo with that buggy out on the track because you've recently sold it, but it's still sticking up Vertican Motors. Are you guys sponsoring it, or did you just leave it on there?
No, so we sold it to a guy, obviously, that lives at home as well. So he's just left it as it is, and he'll sort it later. So yeah.
Okay. Number 27 coming in a bit hot.
Sorry, I got a bit noisy in this. He flicked a foot off over that finish line jump, and the bike flicked sideways. It looked very loose for a second. But old 27, that's Cody Stevens. He's on pace, so he's looking at having a good run. He's in our top 3 at the moment. So smoking run there, but he almost threw it away for a second.
Perfect.
So, Courtney, I'm sorry if I missed this, but were you just talking about the change from a buggy to a trophy truck?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so we'd never go back. Obviously, after sitting in a truck, you'd never go back to a
bit
buggy.
too comfortable now. I think Billy Geddes was talking about this, bit comfy in that trophy truck compared to, bikes and buggies.
And they're big and they've got the horsepower to get out of things. That's a big thing, isn't it? Like, you don't realize, it sounds crazy, but often when it gets real sketchy, getting on the gas helps a big truck.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes you're better off going that little bit faster. They seem to handle a bit better.
Okay. We've got 630 coming in. Oh, Georgia Murray, one of our female riders. So, sorry, G30. Here we go. This must be a local 161 or someone who's just celebrating. I tell you, he's having a fat old time out there. Having a real good time. He's happy to be alive. What was that?
He's just happy to be alive.
You know that feeling well, Billy.
For sure.
Okay, B06 coming in. And they're all sort of putting their left arm down, sort of shaking the rattles out of the wrists and the hands. 475 coming in for their pit stop. So Georgia Murray's actually from Proserpine, so we'll claim her as a local.
Yeah.
Yeah, how good's that? So Bodican Motorcycles, do you see some of these riders coming up to you guys for parts and things like that?
Yeah, we had a little shop over at the showgrounds. We had a couple of the guys come over late yesterday afternoon and get some bits and pieces. So, yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, excellent. I'm trying to get through this list, Courtney, to try and work out. I've highlighted the locals that I know. We've actually got about 6 people from Abbott Point Operations Racing this weekend. So I'm trying to corner those guys because I know they've got some people watching. 283 is William Tapp, or good old Billy Tapp. So I'm trying to look out for him. Liam Walsh on the other side of the track is just screaming. He has just made so much ground on the riders behind him. I reckon he's made about 200 metres in about the last 300 or 400. He's just floating on fire. He was a fair distance behind those ones at that back corner. Okay, F03 just giving us a bit of a acknowledgement there on the way through. Don't they like to celebrate these motorbike riders? We can see them better than you guys, Billy.
Yeah. No, they're having a hell of a good time, and just a lot of guys out there just having fun and enjoying it. That's the key, main thing of the game.
Yep, certainly is. Okay, we've got one of the sponsors up here. So we've got AMX, or Motorcycle Accessories. We've got 2 sponsors, Bodican Motorcycles and AMX. So, look at this floating straight through, coming in hot, both of them. So we've got number 2 and 72.
How good is
Ivan
that?
Long.
That's Ivan Long and Ben Grabham, 2 proper hellmen in the desert side by side. And I tell you what, I hope you can see this action. In the pits, there will be a racing pit stop to see who can get out first. So
we might keep an eye on those pits. Are you going to give it a call when they're out?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're already out, so that looks like Grabbo, I think.
Yeah, wow.
And now what we're doing is we're watching the helmet up there. They've just fueled up. He's just got back on the bike, so Longy is second out of the pits there.
Okay, one of our female riders, K21, she's just coming in. 108's just come in. Katie Robinson, K21. She's coming in to do a little bit of a pit stop.
So how crazy is that, Michelle? We actually just saw how important pit stops were with a smoking team like Grabo's team there. They actually just got Grabo back out in front of Ivan after Ivan passed it coming in. So, you know, that when you say about 10 seconds, 10 seconds can be a
mean
lot.
a lot. Yeah, it can definitely mean a lot.
But again, it means a lot more to the dudes in the top 10 positions than it does to the top 300 positions.
I tell you, I know you're saying that this race this afternoon is similar timing to the race. I suppose the difference is, thinking in my head here, I'm thinking we had a bit more time during the races this morning to have a bit of a chat and fill the spaces. But this afternoon, there is just a constant flow of bikes going around. That would be because of our number of bikes
Absolutely.
racing?
That's what I was going to say. Courtney, 220 bikes this weekend, or somewhere in there anyway. So, you know, like when you're talking about that versus 100 race cars, there is a lot of people out on that track. And I'm trying to put this politically correct, a huge range of ability. Everyone's good. Everyone's a great rider, but not everyone's an Ivan Long. Not everyone's a Liam Walsh. You know, those guys are... they're a click out of Delirious different to what I would understand as a normal human being. Lots of people would say there's something not quite right with those bike boys. So again, plenty of great stuff happening up and down the river. Again, there's spectator pits all over the place having a look. 91.1 is also the channel to have a listen. You can keep up to date with all the live bits and pieces, and offroadracing.com.au has all the live timing if you are chasing someone at home.
Okay, Dan, I've got Claire here, and she's from AMX. So you were just telling me about one of your riders has had to retire?
Yeah, unfortunately, Brodie Waters did have to retire from the race, just some technical issues with the bike. So, yeah, we'll try again at the next one.
Oh, that's such a shame because I was following him because of his mum. So that's a bit of a shame. They've travelled a long distance to be here as well this weekend.
They have travelled far and wide to many races this year, and they've had some really good results. But unfortunately, today just won't be another good one.
So you're sort of local to Bowen. You're from Mackay, is that right?
I'm from Townsville, so AMX have stores in Mackay and Townsville though. So yeah, we've got plenty of accessories, helmets, goggles, sprockets, chains, everything that you could think of, we've got it.
I love it. The Chapman brothers were just on the gas coming in, and I think it was for the Curran brothers up here. A little bit of a show. So those Chapman brothers, I just heard from Billy earlier on, those Chapman boys were actually racing buggies or trucks this morning, and they're back out on bikes. They are absolutely nuts. You got to go? Well, thank you so much. Thank you for sponsoring this event. And, yeah, we hope you enjoy the race anyway. Thank you. See ya.
Michelle, we've got Ivan Long got back past Grabo because we think that's Grabo running over there, some of this footage. And Josh was just saying how crazy.
Forex, yes, that's one of our local fellas.
How crazy is it for all you race fans over there when they come down, you watch the good guys, and again, they're all good guys. Please let me clarify that. But the likes of Longy and Grabo are doubling up the step up, like acting like it's a step up over there rather than riding up the hill. On screen now we have the Chapman. So I know you mentioned the Chapmans. The Chapmans have actually were racing pro buggies today. So this is actually Clayton Chapman. That's Stewie Chapman on the 51. So Stewie was the single seat driver.
So are they coming in deliberately together, or is that just their race, how it's unfolded? They
No, I think they're
together.
riding together. They're having a good time together.
They're just here for the fun of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, nice. And I am loving this footage in the pit stop. It's you guys have got this all covered. You're flicking from the pit stop. You're down in the river. You're up there, up near the rail track, I think, near the rail track.
We wouldn't be doing anything illegal, Michelle.
No. That's good. We've got another one with his goggles off here. Yeah, the front's off that bike. 760, was it? Wilson Norman. Yeah, Wilson Norman, 760. Yeah, he's a prossy boy. Looks like he's had a little bit of a bingle there, but it's not too bad. It's he's all right. His bike's just probably a little bit worse for wear. Okay, so our numbers we're looking out for here, Fleno Racing, J22, good old Tom Jack. You've got to keep an eye out for him. He works out at Abbott Point, but they started Fleno Racing, I think, last year, and they were actually racing in flannelette shirts, plus all their safety equipment, but these guys like to have a bit of fun. F02's just coming up. We've also got number 26 is a local lad, Michael Johnson. He's always been high octane, that fella, whether it's cars or bikes. He's always had a bit of fun in this river. We've got 98 is Henry Snell, so the local Bowen Bullet. Now, I'm going to put the call out again for this young fella. He's looking for some major sponsors because he's got a lot of talent, this kid. 16 years of age and over at Phillip Island, doing really well, and now he's back in his hometown, back in his river. 71's just pulling in. And that's James Heenan.
Yeah, Michelle, I think James Heenan's very close to moving up into that top 10 with a couple of the bikes that we've got going out. So very, very fast. I didn't see him, but K51 we're keeping an eye on too. So Cale Irwin, very fast out of the sunny coast.
I reckon that was quicker than 10 seconds, that stop there. I didn't count it. I should have stopped it, but it felt like he just stopped and he's going again.
It's pretty impressive. Those guys do not get much of a break at all. But holy moly, this guy looks like he's fast. All of these guys are fast.
and they're pulling it up in time to get up into these pits, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
313 is just coming in. 283 is Billy Tapp. He's a local lad here, and he's been racing for a while. We've got 284 is Lenny Snell, brother of Henry Snell. He's an apprentice out at Abbott Point. We've got 358 coming in, 693 and 83 coming in for a pit stop, and 115 for a pit stop. I tell you what, the marshal's given the strong arm signals to get them to slow down a little bit coming on through, which is really good. Have you retired? Oh, hello. Those, no. Probably in that. Are you right? Who? What number were you? What was your name? Georgie, where are you from? You want to come up for a bit of a chat? That's right. Go and ask in that black. Thanks, mate. Okay, so some more of our local. We've got 531. I'm going to claim him as a local. Wayne Nevin. He's a veteran rider from Townsville. So for anybody listening online, these guys, I'm not seeing them. I've just written out the list, and I want to make sure I acknowledge who I know are local. Please don't be offended if you're a part of the support crew and I have not called your rider out. It's just that I'm going off about almost 300 names here. We've got a bit of a bike limping in it over the far side near the spectators here. So going a bit slow, he must be having some trouble. Some of our other local riders, 550 is Steve Green. We've got a female rider. I don't know if she's local or not, but 565, Rebecca Coppy. And then 984 is Kyle. So Kyle Fleer, and he's sponsored by RTM. 726 just come in, 40 just come in, and 172 is just taking his time getting in here. So I don't know what's happened there. Brett Bell, that was my voice going. Brett Bell, he's just taken a little bit of time to come in, but he's been very courteous there, Dan. He's actually stuck to the far side of the track, so as all of those fast guys can come up through.
No, you're right. That's a great point. Like a lot of good riders, once they start, again, we're not racing for sheep stations. Safety is paramount. And, some of those decisions can make it very safe. We talked about some of the things we saw in the off-road race with people entering the track in crazy positions. That's one of the things that can cause an accident. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, in the long pit lane, if your rider is making good decisions, we give them a big, I'll have a drink for them later.
Yeah, beautiful.
Later.
660's coming into the pits. And we've got J22 coming into the pits. Tom Jack, that's Fleno Racing. Fleno Racing is old mate from Abbott Point. He looks nice and fresh, so he's coming in for a bit of a refuel. So while we've got a bit of an opportunity, we spoke to Brett Comiskey, and we know that he's the major sponsor of our Don River Dash, but we've also got okay, we got someone down on the other side. So we've got Greg Kelly's down on the other side. So one of our local fellas is trying to get his bike up. So our recovery crew is just going over to see if he's all right. That's a bit of a disappointment. I tell you what, I'm not going to disclose his age, but he's got grey hair, old Greg Kelly, but he's pulled that bike up. He's got a bit of strength in him. He's just going to see if he can get... Yeah, he's got it going.
Nice.
On you go, Kelly! Get a 4X into ya! Woo! Good on you, old man. I'll have a beer with you later. Bloody legend. Okay, so Billy's out. He's running away.
Yes.
Wonder what happened over there for old Greg Kelly. But hey, he saved it. He got his bike back up, but it wouldn't been easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, now that's K51. That's Cale Irwin. So he was running inside the top 13, 14 yesterday. So going to be interesting to see how he's tracking there. The 256.
259's coming in.
I meant 9. I'm dyslexic. I apologize. 259.
I thought you were talking about something else.
I meant that guy. Tell you what, still a lot of quick bikes coming down through here.
I wonder what their top speed would be. We've got 176 pulling in, and we've got 164 pulling in. Harry Maxwell, 164, is a Prossy boy. Good having you up here, Court. You know these people. It's probably because you're in the business, eh? Okay, 661's pulling into the pits.
Yeah, the 627 came in before there as well. So plenty of bikes just coming in thick and fast here. That looks like the 8.
He's shaking his wrist out. And 79.
Yeah, getting rid of a bit of a lactic build-up in there.
85, 500, 22.
Is that Chad Reed? Wow, 22.
Love it. I tell you what, the teams they've got in these pits are phenomenal to see them working. Okay, number 13, lucky for some, number 13. Wyatt Hare. So D clubmen under 250cc and under, 2-stroke or 4-stroke. .404's coming in. Tell you what, I really wonder what speed these guys would get up to.
Right, I'll give you I'm pretty confident that I heard the guys talk about that they do about the mid-170s max on a dirt bike here.
On a dirt bike in a dry river with lots of whoops and nothing to protect them.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, looking at 18, it did come in a little bit slower there, and they're changing the tyre on that 18 in the pits. So at the moment, they're doing a pit stop. It is live on our stream at the moment.
Bit like you yesterday, Courtney. changing the tyre in the river.
Well,
that
listen,
was
no.
today.
I was going
Oh,
to say,
today.
Courtney, you weren't standing back watching your pit crew do it. That's the difference.
It was just 2 years with a big old tyre.
Yeah, 40-inch tyres, not easy to change out there, that's for sure.
So now this is the first weekend driving that trophy truck. That would have been the first time you've ever had to change tyre during a race.
That is correct. Yeah, we've only ever had to change 2 tyres in the whole time we've been racing. So we've been pretty lucky, except today.
Okay. Whoever has this black motorcycle up the end, it's just about to get knocked over, I reckon. And I reckon you like your motorbike. So, black Harley Davidson, number plate 23 Bravo Mike Bravo. The owner of a black Harley Davidson, 23 Bravo Mike Bravo. Best you be getting down here and moving it, please. Unfortunately, the middle of the road to get into the pit area is not a place to park it.
Righto, nice run in there from the 913, the 2-banger. The 871 is in, and the little Yammy having a soot in there as well of the C84. So all those bikes flowing through nicely.
I'll go down the whoops on it. Yeah, don't touch it. Here he goes. He comes. Found the rider. Thank you. Just put it in a better spot. Thanks, mate.
Again, some more amazing images. They've got that bike back tyre changed. Still some good riding. Now, listen, I would think that we're about 10 minutes or so away, or we're at least getting ready to see our number 1 on-track rider. Now, it is on corrected time. However, I would indicate that our leader at the moment is absolutely stonking. He led yesterday. He's leading today as well, Liam Walsh. But again, 10 minutes is a long time in the desert racing scene. So who really knows? But we are keeping our eyes peeled because it's not going to be too long until we see a couple of our very fast riders through. The 522 is through now as well.
And we got a thumbs up, so having a good time there, number 522. Tell you what, these guys and girls have definitely earned a refreshment at the end of this weekend's activities, I tell you. Okay. A lot of these riders probably would have done a couple of runs in the river to get a feel of it. Number 16's coming in. So I'd say they would have been here doing a bit of a run in the river. We've definitely heard a lot more action in the river from our place over the last couple of weeks, which is trying to get those miles under the tyres, I suppose. Richard Pearson just come up into the pits. And I'm going to talk to this gentleman here. No, don't you run away. Don't you run away. Okay, sorry. I know your face, a face only a mother could love, but you are a big part of the support crew for Billy Geddes' team. I'm just going to sort of talk to you in riddles. X68 and 55 are coming up into the pits. I know last year you had to race up to Townsville, didn't you, to get some parts for the truck? Is that right?
Yeah, we had to rebuild a gearbox.
You say that just like it's an everyday occurrence.
Nah, it's just what you got to do.
And how long have you been part of Billy's team?
Been together for a few years working on the truck. Yeah, getting it together and getting it to the track.
What do you like about the sport and being part of the support crew?
Look, it's fun, you know, like the people you meet going around the different races and bits and pieces. Yeah, it's like a big family, eh? Yeah, it's good.
And where do you hail from?
I'm Brisbane based.
So you're Brizzy, Billy is in Rocky. So how do you get hooked up with someone, or how does he get hooked up with someone like you? I don't know. How does this work?
Well, I guess it just came about between friends. Yeah, I know a few guys back when I was racing in the Winch Challenge scene and stuff that live up in Rockhampton. And yeah, we sort of got together and started working on the truck from there. And yeah, now the truck's based in Brisbane. Yeah, and I get it all done for him and drive to the track.
So you're the babysitter of the big red truck?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Or the gatekeeper, maybe not babysitter, the gatekeeper for the big. Does the truck have a name? Do you have a pet name for your truck?
Hellboy. Hellboy.
Hellboy. Billy Getty's Hellboy truck. Hey? Hellboy. Is that how it's said?
Yeah, no, it goes right.
Good work. Well, we had our youth group here Friday night working at the community event. Number 634 is coming back up through to the pits. And we spoke about that self-sacrifice for the team. Like, I know you guys all like getting together after a race and you're trading stories and war stories, and that's part of the allure of the racing as well. But like what you did last year, you jumped in your F250, the Ram F250. Come on, what was it?
That's Silverado. Come on.
Oh, sorry, Silverado. 692's coming in. And you self-sacrificed for the betterment of the team, so as then the truck could get fixed. How did it go the next day after racing?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, fantastic. And not much sleep fixing it all night, yeah?
I think I got into bed at about 3:30 in the morning and back up at 5.
Well done, you. Well, stay up here, enjoy the scenery. How good is this view for being able to see right down this river both ends?
Oh, it's perfect. Yeah. I think we've got the best seat in the house, I reckon.
Yep, for sure. Best seat in the house. 812's just come up into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also got the 189 coming through as well.
And we're getting a bit of an acknowledgement as they're coming through. 189, was that a female rider? So we've got quite a few female riders here this weekend. Absolutely fantastic to see. Okay. Here we go. 469ers coming up into the pits. .424 up into the pits, followed closely by 494. And we're thinking rider 494 is a Townsville boy. You know your bikes, Courtney, hey? 424 was Lincoln Via. Yeah. I know. So, Dan, I'm thinking that we might be seeing some of the finishers coming up soon. It mustn't be too far away. But we've got another one coming up into the pits now. And we've got number 398. 398 is coming up into the pits. Bradley Williams was 398, and now we've got 379 coming in, and that's Bailey Pierce. And you can hear that wind is sort of cut down a bit, which is good for the dust. We've got 300 coming in. So the difference with, here we go. We've got a Talbot Cox's chopper. Here you go, Dan. You can call this one in, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. On that far side, that's got to be Walshy right there.
Okay. Crowd, put your hands in the air, wave them around and give him a good welcome in.
Wow, they're nice and low. And I'll tell you what, he's done it almost with no fanfare. The 110 what a champion. Right on the back is Callum Norton, the 118. Oh my goodness.
and 118.
That was very, very close there. Norton right on the tail of Walshy, the 121. So,
There
I
would have
mean,
been
ladies
mere
and
seconds between them.
there was nothing in that. So I don't know. I think there was a little bit of room from corrected times yesterday. But the other guy that we're going to keep an eye out now, did we hear? Yeah, I think Cody Stevens had some issues.
783's just coming on in.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he's got one more lap to go. So he's still, everyone else is celebrating. But next, we're going to look for Ben Grabham or Ivan Long. So we're looking for either the number 2, although Cody Stevens, it was actually Brody Waters that was out, wasn't it? So Cody Stevens on the 27 bike is still in, as far as I know, as well as Ben Grabham and Ivan Long. So keep a good eye out for that. Jackson McGrath on the 108, also out there at the moment. So we are looking for our 3rd place right now, ladies and gentlemen.
And we're hearing a bit of cheering coming from the pits down there. So they're celebrating with the first ones that have come in. 198, E02 coming on in. So this is where it's going to get confusing for me because I don't know who's finishing the race and who's coming in for a pit stop.
Yeah, there is plenty going on. But again, our eyes, Michelle, should be peeled for either bike 27, number 2, or number 721 possibly.
152 and 532. Now, I noticed a bit of a difference with some of these riders. Some of them sit right up close to the tank or right up high on the seat, and some sit further back on the seat. What is that?
Do you want my technical assessment? It's wherever the blisters don't hurt the most. Wherever you are not in pain. But look at the helicopter flying low again.
How good
I would
is
say
that?
we've got our 3rd bike. He's tucked
Come
down.
on, welcome
up over
him
the
in.
start finish jumps. Oh! That is the 27 of Cody Stevens, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
What a
Quality
complete
pepper.
and utter hellman. The 27 of Cody Stevens in 3rd on day 2 again. No official results just yet.
So how good must that helicopter pilot be, hey? And how good must their eyes be to be able to follow those bikes and know where their placings are?
Absolutely. Lunatics. That is so good. I tell you what, though, we're still looking to call our couple of next bikes through.
Here we go.
So that is the 718. So no, that'll still have another couple of laps to go. But again, I'm looking out. I think it'll
725.
There's
coming
a
into
fair
the pit.
chance it might be Ivan Long on the number 2 bike. He was wearing red and blue with a bright helmet is what I remember. So keep a good eye out there.
E05's coming in, and I reckon that helicopter's just sitting a bit still because he's just waiting for him to catch him. How good is this in the spectators area at the Don River Dash 300 in 2022?
Oh, yeah, it's completely insane how good this action is. The crew,
417, good work.
Tony Butler hanging out the side of that. Now, is that a dark coloured bit of gear? Because I tell you what, we're always looking out because Ben Grabham was in dark gear. No, that's Ivan Long. It's got to be. No.
You've got good eyes.
No, 614. We're getting too excited up in the commentary box.
614's coming up, followed by 898 coming into the pits.
We are looking because, again, Ben Grabham was wearing darker gear on a darker bike.
Bit of a
the XR, it's air-cooled. We love it. 268. Oh, it looks like possibly a little flat front tyre on that, but I tell you what, they are champions. $802. We're still looking. Wow, that helicopter is
everybody
buzzing.
wave at the helicopter.
How
If you
good
can
is
hear
that,
us,
ladies
give
and
them a
gentlemen?
good wave. All our
Big wave for the
competitors, give them
crowd.
a really good wave. How good's this? They're making sure that they're getting the good shots.
787.
Woo!
H74 is in as well. Again, I'm so excited about this little Grabo.
741's coming up into the pits, followed by 317.
Have a look at this. Oh, man, that's dark coloured. Is that Ben Grabo?
452.
No, it's
Coming
blue.
into the pits.
It's got to be Longy. I reckon it's Longy. Number 2. You're killing me here, team. Who are these guys? Oh, I'm so excited. Can you tell me how
Number
excited?
721, followed by 800.
No, that was Ben Grabham just came in. 720. They cannot be that fast at Ivan Long in number 2.
Number 2 coming
Oh,
through.
my goodness.
Number
I was
2
going to say,
coming through.
they are superhuman
Followed
if
by
they're going that
98.
fast. Here you go. That is great. That's 2 ex-legend, current legend desert races, not ex-legends. Those are legendary races, the number 2 and the 721 of Ben Grabo. And I tell you what, a big shout out again to Liam Walsh. My goodness, what an absolute killer. The 121 on the screen there, the guys celebrating, as well as Callum Norton. Callum Norton is on a tear at the moment, as well as Cody Stevens. So what an absolute bunch of hellmen. Our top 5 are in now. The 141 is in. 227 in as well.
And we've got 77 coming through. Trevor Wilson.
Who's organising that? Murray's got the money to organise that. MA should organise. I'm not being smart. They should.
Yeah. Okay, that's all right.
Yeah, but if you want to go and interview them, but they need to come this way so the mics will work. Like,
And just when they grab the microphone,
not down.
not over that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's what gets.
because all 3 bikes are pulled up together by the looks of it.
Okay, we're going to try and get our 3 first place getters down here closer to
the 109 is in as well.
Tower,
If you're
so as you guys can hear from our riders, eh?
enjoying it.
I'm going to check out.
Yeah.
211 is also in, as well as I think that was the 01, the 588 J17. 065 is in as well now. .510 is in as well. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening along on the live stream anywhere else, or you're just looking for your numbers, we're going to call them home as best we can. We do have some official presentations and bits and pieces as well, but we are going to call them all home this afternoon. And if you're listening anywhere around the world, big shout out to you guys. We're having a great weekend here at the Don River Dash, brought to us by Comiskey Mining Services. Big shout out to all our awesome sponsors, Comiskey Mining Services, Mercedes, Whitsunday Ag Services, Patriot Campers, Mickey Thompson Tyres, the Ergon Network, Pat McDonald Earth Moving. We also have HLM. Whitsundays Regional Council, Tropic Petroleum, Burdekin Motorcycles. We've got Abbott Point Operations, Dynamic Wheel Co, RGM Maintenance. Now, Greg is out there racing at the moment. So, again, we've got a lot of races that come out and about. Padman Water Solutions. We've also got all the checkpoint sponsors, which is North Queensland Hard Facing, Bowen Tire and Mechanical, ARB, AMX. We also have Stackelroth Farms, bronze sponsor, BIH, BQC Quarries, Castle Motor Lodge, DJ Brazil, RT, Widows Nurseries, Whitsunday Jet Ski, Land Accountants. There is a ton. DFI, Design Fab Industries, as well as the supporters of Coralie Farms, Coastal Edge Constructions, and Tropical Exposure, and Repco. Repco got a few late night visits last night.
You'd want the after hours number for that one, wouldn't you? Okay, so I've been down, I've seen the marshal down there. They're going to get the first 3 place getters to come up, put their bikes actually where the cones are here, and we'll be able to do a bit of an interview. So any of the spectators, just keep an ear out and you can wander down, and we'll be doing a little bit of an interview with the first 3 place getters very shortly. Hey, I just need to make a bit of a shout out. I saw one of the recovery crew coming through and towing a bike in with the rider in the passenger seat. So well done to our recovery crews and our sweep crews. Really appreciate the work and the volunteering that these guys and girls do all weekend. They bring their own vehicles and really do a fantastic job. Fantastic job on keeping all of our riders and drivers safe. Okay, we've got number 8 coming in. Zach Watson, he's a Townsville guy. Now, this is the fellow I was talking about earlier on, Dan. He's apparently on a 2-week break, and he's in between motocross and supercross. So he's absolutely crazy, thinking he can come down and just,
Well, I was going to say, he's also in the top 10 of the Don River Dash. So I tell you what,
well done.
he's a complete another legend, Zach Watson, on the number 8 bike.
Perfect. We've got 111 that's just come in. He's acknowledging the pit crews as he's going past, which is absolutely fantastic.
.34 now into the pits too, although we'll have 1 lap to go by the looks of that.
So I tell you what, I hope our Bowen guys, I haven't sort of really been able to see a lot of these numbers. It's been so fast paced. It's so different to those buggies and trucks from this morning.
Well, Michelle, I love it, but another thing that has changed in the last couple of years because we use transponders is that a lot of guys use stylized numbers now because you don't need clean white plates with the number, so it makes it very hard. There's a few black plates with grey numbers. I tell you what, it's hard to see, isn't it?
437's coming in, taking his goggles off. He's a Prossy boy. Ashley Norman's just come in, 437, followed by 112, and T for Tango, 91. It's good having you up here, Court. You know these riders. You sort of know the ones in this general area, don't you? Okay, couple coming in. 085. He's looking at his back tyre as he's coming up there. And we've got 369. Two 5-4s coming up into the pits.
Yeah, as well as 653 and 526.
Thumbs up from our 526 there. Well done. He's happy as.
Absolutely. And why wouldn't you be happy at the Comiskey Mining Services Don River Dash 300, the CO4 in as well?
So CO4 was Ryan Newman. Veterans. Okay, we got one going around for his final lap over there.
Yeah, CO1, I kind of wonder whether he's just going straight back to the pit stop.
682, Brent Story. He's from Townsville, and he also rides a bucky as well. I tell you, absolutely crazy.
Sometimes
these
the buggy
fellas.
rides him.
Oh well, yeah. I don't know if the bike rode him today. He'd be all rattled. I'd hate to be his dentist. Hey, his teeth would just be rattling out of his jaw.
J85 is in as well.
Okay, for those in the spectators, if you want to see who's come in first, second, and third, we're just going to start interviewing the guys down here at the area where it's flagged off for the pits. So we're just getting set up now with these guys. One in middle.
Two on the end.
And do you know these guys?
Probably easier if you ask them.
Oh, okay. That's right. Okay, any spectators that want to come down here to where the pits are, you can't get into the pits, but what we'll do is we'll interview these guys here at the start. So we got one in the middle, two over here, and three over here. Okay. Now, the buggy and truck guys know that I don't really know a lot about motorbike racing and truck racing and this kind of stuff. One thing I'm good at is talking. Okay, so if I make any errors, please excuse me. What I'm just going to ask though, do you reckon you guys could turn your bikes around so our spectators could see we're talking to the spectators? Is that all right? Thanks, guys. So I'll tell you what, these are heavy machines and they're just flipping them around.
Easy, bro, anytime.
So over here, we've got number one in the middle, number two over to my left, which is your right, and number three over to my right, which is your left. Hello, my name's Michelle. Your bike is 121, but what is your name?
Liam Walsh.
Liam Walsh. Now, we've been calling your name out there. I think Dan got a little bit excited about you, so you're a pretty good little rider, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't say that, but
Well, I would say that. You've come first place at the Don River Dash. So where do you hail from, Liam?
born in Alice Springs, but I live in Darwin now, so it's a fair bit of a trek over here. But came over last year and I loved it, so come. I got second to Dean Ferris, so.
Oh well, yeah, good on you. You can't sneeze at that. So have you only come for the 2 years?
Yeah, it's only 2 years. Yep.
So next year you're saddling up again, you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon I'll have another go for sure. Yeah.
So you're from Darwin. How long did it take to get here? When did you leave and when did you arrive?
Well, we trucked the bike over on the truck and thankfully we flew, so it wasn't so bad. But come up earlier in the week and had a few rides down the track, so that definitely helped with the result this weekend. So I'm happy with that. Yeah.
And you're riding last year as compared to this year. What do you think of the track this year?
I think it's pretty similar. Definitely got way more rough today. Similar to last year though, so yeah, it's good.
What time did you do it in? Do you know what time you did it in?
No idea, no.
I tell you, we were calling all the buggies in the trucks this morning, and I thought we were busy this morning. It was quite relaxed. There is about 280 bike riders. You guys are just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing it for a while, so I don't know what to say.
You're right. Okay, so you've got some sponsors, obviously. Do you want to do a bit of a call out to your sponsors? Because I think, you guys put a lot into your sport, but you really can't do what you do at your level without having some good backing behind you. Is that right?
Definitely number one, mum and dad. Without them, I wouldn't be here. A huge thanks to RGM Maintenance. They're a lot of help when I come over here. HMG Motor Group, Our Point Star Gear, Oakley Goggles, and everyone else that helps out.
Well, congratulations on the win. I'm going to go over to the second place rider. And, do you have a massage booked for later? I don't know. Do you guys want me to work out a local masseuse? Because I tell you what, you'll give me a massage later. Oh, you guys are good mates off the track, aren't you, hey? How good's that? Hello, number 2, 118. What's your name?
Callum Norton.
Callum Norton. Okay, so where do you hail from, Callum?
I'm from Lawn down in Victoria on the coast there, Great Ocean Road. So, yeah, fair way away and a bit chillier down there, but loving it up here in Bowen. It's nice.
So when did you arrive in Bowen? Did you fly or did you drive?
Yeah, I flew as well, a bit of a factory gig there, which was nice. But we friends of ours that are Sherco affiliated with a dealer down in Victoria, they drove the ute and trailer up for us. And big thanks to them for doing that. And my mechanic Derek and also my team manager, we flew up on Tuesday and got a few days pre-running in down the track, which was nice. Definitely helped with today, and loved it.
So I live on this side of the river. So this is home for us and this river, and we see kids on weekends riding bikes and having a great time. What a fantastic sport to be outdoors and just doing something that you love.
Yeah, it's unreal. Hey, it's great to see so many people here watching and young kids that hopefully can jump on and race this one day. And I started at 5 and still going, and hopefully many more years left.
Yeah, fantastic. So now, not all bikes are the same, are they? So you're a KTM, is that right? KTM 500. What are you? Sherco 500. Yep. Gas 500. Is that because you're on the gas? Oh, jeez. I should be a comedian. I don't know. So you've got some sponsors. Do you want to acknowledge your sponsors at all?
Yeah, big thank you to Sherco Australia, Pirelli Tyres, Motor Oils, Choice Suspension. The track's so rough out there, and without those guys, I may have gone over and onto my head a few times. And just everyone involved with the Sherco team. Derek, he's worked his bum off. I've had him working all week. So, and also Ryan Costins and everyone affiliated with him to get my bike up here. And it was great fun. And well done to Liam and Cody. They rode awesome. So, it was great fun.
You guys seem to come in pretty close behind each other. It's going to be interesting to see what those times are like at the end. When I finish interviewing third place, please don't go away because I'll have a couple of questions. I might even throw a little bit over to the crowd to see if they have a question of you guys, because we've got a couple of local young lads here in Bowen that are trying to get into the sport, trying to get that sponsorship. You know, they've got passion. We've got a 16-year-old, Henry Snell. He raced at Phillip Island road race last weekend, and now he's here back in his hometown and he's river racing. And he's got some sponsorship, but he wants to get some more and try and really branch out in the sport. So just hold your space right where you are. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
How's the body held up after that race?
A bit sore, yeah, a bit sore.
Yep. Okay. So what's your name, mate?
Cody Stevens.
Cody Stevens, and your number is 27. I think you look a little bit younger than 27. How old are you, mate?
17.
17. 17, and you've come third in the Don River Dash. How many races like this have you done?
I've done Fink and Hattah before, so I've done a few.
Oh, I've just done Fink and Hattah. You know, it's just at 17. How old do you have to be to race those two?
16.
So you've pretty well had 12 months of racing under your belt.
Yeah, roughly around that.
But a lot more years of practice and learning and being a little bit mad in a river like this, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Where are you from, mate?
Newcastle.
Newcastle. Got a brother in Newcastle. There you go. Beautiful part of the world. Absolutely beautiful part. Did you fly in?
Yes, I did. I flew up on Thursday.
Yep, flew off on Thursday. Did you have a bit of a run in the river beforehand?
Yeah, I did a couple laps on Thursday just to get around it and get to know the track.
What do you think of it? What do you think of the race?
I thought it was pretty gnarly, to be honest. It's kind of like Hattah and Fink put together.
So kind of like Hattah and Fink put together. So explain that to me, because I've been hearing this word Fink for the last couple of years. I've got to do a bit more homework. I'm a local here. They give me this gig because I talk a lot. But Hattah and Fink, what's the difference between those two to be comparable to this?
This is just really fast like Fink, but then it's got the sharper bumps like Hattah. So it's like hard to set up a bike for this.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Now, guys, can I get you guys just to step forward a little bit? Do you mind answering some questions from the crowd if they've got them? Is that all right? Awesome. So you're 17. How old are you? 21? 22, sorry. 21 a day apart. Both 22. There you go. Whoa, don't knock that over, Michelle. Holy dooly. Come forward, guys. Does anybody have a question of these bike riders? Come on. It can't be all about me talking. Hey, very shortly. Billy, do you have a question of these young fellas? Billy can't hear anything. He's been listening to loud motors. Any of you young fellas or girls want to have a question of these bike riders? Okay, young one over here. Question over here, boys.
Is it scary?
Okay, this young lady here, what's your name? Ruby. Ruby wants to know, is it scary? So probably, can I rephrase that a little bit? How do you control your nerves in a race like this? Your adrenaline must be running pretty high. And then when you hit some of those whoops or you're starting to get a little bit wild on that bike, how do you control those nerves?
I'm not too sure, actually. Just you have a big moment and you sort of just smile to yourself and keep going. So
You're smiling because you held on strong enough to ride through it. Is that right? Do you want to add anything to that? How do you overcome your fears? How do you get that little bit of mongrel to be able to push through and not hold yourself back?
Kind of just block it all out. If something goes wrong, I'll deal with it later.
So if something goes wrong, it's future problem.
That's awesome. I'm just watching the boys are getting ready to spray the champagne, and you're about to get it away. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's announce our champions here for the Comiskey Mining Services Don River Dash 300. Liam Welch is your winner. Cal Norton on the number 118. Cody Stevens on the 27. Again, our winners of the Don River Dash 300. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. What an absolute champion effort.
Hey, Dan, thanks for saving me there because I had no idea he was shaking it. Well done. Well, guys, thank you for visiting the beautiful Whitsundays. I do hope that you're going to get a bit of a chance to have a look at our wonderful region. Look at coming back with your families for a bit of a holiday, but have a well-earned break this afternoon. I won't say have a drink, but have a cool refreshment this afternoon, and we'll let you get back to your teams, hey? Did we talk about your sponsors, actually? Yeah, who's your sponsors, mate?
Just mum and dad, KTM Newcastle, Motorbike Australia. I wouldn't be able to do it without mum and dad. Really appreciate it.
Good on you, mate. Humbleness is very good. Okay, see you later, guys. Have a good afternoon and rest up. So it's not over yet. We've still got some bikes coming through. We just wanted to capture our first, second and third place getters before they start packing up and getting back over to the showgrounds there.
Really? That's funny. I'm redheaded. I'm redheaded. You don't know me. Oh, God. That's one of the best things I've seen. Yeah, that is gold. Very good. Yeah, right. I tell you what, that was amazing, Michelle. I tell you what, three champions, as well as all the bikes still charging in. I tell you what, it is not over yet.
So I can see how they start out riding bikes, and by the time they get to Billy's age, they've gone up to the big trucks.
Yes, absolutely.
So in all seriousness, there's some future buggy and truck drivers there, isn't there?
100%. There's no question about that. As if the budget permits, because that's the big one, and for all us poor suckers acorning. If the budget comes, all of them would be in a trophy truck tomorrow, I think. But yes, and listen, what they got is they know how to read. Wowzers!
Yeah.
They know how to read the terrain. They know how to put the bike Therefore, the truck in the right position. Those motorbike boys, a lot of the very, very fast races come from a motorbike background. So, again, I think you're looking at some future truck and buggy champions. Mainly buggy champions because the trucks don't win championships.
Oh! If looks could kill Billy.
He's just coming off stupid.
He's just coming off what? Stupid. K21 and 611 are coming up through the pits.
Yeah, C84 is in as well now. So, again, a lot of these guys starting to, although, Michelle, we still have plenty of people headed the wrong way into the river 2 and a bit hours
But you know what? Now, is there a cut-off time for this race? That's one thing.
There is 3 hours is the cutoff for this race. So you'll see them start pushing them. So 3 hours is the maximum time permitted. And then you'll see Talbot's helicopter. We talked a bit about Talbot's helicopter. It will do the final sweep of the river, making sure that everyone's out of the river and finished. And then they will start cutting them off. So I would imagine, again, I'm just betting because I'm definitely not an MA official, nothing official here, but they will start stopping them at the river, going back out at about the 2:30 mark, I'd say, because if you have taken 2:30 to get to where you are, there's a fair chance you're not doing a 3 hour time.
Yeah, you're not going to make that last lap your fastest, are you? Well, it has been a spectacular day. I was a bit worried on Friday. We had a bit of heavy cloud. Well, grey skies. But I tell you what, the weather has turned itself on in the beautiful Whitsundays today. Okay, what do we got here? 386 is coming in through the pits. 386. And I was talking to the course official, Murray, earlier on. And we've got X68 coming up through. And this whole pit area goes for almost 1 kilometre in length. That is just phenomenal. So each area's got around about 3x3 area. A few of them have got flags up so their riders know where they're pulling into. And there's a hell of a lot of support crew over there, but it seems to be very well organised, very well structured. And we've just got number 16 coming up and through. Followed by 634. Well done. Thumbs up from 634.
Do you remember we talked about the girl coming out as Georgia G30, I think was the number, Georgia March. She got some pink on it.
Yeah.
Do you reckon she did 2 laps? I reckon she's still got another one.
I reckon she's, yeah, I think she's still out. Yep. So we've got number 11 coming up and through. Gavin Jones has just come up and he's in the Masters over 45 years. I tell you what, these guys, as they get older, they are hardcore, aren't they?
I'd love to say they got smarter, but no one's sure about that anymore. No one's sure at all. But
I tell you what, Greg Kelly, he might be fine in stature, but I tell you what, he's got a bit of strength in him. When he dropped his bike over there, I don't know, I didn't see what happened, but the guys down here let us know that he had sort of gone over that other side. He picked that up. That bike would not be light. Picked it up. And
especially after 2 hard laps already.
And those
That's
arms
right.
just pumping.
I suppose the other thing, Michelle, that you've got to understand, and we often talk about as commentators, is realistically, he's probably laid in the sand before this
Yeah,
weekend.
true.
So, you know, like even though we saw it.
Sober?
Oh, I don't know. You're telling this story, but I'm talking about riding a motorbike today. That wouldn't be his only stat.
No.
When I rode Fink a couple of years ago and a good couple of years ago, I laid in the sand more than what the spectators saw. So that's all I'm saying. So down the far end, I reckon he's probably had to pick that bike up 1 or 2 times this ride that we haven't seen.
Yeah, wow. And why do you punish yourself?
Oh, listen. Well, so here's another one we had a conversation about. Is I think that there's a level of respect up and down. I was talking to Courtney Muir about it before. Great conversation. And it was about how the reality of this is that, you know, if you've now, as any motorbike rider, you can go up to Liam Walsh, who just won the Don River Dash. He was an absolute
And how
legend.
humble is he? Second to Dean Ferris last year and takes top spot this year. What a great young man.
Oh, absolutely. Absolute champ. But I suppose the key there is, Michelle, that he'd shake your hand and say, you know, if you finish Don River Dash 200th, they'd still be pumped for you because, you know, it's a real Iron Man effort. There's no question about that.
Yeah. So we've just seen 692, James Heel come in. Number 55, thumbs up from 55 coming on. That's another Gas. I didn't even know Gas were motorbikes. There you go. 522, taking his goggles off.
Bit of Euro love.
Euro.
Yeah, European bikes.
Yeah,
KDM,
okay.
Gas, Beta. Beta?
Beta.
Is that how you say it? Does anyone know how to say Beta? Beta? Husqvarna? Husterberg?
Husqvarna.
A lot of good Euro bikes.
And chainsaws. Love it. So we've got
And then
another
they
one
thi-
coming up over the finish line. Wonder if they're finishing or they're going to go straight through.
Yeah, he looks like he's looking for a 4X gold can, personally, I think, from here.
I'm thinking
he's going straight into the pits. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a rum can.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes,
What
the
the
boy.
yeah,
744.
He's looking for
4X
a mango.
gold. 4X gold.
You called it.
He knows.
4X
He knows.
gold.
He's looking for a mango.
Love it.
The 81.
This is hard to read, eh?
He comes back and he goes, "But I'm serious." Where is
Andrew Kerr, 81's just come up through. So he's expert, B expert. Before next year, I'm going to work out what all these codings mean, I think. Okay, EO4, shaking out the wrists.
Isn't it funny, Michelle? We were just talking about how with the bikes that it's super busy it was, and then we get to this time in the evening like we did yesterday, and it's funny because they come in peaks and troughs. We were just about to say, "Oh, I don't think there's anyone else left," you know, a little while ago, and then all of a sudden 15 bikes come. I'm talking about day one, and day two is much the same. Little bit of a lull, nothing happening at the moment, and then all of a sudden bikes going both ways down the river.
Now, I'm very curious to find out, only for me personally, is I wonder how many started yesterday as compared to today. So 812 coming in, getting a thumbs up from him.
Yeah, that would be interesting, Michelle. I don't have those numbers, but I tell you what, it would be interesting because, like I said, on the Don River Dash 2022 Facebook page, there was a ton of people chasing bikes and oil and filters.
That was last night.
Last night.
And
Trying
we
to
heard
keep
Brett
racing.
Comiskey talk about that with their rider, didn't we?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of generosity in this sport. I don't know if I'd sort of allow someone, 189's coming up through. Don't know if I'd allow someone to jump on my bike and hook it up this river.
Yeah, listen.
And that's a lot of generosity from other riders.
Well, it sounds tough. When Brett Comiskey asked, I think I'd say, yeah, no worries, mate.
Yes, Your Honour.
424.
And you know what?
G05 would also be in.
We're saying that as a bit of a joke, but Brett's the kind of guy that would repay the favour, and he'd be the first to put his hand out to help someone.
That was 100% my point. He would not
Yeah.
let you go without. That's what I'm saying. So, you know, there's plenty of guys in the sport that they'd replace, you know, your secondhand parts with new parts, you know,
Yep.
to replace the favour. So, again, I don't think for a second that
And
anyone-
that's because he's so passionate about the sport, and he just wants to see people out here and experiencing it and enjoying it.
Absolutely.
Makes it more fun for them, eh?
Absolutely. I hope I'm not telling any secrets, but here's a good Brett Comiskey story.
K77 coming in, K77.
K77, yeah. I know a young fellow called Billy Geddes, and he had a little bit of engine dramas at the Fink Desert race. And Brett Comiskey was prepared to fly a motor. He said, "What do we need to do? I will fly a motor to you if we need to fly a motor to keep you racing." Unfortunately, it didn't pan out that way, but that's the kind of guy Brett Comiskey is because he just wants to see people racing.
Yeah, that's absolutely phenomenal. 469 coming in, getting a bit of a wave, looking a little bit dusty, as I tell you. Yeah, and I'm feeling like just going around, and each year I get to know a little bit more about the drivers, the sporters, the sponsors. It's really a non-judgmental area. Hey, it doesn't matter. Hey, Forex, Greg Kelly coming in. You. I wonder why he's got Forex on his bike.
I reckon I know.
The spirit of the man. He has done well.
He absolutely has.
So, to his supporters, is that his last lap? Has he finished? He's still got one lap to go. Come on, Kelly.
Plenty of time in the river left to go.
The old
379.
man's punishing himself. 379.
300 is also in as well now.
Well, we didn't think Greg Kelly would be a starter today. But, yeah, it's surprising that he's back out again, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Mechanical. You say that, Michelle, and was it a mechanical issue or?
No, I was down in the sponsors tent before with some of the supporters, and I thought that they'd said that, yeah, he had a bit of a dust up yesterday and he wasn't going to start today. But
not sure, but woke up okay, which is good enough.
Yep.
396,494. I must admit that's a common thing with motorbike racing. 774 in as well is when you do hear about, like, you know, on Sunday night at Fink, which is, it's actually the first day of racing Sunday. They run Saturday prologue, Sunday race, Monday race as well.
Oh, really?
So it's a little bit confusing when we talk about Sunday at Fink, but that's actually day one. But what they were talking about, you know, often down the far end, you see a lot of people limping around. They're not going to ride back. But because it's halfway through the day on the second day, they've actually warmed up enough. I wouldn't say they're good, but they're warmed up enough that they're going. I tell you what, one of the legends of the sport, Ben Grabham, who is here and had just come in either fourth or fifth, fifth or sixth, one of those positions. He actually rode home, Fink, with a broken finger. So, you know, thumb.
Unbelievable. Do you remember the first year here? And both of you guys were commentating. Second year. Second year.
Yeah,
first year you were commentating. And the riders actually didn't finish here. And they kept on coming up through the pits. And on that last lap, they hooked around to finish up at the other end of it.
Near the showgrounds area.
Up near the showgrounds. And because they hadn't ridden past the pits instead of pulling in, one young fella come off. He actually broke his collarbone, picked his bike up and rode all the way back to the showgrounds.
Yeah, that was a CR500 too.
So, and it was a huge bike.
It was a big two-stroke bike.
And I think he was a local lad, Dale Williams' young fella.
Yeah, absolutely. 578 is in now. Great ride there. Now, am I on the right track? Because I really will have to remember. That was actually on day one, though, wasn't it? He didn't race day two?
152. I think it was day one.
Because he came and talked to us on day two.
Yeah, yep, day one, and he just wanted to finish that race, and he just picked his bike up, and that adrenaline moved through his body.
Yeah, and he won.
We breed them tough here in Bowen at the top of the Whit Sundays, I tell you. There's tough, and there's Don River tough.
Don River tough, I like that. You coin it as a shirt, I think, for next year.
Are you Don River tough? You hearing that, Juanita? Are you Don River tough? We're coining the Are You Tough Enough? Don River tough.
Look at this, races and mates.
Yeah, here we go.
High fives and thumbs up. 718 through the 110. Gain a few crews coming through here. I think they're at the end of the 3 laps. They're happy to just sit down and take a break for a second. The 19, is that an 8? I believe it's a 198.
783.
And the 783.
I don't know if I've seen the Snell boys come through. So Henry Snell's 98. So we call him the Bowen Bullet. He's affectionately named the Bowen Bullet, 16-year-old. And then we've got his brother.
The 532 in now. Great ride there. All
And
done and dusted.
his brother Lenny Snell is an apprentice out here at Abbott Point, and he's number 284. So they're the two that I'm looking for. I've also got 984, Kyle Fleer, and he is actually sponsored by RTM Engineering here. They're based out on Collinsville Road. We've got young Billy Tapp, 283.
EO2 is in as well. EO2.
Mickey Johnson, number 26. Have we seen number 26, Mickey Johnson, come through? We haven't seen Mickey Johnson. Or 283. We're waiting for Billy Tapp, 283, and 26, Mickey Johnson. So, Dan, we've got one over on the outside of the river. He seems to be crawling a bit. He's not going as fast as what lap one was. He might be in a little bit of pain there. Bit of a horror story happening. 96 coming up. So, these guys... Are you guys blokes, Will? Who are they? No? So... Is he the one that was running before? Hey, before I go, what's your name?
John. Kevin.
Kevin bloody, no. So I just need to say you've got great form running across. Was that you running across before?
Could have been anyone, I reckon.
I don't know. I've seen those lily white legs before, I reckon, eh? Great form. No, in all seriousness, we've got two of the guys here that are doing a lot of the media in the background, and they're responsible for a lot of this footage that's coming. Oh, you're in the chopper the whole weekend.
Yeah, I was in the chopper the whole weekend.
There you go. So it wasn't you running across. I thought I saw your same legs. So how was that? How's that view coming along here with all the spectators in that chopper?
I'm looking through a little tiny viewfinder, so...
So how do you work out, especially you can tell the difference between a buggy and a truck, but these motorbike riders, how do you keep on track with who's 1, 2, and 3?
That was actually pretty difficult. We lost them for a while. We didn't know where we were. And we went up and down the river for a little bit trying to find them. And then we spotted 121 Walshy, and then we're all over it from there on.
Yeah, we're actually talking about that down here whilst you guys were sort of scooting along here when they were starting to come along that finish. You're actually giving us a heads up because where the chopper was, we knew that the first place getters were actually going to be coming along very shortly. So thanks for giving us the heads up, but we didn't know how you were doing it.
Yeah, all good, but we're going to go and get an edit out. So if you look at the socials tonight, there'll be a weekend wrap of all the vision and all the excitement. So, yeah, get on it.
Okay, thanks, guys. Thanks heaps. Have a great weekend. Thanks for the work that you do. But as you've just heard, they've been filming all day, all weekend, and now they're going back to edit all their footage to get something out tonight for everybody because we've been down here experiencing it, but I know I'm going to be looking on the socials to see what it looked like getting up close.
Yeah, those guys are complete and utter legends. The work they do is absolutely second to none. Listen, Josh and I are a couple of hacks up here. I'm telling you, we are a couple of, Josh will tell you we're a couple of hacks. What those guys do.
800 and 829 just come through. Sorry.
Perfect. Butler and his crew that do the filming and editing. They did all of, the wrap-ups last year, the year, but they've been doing a lot. All the ARB series, all that stuff, and the stuff that they
So they're
put out.
best in the biz, really, for what they do.
Mate, I'll put it out there. Tony Butler and his crew are the best off-road racing videographers that I've ever seen in my life.
Does he talk on microphone often?
Hates talking on microphone.
Excellent.
When
job here
when
is
you
done.
lined him up, I knew he'd be very uncomfortable.
My job here is done.
He's behind the camera, not in front.
But you know what? It is good to acknowledge those guys and the work that they do in the background because a lot of that stuff is then used for the next year to promote the event and get everybody excited about it.
No, that's exactly right. We got a little bit of funny. They're obviously mates. Hey, that's the XR too. The boys having a good time.
Chat
Legs off.
coming in. Yeah, come on, boys. Hey, fist pump,
the
good on
boys.
you.
Hey, that's a big
268
ride.
and 77.
268, having a good ride.
268 and 77 coming on through. We got to see down here that they were really enjoying it coming through. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's mates and mates racing, which is really important in our sport.
these guys are now just happy that they've made it this far. They've done all 6 laps. Did someone?
We got one on the inside. He's just scooting along on the inside.
That is one jump too many. I'm not doing that jump. Stuff, you guys.
My knees and my hips can't cope.
I'm done. 227 in as well. Congratulations.
And we're getting a bit
thumbs
of a
up.
Thumbs up as well. Who have we got?
874, 741, and the
4 And he's got some people in the crowd that are following him, which is absolutely wonderful. Now, we've got Julie Hall that's just come up, the new mayor of Bowen. And Julie, we're sort of run by the fly here. So if we cut you short, I apologise now, but it's all about the racing here this weekend. So it's all about those people out on the track that are putting their body, their pockets, their wallets, their savings or spendings on the line. So you've come down to witness the action here in Bowen?
I absolutely have. It's amazing weather, isn't it? Like, unreal
Mate,
for it.
you cannot
Like,
get
the
better.
spectators could not ask for more. And yes, the action is full on.
Yeah, so we were saying earlier on that the buggies and the trucks, they raced this morning, and you could then take your boat out and go fishing for a couple of hours, catch a coral trout, and come back and watch the bikes this afternoon.
Oh, that's Bowen.
See you over there,
Nothing better
Billy?
than Bowen.
Yeah, definitely nothing better than Bowen. So we've got another one coming through. What number's that? Can you see, Julie?
Oh God, I need my glasses. Is that 354?
Yeah, see, you're learning the action here. So 354's just come up into the pits. So just for your information, down here on the other side of us is the pits. That goes for 1 kilometre long. There is about 280 bikes that have registered this weekend. I don't know if they've all been starters today, but it has been absolutely fantastic. What number have we got now?
421.
Yeah.
421.
421. And here we go. Dan, we're going to need you on a microphone here.
I really feel like you set me up here, Michelle.
We've got about
that bike that
6
you
or
can't
8
see
bikes.
yet. What number is
Oh,
it?
you're doing better than me.
065 is in now. Great ride. The boys had a good run. We've also got, I want to say 94 is in, the 98 or 98.
Henry Snell, that's the local Bowen boy.
There you go. 141 is in, 736, 452, and J17 in as well. And again, we've got a couple of races. They've finished the timer markers. They're done. They're not doing any more
They're
walks.
not doing walks.
They're using the service track. They're in safe and sound and well deserved. That beer is going to be cold at the Bowen Royal. Ocean View. Grand
324.
Grand View. I knew where I was going.
Bowen Hotel. We've got quite a few.
The
here.
showgrounds too.
Yeah,
There's going to be a few
showgrounds.
beers at the showgrounds, I think.
Yeah,
tonight.
I don't think these guys are going to be wanting to wander too far.
Is there crutches involved, like like hobbling and no?
Some of them will have crutches.
Yes, absolutely. There will be a bit of hobbling. It's always funny to see the amount of painkillers bought at the servo. I mean, the legal type of painkillers.
I don't know if you get painkillers at a servo though. It might be a chemist.
Listen, I'm a old painkiller guy, Panadol from way back. You can definitely get them at a servo. Get that Nurofen Zavance. Good to go. Anyway, the 510.
Baroccas tomorrow morning, I think.
Yeah, Maccas. Yeah, loaded up.
Baroccas.
Yeah, Baroccas. Oh, yeah, there might be that too. I won't lie to you. There's a few sore-looking heads. Actually, Steve was one of them. So, yeah. No, there's always, listen, the off-road racing community, it's a big family when it gets together, which is always awesome. You've seen people come and go through the commentary box. I mean, these are not just great competitors, they're great mates. You know what I mean?
Yeah, here we go. Cornick's going. He's leaving. Good
So
work.
Cornick navigated in the trophy truck today, Bill Gedd. So, and tell you what, he's a good man.
G013. Sorry, I just cut you
No,
off.
you're right. I understand G01, like you said, is in. But Cornick doing a little bit of time in America as well, which is always very cool.
I did overhear your conversation there about the experience for him going over to America and then racing over
Yeah,
there.
he's raced a lot, man. He's raced a lot more than probably most people understand, old Alan Cornick. He did a fair bit of time over with Corey Howe, racing a trophy truck over in Southern Cal, and then has done some more time with Billy Gedd. He's worked, with the guys, a team, and a bunch of that sort of thing. So raced in Mexico, raced all over the place.
Do what you love. It's not a day of work, is it?
I tell you what, wouldn't mind sitting in one of those trophy trucks in Mexico. I can tell you that for free. That is definitely a good day.
And I wonder if your mates are over in Baja still watching you live. feed.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know whether they got back to racing because, again, we talked about the conversation, in case you're new to the conversation, is we had Toby Price and Paul Wheel listening in the other day. They gave us a shout out, as well as a few of our Southern Cali mates, and they're all down in Mexico at the moment racing.
And Toby Price, was he the first year or the second year here?
He came the second year on his Dakar bike and drove Billy's. That was the second year, I believe.
Yeah, so absolutely awesome human. So, Julie, I'm going to come back to you because the Whitsunday Regional Council does a lot for this event. So it's very unique, and these guys they travel to Finke, they go and do a lot of races, and we're very unique for this kind of race because the proximity to town, the proximity to the showgrounds, and the council wanting to work on board with us to actually shut roads. So we work in with Corella Farms and a lot of those businesses and homes down that way, and to have, excuse me, and to have easy access where they can have everything set up at the showground and then able to drive their vehicles over here. Logistically, it just saves them so much and it makes it so easy. So you've got a lot of your staff this weekend that are volunteering their time with those roadblocks, not getting paid, and doing a lot of work outside of hours just to make sure this event happens. So thank you very much for the work that your staff do.
We're very proud to sponsor this event because of, it does also help our region. It helps Bowen and it helps the Whitsunday region. So we are very proud sponsors of this event, and as you can see, it just keeps getting bigger and better every year. So I will continue to offer that support as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I don't know how much of the action you've got to see over the weekend. Have you been able to see a little bit of it?
A little bit here and there, not a lot. There's lots to do when you're a mayor.
Yes, certainly is a lot to do when you are the mayor of the Whitsunday Regional Council, because we've got a huge area from the Whitsundays here to Bowen, out to Gumloo, out to Collinsville. So a very big area that does have to be covered.
Lots on this weekend too.
Is there
Yeah,
lots
it's
on
a
this
busy
weekend?
weekend. I think what's so cool, Michelle, what you're just talking about, and what I think is a big point is, the current race winner just came up from South Australia to race this win. Win this race.
Yeah.
I knew what I meant.
And with the bikes, that young fella's from Darwin.
Yep, from Northern Territory.
Yep, we
absolutely
had one
was.
from Newcastle. We've had people from South Australia.
And
I'm really amazed. I spoke to some of the riders and drivers on Friday night when I had a bit of a tour around, and I'm absolutely amazed at the logistics and the cost and the travel that goes into some of these guys that put into this, which just shows their love of and commitment to the sport, which is phenomenal.
Well, I totally agree, but I was also trying to pat you guys on the back because what blows me away is that everyone keeps saying that it's a national track, which is crazy because it's not. At the moment, it's a local race, and you guys are doing so well at a local level.
They're acknowledging it.
That it's crazy because you know what I mean? Like, this is an Australian national level track.
You
and
serious?
you have it. Oh, absolutely. All day, every day. You could run a national here tomorrow. And I think that's a credit to you guys on how important that is because, again, a local race to us is, a local race. It's just a couple of guys having fun, swagging it in a farmer's paddock. And that's awesome. I appreciate that is what it is. But you guys are running a national level race at a local level. And I think that's a big credit to you guys. It's a stand up.
And it's a big credit to all the volunteers, the sponsors, and the organisers as well.
Absolutely. No, super impressive. And again, to have this level of riders and it's such a great thing to have all the families and friends. And again, Bowen, so beautiful. Why would you not? The weather. Is there a cloud in the sky? I don't think there's a cloud in the sky.
There is not a cloud in the sky at all. So, you're saying there's a lot of birds. They're seeing a lot of the.
Josh's joke before was, is there a bike rider on the ground up there somewhere?
No, I'm going to probably try. I'm thinking when we disc up our paddocks out on the farm, the birds do circle a lot because they think that there's going to be a lot of vermin that they can capture. So I don't know if this dust coming up into the atmosphere, they're thinking that something's happening. There's something there.
T91, 34. I thought you were about to say there's a bit of vermin behind the commentary box here.
Yeah,
sitting down here with Josh Curran. Well, that's where you're going.
These two are brothers, so you got to be careful what you say.
I think she picked that up.
Okay, someone coming in
DNA
hot and fast,
strong.
ready to finish. 1-5, 15A, a thumbs up from 15A.
So that's Adam Maguire. He was the navigator for the Chapman. So that's the third bike in the Chapman's trio.
They are absolutely crazy. So I've heard of the 24-hour races. You guys were talking about 24 hours races on on Thursday night. There's no. Oh, it's a joke. I'm thinking we could pull that off here. Hey?
Hold on. Did I just hear a 24-hour race in the dog?
I reckon we could do it.
Mick Marson, where are you?
Yeah, Mickey Marson, I hope you're listening over there. I'm going to come over and corner you later on.
At least a 12-hour would be
we'll
spectacular.
12-hour race. 254.
254
Well
in.
done. And we've got 085 coming in. Well done, guys. And a bit of a cheer from the spectators. They're all hanging out here waiting for their teams to come in.
CO1 as well.
C01. Hey, Flano Racing snuck in behind us. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good.
Okay, so in true form, you are wearing a Flano shirt, a real Flano shirt, and you're looking a bit more professional than last year, mate.
Yeah, getting better and better every year with the professional. I've got it all screen printed and everything now, so looking flash. But, no, the ride went well. Well, the Flano actually rubbed my nipples, so I might need to take them next year.
Good on you,
But,
Tommy
the track
Jack.
was rough, but just kept trying to push through, so yeah.
So you're the only member of Flano Racing this year, I hear.
I am this year. Ben did his shoulder, so yeah. So just
Was
me.
he down in the pit crew for you?
He was. He's fueling me up. He did a good job today.
Yep,
A bit quicker than
excellent.
yesterday. We got a different jerry can, so we're a bit faster today.
So I counted before. It's about 10 seconds in the pit to get in and get out, refuel. Yeah, would that be for you guys as well, or are you a little
about
bit
that.
slower?
Yeah, so about that, I guess you're jump off the bike, quickly get some fuel going in, and I'm back on. Basically, no time to
Yeah.
rest. So
So how was that race compared to last year?
I actually thought it might have been a bit smoother for me, but I had a new bike.
Oh, new bike. So
I got
what are you riding now?
It's a Husky. So I got a Husky 501 19 model. So last year I had an 06 model CRF, which is a bit older sort of technology. So
Yep.
yeah, I found it a lot easier this year.
And have you got any sponsors? Let's have a look at your shirt. You got any sponsors? Who sponsors you?
Oh, no one that's giving me any money, but I put a few of my mates' things on
You
the
got
back.
your, you got your mates things on the back.
Yeah, I've
You've
got Fitted Beard Grooming.
Fitted beard grooming.
Yeah, my mate makes beard oils and stuff like that.
Beard oils,
Yeah.
okay.
And then there's
I'll have
Flat
to
Stick,
ask him for mine.
Podcasts. Flat Stick's a podcast.
Flat
there,
Stick
so-
is a podcast,
Yep.
and Flano,
What else have I got on there?
and I think you got the Husqvarna.
Husky, yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
good on you, mate.
Benny just bought a new Husky too, so we're both riding Huskies.
All right, so shout out if anybody's from Husqvarna here. You've got some guys that are
Looking for
really
sponsorship
looking for sponsorship, but they're doing something for you without money yet. So you better come and see them. Okay, so 803 and
All right, thank
514. So just before you go, Tom, we've been emceeing most of the weekend. I sort of wasn't here yesterday afternoon, but the buggies and the trucks are a lot easier. There's less of them, but you can tell the difference between a buggy and a truck. You guys on the motorbikes, it is hard to tell who's who. So, mate, I'm going to ask you here for next year, if you know any of those locals, get them when they're coming up through the pit to give us a bit of a toot or a little bit of a wave so we know who they are, because
righto.
there's about 280 of you riders, isn't there?
Yeah, okay, I will do. I'll tell all the local boys to say good day and even come up and have a chat.
Yeah, that'd be really good, mate. We really appreciate this kind of interaction, because one thing I'm good at, it's a strength and a weakness, is talking.
Might be, is that Skeeber?
119? Who's that?
I think that might be Steve Skeeber.
Steve Skeeber. Now, I was looking for him on this list and I couldn't see him. So here we go. I've got the list out here with the old, blue tape up here to try and work through this list of 280 riders and see who's who. So it is a little bit confusing, but tell us, mate, what's the best thing about living in Bowen at the Whit Sundays and riding this track?
Oh, for me, it's just being able to get out on the track in the afternoon after work, go for a ride, 1 lap, 2 laps sometimes, just sending it. It's great.
Yeah, and you've got a great little support crew there. I saw Steve Von Pine. He actually ditched his shirt and he was wearing your shirt yesterday.
Yeah, well, he's a bit of a he can't do much racing at the moment, so he's he's supporting me. He
Yeah.
put his shirt on today, but was running with mine yesterday. So yeah, it's good
Yeah.
to see the support from the other locals.
Yeah, pretty proud of this town. But thank you so much for coming up. And if we're here next year, do it again, please, because it's great just to get that feeling from our locals and how proud we feel when all of these people are coming from right across Australia to come here to beautiful old Bowen.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, thanks everyone. Cheers.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, congratulations on finishing, mate. Well done. Oh, you might have won your class. Oh, wow. So how long until you find that out?
The presentations of the Savo, but it looks good on the Speed Hive app. So yeah.
Yeah, well, hey.
Bring home.
Well, now we really need to push for sponsors for you, don't we?
Yeah,
You heard it here and now. Winning his class without sponsors. If he gets a sponsor, imagine what he could do next year, hey? Good on you, mate.
Well done.
See you later. Okay, who have we got here? 369 coming through. So back to you, Julie. Mayor of Bowen, you've been in the top job for 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks?
No, only 2.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, and you get to come to an event like this. How good's that?
I get to come to
all
lots
that
of
hard
events,
work
it's
you've put
really-
into this event. Thank you so much.
That's all right.
Yeah, but as you can see, Bowen really turns it on. I'm very proud of this community because there's all those people in the background that just do so much, and all of these sponsors, a major majority of them are from our local community. So, and Comiskey Mining Services, they're from Rockhampton. They like to think they're our neighbours, which is absolutely fantastic because they're supporting us all the way up here. And it only strengthens the racing. We've got very strong racing fraternity in Mackay, in the Burdekin, and in, have we spoken much about Townsville? There's a few races in the bikes from Townsville. So Bowen is centred, and the Whitsundays is centred right in the middle of everything, smack bang in the middle.
In the middle, yep.
So I can see great opportunity. We were talking about that 24-hour race, weren't we? Yep. So maybe 12 hours, though. 6 till 6? What is a 12-hour race?
Midday till midnight, so you race in the dark.
Oh, really? What's exciting about racing in the dark? Tell me about that.
It's different from racing in the day.
Oh, you are a man of so many words. There's a reason why your brother has the microphone, eh?
Bit more risk and a bit more thrill.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, definitely changes the game. We got another one coming up through the finish line. So good work. Who have we got coming through? Ben Rust, 444. Well done. A big acknowledgement to his support crew up here. Well done. Oh, he didn't finish last year. His bike broke. Oh, I did interview him. Yes. Sorry? Yes, he got his 500. Oh, well, that's absolutely fantastic that he has finished this year. He'd be chuffed. So we've heard it here. Yeah. Dan just said last year during the interview, he had a 350 and he didn't finish. And he said if his wife lets him, he was going to get a 500. And his wife let him. He's got a 500. You've got a good wife, mate. You've got a really good wife. That is.
There's a trade-off.
Is it dollar for dollar? Does he want to be a polygamist? I can be his wife too.
I won't comment on that. I've got to be politically correct.
Yes, apparently. So 2 weeks into the job, how are you finding it?
I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Lots to learn, of course, but I'm amazed at the support and the backing that's behind me. So with that kind of support, you can't really, you can't not succeed.
Yeah,
so
that's
just
good.
loving it. Absolutely loving it.
That's good. So we've got X31 coming through. The crowd really supporting them all. We've got a bit of a wobble up coming in. I tell you what, their arms, their upper bodies must be so fatigued. Well done. Georgia's coming through. Good on you, Georgia, one of our female riders. Georgia Murray. Well done. So
Great to start seeing some women in sport.
yeah, in this kind of sport, definitely. But you got to meet our youth group on Friday night. 766 is coming in. Well done. And they did that community event. But, Dan, you didn't get to meet the youth group where we were wandering around on Friday night. But they actually put together 400 competitor bags for this event. So there was well over 350 to 370 competitors in this event. So that's phenomenal numbers, isn't it? It's probably even higher than that, actually. Yeah, 2 people in a team. So, and they were compiled of a lot of things that the youth group really wanted to promote our local businesses here, and each competitor got a pack.
I got to meet those kids. They're great kids, and yeah, we certainly have some great youth in Bowen.
Definitely.
Yeah, because when you think about it, you're talking about those numbers there, because there is some what they call, I actually don't know, but I think they call them team riders as well. So some of these bikes are going into the pit and getting a fresh rider as well. So, there is multiple, and same with obviously the cars. They don't tend to swap driver and navigator for this event, obviously, but there is, obviously a driver and navi, so 2 per. So if there's 120 odd cars, lots of those are 2 people, aren't they? And then multiple bike teams, and yeah, that's pretty impressive for sure.
So you think about the numbers with the support crews and then their families. I am probably going to estimate we had 280 bikes, 120 cars and trucks probably. So let's say an even 400. And then you're going to go probably 4 to 5 on average each team, because some probably would have 2.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Wives, kids. I mean, there's numbers. There's definitely
an extra
numbers.
2,000 people to town.
Yeah, when we go to Fink, it would be nothing for us to take 10 people as part of a team. So, I think Billy, he rolls about 30 people deep, I think, doesn't he, Josh? So,
that's just how he rolls.
Yeah, the Bentleys, they've got a few people as well. So, I think when you start looking at the numbers that it brings locally, it's very impressive what's going on here.
And as I was saying right at the start of the day, I was talking to some of these teams and they were asking about what is there to do in Bowen. They didn't realise the wonderful beaches that we have, the walking tracks. They were asking about real estate. 423 coming through. He's got a little bit of his shirt there's got a bit of a tear on it. I wonder if he's actually had a bit of a bingle.
Yeah, again, listen, I'm betting there's a fair chance in 300Ks they've laid on the ground at some point.
Just have a little nanny nap.
It happens to the best of us, I'm telling you.
A nanny nap. So how heavy would these bikes be?
About 110-ish kilos. Probably, a little bit more, maybe with a full load of fuel on board. A little bit lighter if they're riding a 2-stroke, something along those lines. But, in that area, there was an XR 600 that came through before. I'm pretty sure they weigh about 330 kilos. So that's not a real number. That's a joke, just so we're clear. But they're a heavy
But there
bike.
was one fella that actually came here, and I don't know if he did not finish or he just finished under the 3 hours, and he was his own person. He was his pit crew, and he travelled alone and he camped alone, and he had one of those big old enduro bikes.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal, and that was last year.
Yeah, absolutely. They really, it's what they call an adventure bike. It's not designed for this in any way, shape, or form.
Imagine
but
holding on to
it's
that.
more long touring. Yeah, so I think it was a BMW, one of those 900-ish BMWs, got 30 litres, 40 litres of fuel on board. And yeah, I do remember it because he basically fueled up at the start and ran all the way around on his own, then put the panniers back on and rode wherever he was headed off on his adventure.
That's right. Dead right. Heard about it and thought he'd come up. And I'm thinking he came from Adelaide or somewhere like that.
Yeah, absolutely. 655.
655,
Yep,
sorry.
in as well. Now, I also wanted to say, you were talking about females. We're jumping around a little bit, but, we were talking about the Chapmans before with the boys riding the bikes. Well, Layla Chapman, which is the mum, was out there in a side-by-side racing. So mum was out there racing in a car class as well. They had 3 cars here. Dad normally drives as well, Rob, but I bet you Rob was on the spanners. Rob, they actually own Chapman's Dyno Tuning in Sunny Coast. Again, I'm sure it's Karoi, but I'm worried that I'm hurting myself with that statement. But they're down there on the Sunny Coast anyway, and they're a great family that race together. I can still remember, this is a true story, Clayton Chapman used to race a little Mitsubishi Triton at Land Cruiser Mountain Park, and I believe that he was 14 when he first got in the Navi seat, and he was waiting to 16, and he must have won a championship. Josh, I want to say he won a championship at 19, somewhere around that 19 or 20.
Here we go. We've got one over the finish. He's doing a bit of a burnout for the crowd. Good on him. Come on, mate. Woo! Oh, no. He's lost something.
He's definitely done
I thought
those.
he was doing it. Here we go. Yeah, put the show on for the crowd. I love it. Good on ya. Well done. Bit of an acknowledgement from our riders.
J08.
J08.
And F03 is in as well.
Woo! And I can see the smile from here finishing.
Yeah, he's definitely happy that it's over for sure.
Shake of the
001.
Yeah, good on you, mate. All done. So, do they carry water with them? Do they have a camelback?
They've got a camelback. Most of them would be riding with a camelback for sure. Although it's a funny one because I can tell you, I didn't know when, again, I didn't do much desert racing at all, but there's not much time when you can take your hands off the handlebars to get a drink. So you tend to have your drink in between laying on the ground or, there's like pit stops. Yeah, I drank a little bit of water at pit stops and that was about it really. So it's funny because, I was definitely not a pro and I don't know how those guys do visors and bits and pieces while they're riding and jumping and that. Those guys are next level.
And would they have communication back to their pit or no?
Listen, I'm an old man. We didn't. I don't know if that's a thing, but it's possible that they could.
Day.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, because the game's changed. Funny you say that, Michelle. It's changed very rapidly. Even with, let's talk about the live feed that we're doing here today. This is something that 12 months ago couldn't be done. It's now Elon Musk Starlink to, power to this. Oh, yeah, we're on Starlink, ladies and gentlemen, right now.
Good old Elon. Shout out to Elon. Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah,
to the
that's
Don River
right. He's
Dash.
getting Don River Dash going. So I don't know if we had to pay for it just quietly, but if Elon
If we
wants
give
to
him a
sponsor
shout
us,
out, he might want to sponsor
that's
you.
right. But anyway, the long story short is that this is stuff that, is an emerging technology, isn't it? So, it's not going to be too long now until, we're talking about the Baja before. They had a Starlink on the roof of a race car and live streamed the Baja in Mexico. You could click on and watch their live feed off their truck. A guy called Bryce Menzies does that. So how long now until we have data on bikes? Data
real
on
time
it's coming.
data.
Transponders just 5 years ago weren't a thing. Now they're a real thing.
Okay, we got some cheering from the spectators that we've got left here. Here we go. We've got
531.
531. Now, one of our local guys, Wayne Nevin, he's a vet rider from Townsville. Well done.
And the 788 in on the Yamaha.
788, well done. And I love his helmet. That's a nice bright colour. The helicopter wouldn't miss him.
Yeah, you'd know him from a mile away, definitely.
But yeah, it amazes me how that helicopter can work out. Absolutely work out. If he's looking at a viewfinder.
Well, that's the magic of Tony Butler. That's all you need to know. That guy is a madman. F06 in now.
Well done.
That is a big tank to be full of fuel. See, so you start talking about weights. He's got 22 kilos of fuel hanging off the front of that bike, and that changes the dynamics of the bike heavily.
Hey!
I want to say G06 in now.
Yeah, good work.
Yeah,
Who have we got? He's going straight back.
He's going down to the local.
41. He's like, I'm out. Keep going, brother. Keep going. 41. No. What's he doing? Is he? Wait a minute. Where's he going? Oh, look, he's cutting through. He's just going rank up the river.
589.
589. 41's gone rogue. He's just gone up the centre.
Listen, he's been looking at that service road all day, knowing how smooth that is.
Yeah, okay.
He's been eyeing that line for the last 6 laps.
And it's only 3.
The 411. I'm at the 3 yesterday. The 411, young lady in. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thumbs up. Enjoyed the race. Well done. Can't see. I don't even know what class is on.
Oh, yeah, he's the chubby.
The Chapman brothers. Yoo! They had big smiles there, didn't they?
Yeah, listen, they've had a rough run at the Don River. I believe I'm right. I hope I'm not putting a mocker on them, but they had no finishers in the car class the last 4 years that they've turned up to race out of all the cars that they bring. And I think they've got all 3 of them home and all the bikes are home now. So they're going home, even if it's not trophy cabinets. I mean, Clayton actually came in 5th in the auto class. So again, very fast, probably, still big shout out to those guys. Clayton's a very fast. He's the competitor I said that started racing when he's 16, had an Australian championship at 19 or 20, like absolute legend of off-road racing. And he's only like 28 or 30 or something.
Well, they start racing. They're born with
They were born racing. That's very true.
You know, so they're practicing right from an early age. They're probably getting it out on their third birthday, Pee Wee 50.
Oh, 100%.
You know?
Driving Tritons around. They were Mitsubishi mad back in the day.
I love it. Couldn't be frightened when you got a Triton.
Too fast. John Curran wouldn't like that statement, mate. Yeah, so this is what I was saying last time. So we were sitting here, hey Josh, and we must have waited 5 minutes. We're like, oh, I think it must be finished. And then like 10 bikes came down all together. We're like, what the hell? Where did these guys come from?
So we're starting to get to the tail end of this race. A lot of these bikes have taken off. Some of the we can see the pit crews are starting to pack up, and they'll be heading back. We can see the bikes taking off through the river, getting back to the showgrounds. If you call him DC, does he call you JC?
No, that's JC is my dad. He's
Or
John.
Jesus Christ?
I just get Josh.
Or Jish.
Jish, yeah. Dad's more JC. Hey? Yeah, because he's John Curran.
So when I see your dad again, I've got to go,
Hey, JC.
no, that's who he thinks he is.
Oh.
Wow.
It's either that or senior. Yeah, or senior. Yeah.
Operator call electrician.
Yeah. Or dog truck. It's big.
We dumped dirt.
Speak language, she understands.
To be fair, we're not the ones putting the trucks on their roof. Thank you very much.
Under your arm. Hey, put your arm up.
Shut up.
You got a banana? Lunchtime.
Oh my goodness. No.
Here we go. Just gotta wait for it to
I'm
come
one
up
of
the
the
stairs.
mediocre operators that doesn't break stuff on site, okay? So, cut me some slack.
So explain your ankle.
I know. I know how to count steps.
You've been on it up here all weekend?
Well, pretty much. We
Cover for me.
She's punching. Thank you.
3 loads a day.
So we did up 120 lunches on Friday. So this is our farm. So we do the lunches as a part of the farm, just for the event, because we know some of the organisers.
Take my shoes off. You can't do 11.
They asked the first year if we knew anyone that would do up lunches, and I said I'll do it next month, which is what we've done. But yesterday afternoon I was supposed to MC, but I had to go and buy another whole heap of food for another 40 lunches. So we were a bit short on lunches, so I had to do another 40 lunches. So yeah, yesterday morning, today, and this afternoon. I'm starting.
You got a day off tomorrow?
No, there's no such thing as a day off.
Oh,
now.
no,
Well,
no.
in between PCYC and farming and all that kind of stuff. No, this is what keeps me going. I love it. Okay. Am I back on? Here we go. Got another rider coming in. And you know what? It's wonderful that we've still got spectators sticking around and welcoming our riders in. 179. It is such a feat just to finish this race, because that sand would be so heavy after 6 times around that track, so heavy with their bikes. And it's just a real credit to them that they're actually finishing this race.
Now, I do hope that somebody actually goes up the track and checks that there's no riders left behind.
So what we've got is we've got 22 sweeps in the river. So 22 people sweeps in the river, and we've got recovery crews. I don't know how many recovery crews we've got, but they've all got stage sections. So I think this race goes about 30 kilometres. It's a 50-kilometre round track. So 50 divided by 2 is 25. But they've all got a section to look after, and what they do is at the end of the race, a helicopter will come through and it will actually fly along and just check that no one's left in the river, because you've got to think, if someone falls off a bike, we could have someone fall off a bike on the other side of that little sandy mound there and you wouldn't even see them. So the safety that these guys do, and as Dan was saying before, this is now being talked about like it's a national race. It's a part of the national track, or I don't know, track, what do you call it? National level standard, yeah. So, you know, we've got really good people that are structuring this. And for this race to be so big and so successful and so well supported, not only by competitors, but sponsors, and so professional, and this is the 4th year, is unbelievable. So I don't know, Julie, if you have ever heard of the Fink, and I had only sort of heard of it. And about 4 years ago now was the first time I ever heard of the Fink. And that's been going for how many years? 45 years.
It's bike racing, is that right? It is both still, yeah.
And this,
I've heard of Fink bike racing.
Yes, I was going to say not many off-road races. There's a Kalgoorlie race in WA. They've just started. I want to say 3 to 4 years they've been running as a bike/car race. So there's only 3 that I know of where they race buggies and trucks and all the other stuff side by sides in an automotive class, and then bikes in the afternoon. And that is Don River Dash, Fink, and Kalgoorlie. We should turn that into a tri. Hold on.
Hey, you heard it here first.
Tri-series. We need a tri-series, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, the
Sponsors.
moral of the story is that that's pretty impressive, because we had a few of our, I don't know if you were here just a little bit early, we had Brett Comiskey and Aaron Havey, our winner from South Australia, and they were saying that that does make it unique because there's that crossover then, because a lot of us are old bike guys, you know, that are car guys, and the bike guys that they're interested in the cars, but to go to an event on its own, whereas this is the crossover, isn't it?
Here we go. We've got one coming in and he's celebrating. So F01 is finished. Actually, I remember him coming in on that last lap. So well done. He's a finisher and is happy about it. Good to see the ambulance here. They haven't been called away, I don't think. We had our local police also up and down the river in a buggy today, making sure that all of our spectators were complying, because there was that serious accident down in Tasmania? Rainbow, at Rainbow, where 2 people unfortunately lost their lives. So when we say you need to stay away from the river, it takes a long time for these cars and bikes to actually stop if there's an accident and they've got no control over it. So thank you to everybody who's been watching from afar. We've got 8:04 coming in. Well done. But it's been spectacular, Mayor. All along this river, we've got a lot of residences, a lot of farms, and they're actually sitting down on their riverbank and enjoying this race the whole way along.
Oh, I've seen them. You can see them.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful. And we've got Dale McDonald from McDonald Earth Moving, and he's done a brilliant job of setting up some of those jumps. I was talking to one of the ladies that lives on Collinsville Road, and she said they've got a few people in vans that have come to visit for the weekend, especially for this event. And she said they've built a jump right out the front of our place, which is just wonderful. So to have someone like Dale and his mindset and knowledge of racing, because he's been racing since he was a young fella.
Now tell me, did he win?
Oh, he didn't finish today.
Oh, didn't he?
No, a non-finisher
so it was a
today,
rumour.
which is, yeah, so it's unfortunately him and Snelly, they blew their clutch apart up the top of the river. On the last lap. So unfortunately, it might have been the first lap actually, because we had their young fellas here. We had his navigator's young fella here. We call him the Bowen Bullet, Henry Snell, 16. He won the road race. I'm going to say road race at Phillip Island last weekend, and here he is this weekend running in our river. 11's just come in. Number 11's just pulled up. So, yeah, that's one young fella, number 98. He's actually 984, but they've crossed the 4 out for this race because there was another rider, 984. So, and then his brother is 284, Lenny Snell, and he's an apprentice at Abbott Point. And this is where I start feeling old, because I was talking to him and I was remembering them being, knee-high to a grasshopper coming to PCYC school holiday program. So I'm thinking, yep, you guys had that little edge on you then, and I'm thinking, how do we contain you guys? And I tell you, they found the right sport for them. They're just really good young fellas. And for young men, they spoke well on the radio, didn't they? Yeah. Yep, spoke really well. So a shameless shout out for young Henry. We are really trying to find this young fella a major sponsor. So if anybody's over at that showgrounds and you want to give a young fella a bit of a go and you want him as a part of your team, I reckon Henry's the one to be backing, because he's got a fair bit of spunk about him and he's already getting the runs on the board at 16. I think I'm nearly ready to go home for a nanny nap.
you probably deserve one.
I was going to say, I think that the next major sport or order of business, I think at 4:30 over at the showgrounds, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to do an official presentation of all the action up there. So again, like you said, Michelle, probably might start wrapping it up. Oh no, she's found
I've
another.
just found Dale
She's
McDonald.
found someone else to
I did
grab.
ask him earlier to come up here and chat, and he's sort of avoided me. Did you hear us talking about you just then, Dale? Did you hear us talking about you just then? Wonderful. Do you reckon you could come up here? So Dale, here he is. He not only is a major sponsor of this event, he also runs his own buggy, and he's also sponsoring a couple of the young bike riders. You're right, Julie. You can have that. We'll give him this microphone over here. And does a lot of work in the river. But here he is still volunteering, and he's pulling signs down at the end of the day. Mate, you could have easily sort of gone home and put your feet up for a bit of a rest, because I reckon you might be tired.
Yeah, it's been a pretty big weekend.
So how proud of you of your whole team, mate?
Yeah, awesome. Everyone's done a great job. So
And I've seen your guys in the water trucks here just going around in circles. And we talk about self-sacrifice of team members to help just pull a whole event together. And your guys on those water trucks have just been reversing up, keeping the dust down for us, and have done an exceptional job.
yeah, they've there's been one in at the showgrounds too, obviously. So it definitely helps to not have everyone covered in dust.
Yeah. My throat is a little bit dry from a little bit of the dust. I'm glad the wind's kept a lot of the dust coming from blowing over this way for the event. If we would have had the buggies and the trucks this afternoon with the way the wind's going, we would have been chewing a bit more dirt, wouldn't we?
Definitely, yeah.
Something you do every day, chew a bit of dirt.
Yeah, nothing like it.
I love it. So, Dale, tell us, how many hours do you think you've put into this river? You or the business have put into this river since the last race?
I've got it all down there, but I couldn't really. I'd only be guessing to say a couple of hundred.
Couple of hundred hours in your machinery, building those jumps, ironing parts of the river out. And over here, there was a bit of a dig hole, and you guys decided to make the most of it and actually make it a bit of a ramp.
Yeah, that was I think that was Marzo's idea, but that's really good.
Yeah.
Right in front of the crowd. And
Yep, that's right. So we've got another bike rider coming through here. Let's get this number, and we'll talk about that on the other side of that river now. So we've got 388 386, coming through. That's absolutely fantastic. So last year when we were here, and we've got a bit of a higher vantage point, we could only just see on that other side of the river, because it's built up high there, that the buggies and the cars were going through, and you could only just see the tops of them as they were going through on that other side of the river. What they've done there this year is absolutely exceptional. I don't know how it is for you guys as buggy and truck drivers, because you've got you're just starting to get your gas up by the time you get here, and you've got to put the picks on to get down there and then jump back up out of it.
yeah, no, I like it. It's the more turns and ups and downs, the better. It's no fun just going flat out in a straight line.
You used to do that as a kid, didn't you? Want to go flat out in a straight line?
Yeah, pretty much.
The McDonald boys growing up were synonymous for just, synonymous. Yeah, they were just mad keen on their bikes and stuff in this river, weren't you? You pretty well grew up on this river.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we've been in and out of here since about 12 years old or something.
And I'm not going to tell your age now, but talking to your brother Paul, his young fella, how old's he? Dean, is he 16 next year? He might be racing next year.
Yeah, I think he's going to, yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. So another McDonald coming up through the ranks, and he comes down to the river and runs around this river a lot as well. He's grown up on this river, and I know that Paul and them have got a few people on the side of the river up there, and they've got a good little setup. And did you build a bit of a jump out the front for them to get a bit of a view?
Yeah, we got to jump up there, and then one coming back the other way as well, as well as a heap of other ones up the river. So
it's who you know, hey mate.
Yeah, must be.
Yeah, good on you.
You've done a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much for what you've done, mate. And it's a real credit to you and to the business for what you're doing here for the community of Bowen, because I tell you, without the support of you guys, we have our major sponsors that pour a lot of money into this event, which we're very grateful for, but it's all this unspoken support that happens. You'll start thinking about this event probably tomorrow and what you can do to better it next year. Is that right?
Yeah, we will. Next year it'll be bigger and better again. So more jumps, more hopefully more whoops even. How would that be?
Yeah, more whoops. So
Bit more excitement.
no more whoops. No more whoops.
No.
Talking about bike boys, we've got another couple coming through the finish line now.
No, hats off to the bike boys. That's a massive task, and yeah,
Yeah, good work. Women, 20 K21 coming through. Well done. K21. And here we go, 7:10 coming through. And you know what? They're really enjoying that we've got these people staying here to welcome them back in. So to the spectators that are still here, Danny Braz and your crew, you guys are team players, eh? We love you. Keen drinkers, maybe. I love it. I love it. Well, Dale, thank you so much. And please thank Arnie Faye.
will do.
Yeah, for all the support that the business you guys give us for this event and a lot of other things in community as well. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Celebrating going on down there.
Yeah, it does sound like a bit of celebrating happening down the end. So a lot of those bikes are now heading over to the showgrounds. So we'll start seeing a lot of those pit crews. We've probably got about a third of the pit crews that have finished up and have gone. Oh, here we go. Another one that's opting not to go through. Oh, forced around it, eh? Bit loose before the jump. Yoo! EO4, good work coming through. So the timing, where does it finish there?
Down where see there's a missing control there.
Yep.
You see there's some pickets in the ground.
Good on you, G05. Okay. Yep. So the finish line for the bikes is different to the finish line for the cars. Both of them are finishing there. And then they've put this jump here for the spectators area specifically. Yeah, I love it. That's awesome.
His car was rolled over and they're doing the presentation here and he's got no car here because they're like, it's wrecked out on the track. And he actually came third. Like he'd done really well. He's like, my car's busted out there.
Oh, you rolled it at the right
yeah,
time,
yeah.
then?
Yeah, after the finish line. Yeah, he got real loose in the. Oh, you weren't here, were you, John? He got real loose in the whoops and come off the jump sideways. But yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you reckon we've got any more coming through, boys? Oh, Greg Kelly. We got to stay until Kelly comes through.
I'll stay.
Yeah, we're staying for Greg Kelly. We're here for you, buddy. You're doing the hard yards. He rides better when he's fed liquid. So if anybody out there in Radio World is still listening, Dirtbags podcast, get on to the Dirtbags podcast. That's a Curran Brothers. And they do some really interesting interviews with some of the older, wiser heads of the sport and then younger ones coming up and through.
I was going to say, we talk to everyone. So we've had some great conversations with Billy Geddes. We've had Mick Mars on about the start of the Don River Dash. We talked to Toby Price, which was an amazing one because he told us a lot of interesting information. If you're a Toby fan, he told us a lot of the story.
told to seep through the seas. I'm just a little white lie, making the best of a bad situation. Tell you the truth, that is half what it seems. Feed you the story, that the rest is available. Honesty is so overrated. I am deliberate and tempted to deceive. The wool that covered your eyes dresses smooth as a sheet. All that you don't know is that what won't harm your belief, that I'm a little white lie. Repent, reveal, conquer. Then lose all ethical, invent, conceal, cover. Then all won't be undone.
Get your cameras out. Come on. Get him coming through.
Well, actually, Michelle, this is a great shot.
Yeah, this
because
is an
what
awesome
this is,
shot.
This is our sweet car pushing our last rider home. This is what's
Woo! Greg Kelly 4X bringing it home strong. Yoo! Come on, Greggy.
What a fantastic effort there. The 4X.
Woo! And he's picking up that front tyre. Good on you, Greg. Good work, mate. Great to see you as a finisher.
So
Thanks heaps to our crew here.
So there you go. I'd say without a shadow of a doubt,
we've got our last rider.
Greg has wrapped it up for us because our sweet car came on his bumper. And what an awesome way to finish the Don River Dash 300. Brought to us by Comiskey Mining Services. Ladies, it's been an absolute pleasure here to have you all day, and we've been partying and have a good time in the commentary box. And to all the spectators, I tell you what, I bid you adieu. Thanks for staying until the very end.
Making the best of a bad situation. Tell you the truth, that is half what it seems. Feed you a story that honesty is so overrated. Making a joke of a sad accusation. Hiding a bruise that is worse than it seems. All aboard and yet under the table. Honesty is so overrated.